of shelter for the people in transit, who encountered all kinds of problems and obstacles in their search for a new home. In December 1930, the Berlin newspaper Abend published an anonymous report on the lives and suffering of the people who slept in this large hall, calling this phenomenon a piece of world history. The author wrote, "A large space in the Schlesischer Bahnhof, in which trains arrive from Russia and Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states. It's furnished simply and usefully. Signs in Yiddish, Russian, and Polish say that visitors will be given as much tea as they want, shelter when necessary, and what is often more necessary, information and advice. The history of the aid organization of German Jews is the history of the European East." The author went on to list the Russian pogroms, discuss restrictive American immigration policies and their effect on European Jews, and mention the problems in the Berlin Immigrants' Hall. Trains full of immigrants are announced and met at the station. There is a lot to do. Immigrants are given as much medical treatment as possible, and above all, malicious elements are kept away from the migrants. It's no accident that Schlesischer Bahnhof is a hive of pickpockets. A migrant enters the hall. Immediately, an aid organization official is there to help, inquiring where he comes from and asking about his passport and papers and his wishes and worries, and then offering him a glass of tea. Much human misery passes through this hall in Schlesischer Bahnhof, for it is always the poor and oppressed who must leave their homeland to seek their uncertain fortune in the great wide world. But there is also much help offered here to protect these people in need. Many of the migrants in the 1920s got stuck in Bremerhaven and Hamburg because something was amiss with their visas or boat tickets, or the country they were heading to had just tightened up its immigration policies. Innumerable individual and family tragedies of indescribable terribleness played themselves out. There were desperate struggles of uprooted people for a visa, or at least a residency and work permit, hopeless tragedies of separation and migration in which women and children, aged and ill people, are insolubly trapped. In its 1930 annual report, the head of the aid organization complained about the rigid immigration policies and increasing disrespect for human rights and the duties of humanity. The volunteers did their best to point the unfortunate victims of the post-war order to a destination that would give them the freedom and opportunity to better themselves and to protect them from dissolution and downfall. One consequence of the American closed-door policy was the increasing popularity of Zionism. Slowly but surely, more and more Jews under threat began to discuss emigrating to barely arable parts of Palestine. From January to April 1924, some 500 Jews a month left Europe, mostly Eastern Europe, for the territories under British mandate. That May, the U.S. cut back immigration quotas for a second time, and by August, the number of Jews heading for Palestine shot up to 2,400. Anti-Semitism in Europe and immigration restrictions in the New World have become the worst enemies of Arab Palestine and the best friends of Jewish Palestine, wrote Viennese Zionist Wolfgang Weisel in 1925. Jews who had been made homeless bought land in Eretz Israel and began rebuilding their lives. Since the land would have to be transformed quickly, Weisel figured that Arabs would revolt, something he deemed justified and in accordance with nature. Weisel predicted that it would not be possible to reach an amicable agreement because the situation was characterized by deep-seated economic and economic-cultural conflicts that could not be solved by compromises and concessions. As the new arrivals brought with them typewriters, telephones, cinemas, electricity, and European-American forms of the economy, Arabs would be forced to give up ways of life they had maintained since the days of Abraham. In 1925, referring to the First World War, Weisel registered with delight that in the wake of the greatest of all wars, the Jewish people were now returning to their land, the Holy Land, after 1,800 years. Since 1919, the number of Jewish settlers in the territory of Britain's Palestine Mandate had more than doubled. By late June 1925, it was 128,000. Nationalist two-class system of rights. Until 1914, along with foreign emigration, internal European migration lessened the impact of economic crises and structural transformation. But after the war, the possibilities of moving from densely populated, increasingly impoverished agricultural regions to rapidly growing industrial centers were very limited in the newly created nation-states of Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Jews and Christians alike found themselves abruptly cut off from former metropoles and economically prosperous areas because thousands of new borders within Europe destroyed the age-old roots of internal migration that had always compensated for social pressures. With the demise of the old monarchic states of Europe, Poles, who had previously been ruled by Germans, could no longer look for work in Berlin or the Ruhr Valley. The new borders cut off routes to Vienna, Chernivtsi, Budapest, and Trieste for the poor Jews of eastern Galicia. Impoverished Lithuanian villagers could no longer do day labor in the textile factories of Łódź or the coal mines and steelworks of Dąbrowa, industrial centers that had been part of Tsarist Russia and produced goods for a gigantic empire stretching all the way to Vladivostok. The results were bankruptcies, unemployment, and poverty. People could no longer move to other parts of the world or of their own native lands. Instead, those countries demanded that whole segments of the population, who in their eyes were not part of the nation, be denaturalized to free up space for the suffering majority. As a consequence of such repression, hundreds of thousands of people tried to cross the new borders. But in doing so, they became economic refugees, undesirables, and stateless people. In 1933, some 70,000 Jews who weren't German citizens lived in Germany. In every hell, there is an ultimate abyss, and the Austrian anti-Semites already talk gleefully about what they call tiger hunts, wrote Israel Zangwill in 1924. In Romania, fascists are conspiring and threatening to eradicate the entire Jewish population. In unfortunate Hungary, where the economy teaches the virtues of patience, the Danube would be nearly crammed with Jewish corpses. In Poland, Jews risk their lives when entering a train carriage, and the most recent prank of this Novo-Riche beggar of a country is that every Polish corporation has the right to exclude Jewish shareholders. The rulers of the unstable, large multinational states like Russia, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire before the First World War may have given various ethnic groups unequal rights and responsibilities, but they never planned to simply drive them out. That abruptly changed with the rise of the new nation-states in the 19th and early 20th centuries. There had always been moderate levels of friction between what was now defined as the national core and ethnic and religious minorities, and everywhere from the Baltic to the Aegean Sea, revolutionary nationalists ratcheted up that tension until it was unbearable. This process took place in countries that had been materially ravaged and decimated, and that lacked internal mobility, self-confidence, generally accepted constitutional organs, and economic prospects. The much-celebrated overthrowing in 1917 and 1918 of old authorities, hierarchies, and conventions created a climate conducive to the springing up of hatred everywhere. The end of autocratically maintained power fanned the embers of anti-Semitism and violence because the newly constituted nations allowed a far greater radius of activity for nationalist chauvinism than the multinational monarchies had done. Moreover, democracy, nationalism, and socialism elevated different principles of equality, thereby rendering certain ethnic, linguistic, social, or religious categories unequal depending on the focus. Jews could be discriminated against, expropriated, and hounded under all four. The Zionist Leon Chasanovich paid attention to these connections when he documented the post-independence pogroms in Poland in 1919. He considered the outbreaks of violence and massacres not as acts of desperation and revenge of a social class threatened with decline, but as the first attempt by a nation that had been held down for half a century and now laid claim to rule, to make use of its newfound freedom. It was the expression of intoxication of victory, of a popular element possessing the vices of both masters and slaves. Chasanovich's analysis ended on a depressing note. We see before us the Jew-murdering Poland, and seek in vain the better Poland that condemns and prevents such homicidal deeds. The omnipresent protectionism in this world of newly created nation-states was directed both internally and externally. Legislators and government administrators everywhere created a nationalistic two-class system. The political project of the nation-states was to encourage the social and economic betterment of the ethnic majority and to create, as quickly as possible, a loyal middle class. Especially in times of crisis, it seemed logical to combine the rise of one group with the fall of others. Such nationalist emancipation projects hit all minorities hard, whether they were Germans in Poland and Romania, Poles in Lithuania, Hungarians in Yugoslavia, or Lithuanians in Poland. Long before Germany began its Aryanization programs in 1933, robbing Jews of careers and assets to the benefit of the ethnic majority, other nations began Polishization, Latvianization, Lithuanianization, and Hellenization initiatives that disadvantaged resident minorities. For example, until 1918, Jews owned one-third of the major property in Austrian-controlled Bukovina. Jews and other minorities were the big losers when the region's new Romanian rulers reformed property laws in 1921. Economic discrimination against many minorities, including Jews, was not based on racist programs, but on the positive desire to benefit the majority to the greatest possible extent. This aim became especially popular in the democratically conceived states. It tied the electoral majority of the populace to its new elites. It is only natural that the World War, which marked the conclusion of the great period of global discovery, also put an end to freedom of migration, concluded the demographers Alexander and Eugen Kulascher, who themselves had migrated from Russia to Berlin after the Bolshevik Revolution in 1931. With the end of the double way out, founding new colonies and occupying new markets, states tried to reserve the basic necessities for survival for their own population. As the great gates of the Atlantic and of the land of milk and honey, which depicted itself as a refuge for the world's poor and disadvantaged, have loudly slammed shut and are sealed off more and more hermetically, barriers have been erected on borders old and new in the form of restrictions on entry and permission to work. This means that, as in the old days, masses of people are piling up and pressing in at all of the closed and partly closed gateways, large and small, and explosive tensions are building in every nook and cranny. In reaction to such conditions, the peace treaties of 1919 and 1920 included provisions protecting the rights of national minorities. In late January 1918, for instance, the government of Poland, newly founded under German authority, solemnly declared, "The equality of citizens, without regard to descent and confession, will form the guiding principle of the state." As the years leading up to the next World War would demonstrate, the governments and populations of the newly created nations of Europe tended to forget such declarations quite quickly. Provisions in treaties to protect minorities were soon revealed to be nothing but words. Still, there were decisive differences. Minorities who had the support of a nation-state of their own could count on protection from their fatherland, to which they could always return if things became unbearable in their host countries. In fact, the men who drew up the Paris peace treaties reckoned with this sort of migration and a concomitant voluntary ethnic homogenization and assimilation under nationalist pressure. But Jews represented, in the words of Hannah Arendt, the minorité par excellence. They had no nation-state or army protecting their backs, nor any territory where they could flee or take refuge. In the Europe of 1920, there were around 7 million Jews in this situation, 3.2 million in what was then Poland, 2 million in the Soviet Union, 780,000 in Romania, 600,000 in Hungary, and 300,000 in the Baltic states. As of 1933, 500,000 mostly assimilated German Jews were added to the numbers of undesirables and stripped of their citizenship, and 350,000 Austrian and Czechoslovakian Jews suffered the same fate in 1938 and 1939. Ethnic homogenization since 1923. After some vacillation, Greeks joined the First World War on the side of the Entente to fight against their archenemies, the Turks and the Bulgarians. For that, Greece was handsomely rewarded at the Paris peace conferences. Greece was given Western Thrace, which had been part of Bulgaria since 1913, and it has held this territory, with the exception of 1941 to 44, ever since. In addition, the nation creators in Paris promised their ally the greater part of European territory still in Turkish hands after the Balkan Wars, including the city of Edirne, Adrianople. For a few years, then, Greece extended all the way to the Black Sea. Turkey's only territory in Europe was a thin strip of land between the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. The Aegean Islands were also ceded to Greece, albeit without the Dodecanese, including Rhodes, which Italy had seized in its war against the Ottoman Empire in 1912. The Turkish city of Izmir, Smyrna, on the Asia Minor side of the Aegean and the surrounding area, became Greek as well. Muslims represented a majority of roughly 60% in Izmir, but Christian Greeks, who were also numerous, had significantly more economic power. Encouraged and supported by the British with arms, money, and military advisors, Greek troops had made the status of Izmir a fait accompli, occupying the city on May 15, 1919, and murdering at least 1,000 Muslim civilians the day the troops marched in. But the goals of the Greek offensive, known as the Megali Idea, or Great Idea, went much further. Unlike the adherents of the Greek monarchy, Republican politicians in particular propagated the creation of a greater Greek empire, stretching from Constantinople to the Asian coastlines of the Black Sea, which included a significant portion of the Turkish Aegean coast. In conjunction with Greece, British statesmen even eyed the possibility of taking Constantinople, Istanbul, away from the Turks. With such war aims in mind, Greek troops advanced almost to Ankara in 1920, carrying out countless massacres of Muslims, before what the German-language Hungarian newspaper Pester Lloyd called their insane project met indomitable Turkish resistance. With the Greeks forced to retreat in June 1921, thousands of Greek civilians fell victim to Turkish reprisals. Greek politicians would later downplay their war of aggression as ill-conceived, while the warmongering British Prime Minister David Lloyd George consoled them with warm words from the lower house of Parliament on August 4, 1922, saying that Greek troops in Asia Minor had achieved more than any other army could have. Forced exchange of populations. The 1923 Treaty of Lausanne officially ended hostilities between the Ottoman Empire and the Entente. At the insistence of the League of Nations, which was established in 1920, the parties concerned had signed a preliminary treaty on January 30, 1923, agreeing upon an exchange of populations between Turkey and Greece. That treaty envisioned unmixing two peoples who were, to be more precise, adherents of different religions. Under the influence of Fridtjof Nansen, the League's High Commissioner on Refugees and Prisoners of War, and after endless dilly-dallying, diplomats in Lausanne took a decision and forced through a quick, final peace arrangement. It featured something previously unknown in international law: the forced resettlement of minorities. At the start of the peace conference on December 1st, 1922, Nansen had supported this drastic measure, arguing that the undeniable hardship it entailed would be less than the hardship that would come about if nothing were done. The peace negotiators assumed that the suffering that will doubtlessly be caused will be offset by the advantages both countries will ultimately derive from a greater homogeneity of the populace and the eradication of old, deeply rooted conflicts. At the time, Greece had a population of 5 million. It faced having to accept around 1.5 million refugees and people forced to resettle from Asia Minor, Eastern Thrace, and Bulgaria. 300,000 of them died in camps of hunger and disease before international help could arrive. 80% of the refugees were women and children. A whole generation of men had died as soldiers during the war or had been killed as civilians. In return, 350,000 Turks, chiefly from northern Greece, were transferred to those cities along the coast of Asia Minor where Greeks had lived for centuries. With religion being the decisive criterion, 20,000 so-called Cretan Turks, Muslim Greeks who spoke not a word of Turkish, were also forced to leave their homes. The same thing happened to tens of thousands of Muslim Albanians in northern Greece, which had been conquered in 1912. Turkish Christians were also forcibly resettled in Greece. Nansen spoke of tribal comrades of one faith. Religion had become such a central criterion because the Turkish delegation had absolutely refused to use the European categories of race or ethnicity, but insisted that faith be the deciding factor for the transfer of populations and the protection of minorities. Exceptions to the forced resettlements were made for the Greeks of Constantinople and the Muslims of Western Thrace. But many of these people moved anyway to escape harassment by the Turkish and Greek sides. People in these places had lived for centuries, grouped according to professions and neighborhoods, traditions and religions, and had dealt with the affairs of their towns, cities, and regions jointly, if not always harmoniously. Following the war and the Treaty of Lausanne, they became mere pawns of nationalist politics. The members of a mixed commission that included supposedly neutral members from the League of Nations supervised the transfer of populations. They tried to mediate in cases of conflict, such as that of the widow W. and her children. Her husband's family had been born Jewish but converted to Islam, and she herself came from an Islamic Greek background on her father's side and an Albanian one on her mother's side. Was her resettlement to Turkey legitimate? Nansen arranged for the League of Nations to issue an international loan of 14 million British pounds to help the government in Athens build housing and create jobs for the new arrivals and fertilize arid land. In the end, Nansen was satisfied with the job he'd done, announcing publicly that what originally seemed to be a misfortune for the country has been transformed into a glorious success. The Turkish government had to cope with resettling far fewer people, but faced the task of populating a number of villages and towns formerly occupied by Greeks. So it immediately began bringing home tens of thousands of Muslims from Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Romania, and the Soviet Union. The nationalization and resettlement of minorities of Turkish descent, such as the Crimean Tatars, continued until the end of the 20th century. In Greece, too, the National Office for Receiving and Settling People of Greek Descent became a long-term institution. After the upheavals of 1989, 100,000 Pontic Greeks were repatriated in the motherland. These were people whose forefathers had lived in the lands around the Black Sea for centuries. Representatives from Britain, France, Italy, the U.S., and the European states bordering on Greece and Turkey had participated in the Lausanne Conference. With only one exception, they all agreed to the forced resettlements. The American representative rejected the idea because it ran contrary to the American idea of the individual's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Britain's Conservative Foreign Secretary, George Curzon, voted for the agreement while condemning the treaty as a thoroughly bad and vicious solution for which the world will pay a heavy penalty for 100 years to come. Many of the delegates shared his opinion. But as ugly and out of step with conventional international law as the compulsory exchange of populations was, the politicians considered it a justifiable instrument in certain situations. Curzon himself characterized it as the quickest and most efficient way to bring the mass flight that was already progressing under control and to end the massive death toll among civilians and pacify the situation. The preliminary agreement about the exchange of populations in January led to the Greek-Turkish peace in Lausanne in the summer of 1923, which superseded the 1920 Treaty of Sèvres and called into question all the peace agreements of Paris. Over the course of the 20th century, more than 50 million people were displaced and forcibly resettled because of their ethnicity, language, social identity, or religion. Policies of ethnic violence begin to spread. In 1927, the main representative of the German minority in Latvia, Paul Schimann, warned against solving nationality conflicts by forcibly resettling people. He recognized the danger of exclusion inherent within the idea of national self-determination, which, when carried to the logical extreme, would lead to the violent and brutal transplantation of parts of the population from one state to another, with all of its pernicious consequences. For some years, European diplomats had considered the Treaty of Lausanne the absolute exception, one they had been forced to make by the pressure of circumstances in order to avoid the killing of hundreds of thousands of innocents in a relatively uncivilized part of the world. But gradually, an increasing number of political leaders and policy makers began to see the transfer of populations as a favored way of creating lasting peace in difficult configurations, of unweaving hostile ethnic groups and replanting them. One of the pioneers of this school of thought was the German historian Karl C. Thalheim. In the 1930 edition of Archiv für Auswanderungswesen, Archive for Emigration Journal, he identified a change in the politics of emigration proceeding in tandem with dramatically decreasing numbers of people leaving their homelands for abroad. The flow of migrants around the world is less about liberal ideas of freedom than about state economic planning, he wrote. Thalheim announced that he would expand on such planning in a further edition, but although he apparently already had a basic outline in mind, it wouldn't appear until 1941. In that same journal, another author soon expressed his outrage at the compulsory Greek-Turkish exchange of populations. 1.5 million people were driven from their homes and farms in the age of humanism, the author wrote. They lost everything except what they could carry with them. 3 years later, in 1933, the journal offered slightly different figures. 2 million people were pushed back and forth because of a peace document. Officially, German intellectuals and diplomats of the 1920s and the first half of the 1930s rejected the Lausanne model. They considered it unthinkable, since German minorities in other European countries numbered as many as 8 million, and as a result of the territories Germany lost in the Treaty of Versailles, the country already had to accommodate roughly 800,000 people. Hence, Germany had always considered this example of semi-voluntary or compulsory migration an injustice. In addition, the Great Depression hit Germany particularly hard. Thus, one didn't need to be a right-wing politician or voter to see the Germans as a people without space, to quote the title of a popular novel of the time. It was no accident that in Mein Kampf, Hitler promoted a course of first expanding the area of the motherland, and only later merging new settlers in the closest communion with the land of their origin. But hardly had the Third Reich been consolidated when the tone changed. By 1935, the following circumstance was noted approvingly in the Archiv für Auswanderungswesen. The characteristic feature in terms of population policies of today's Greece is the basic homogeneity of its populace. In January 1937, the journal Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, which was keenly attuned to foreign policy and was published by the geographer and military general Karl Haushofer, printed an editorial note reading, "The great exchange after the end of the Greek-Turkish War was far too rarely appreciated by the public as a possibility and a model. It may have ripped millions of people from their homelands, but it also gave them new lands, a severe but clean solution to the minority question." The Haushofer was often cited as a major influence on Hitler's ideology of territorial expansion. It didn't take long until the forced emigration of minorities, having now achieved international acceptance, was suggested as a way for states to get rid of their Jewish populations. In 1933, Romanian nationalist Gheorghe Cuza put forth Madagascar as the preferred place to achieve a solution to the Jewish question. His suggestion attracted considerable opposition in the Romanian parliament, but not because his detractors disagreed with Cuza's aims. On the contrary, they dismissed his suggestion as frivolous because France would never let its colony be used for this purpose. Still, that same year, former Romanian Interior Minister and later Prime Minister Octavian Goga campaigned with the promise that if he took power, 500,000 Jews would be forced to leave Romania. That number represented 2/3 of Romania's Jewish population. The activists of the Pan-Aryan Union in Vienna supported these sorts of projects and translated them to the global level in 1937, proposing that the entire world's Jewish population be sent to Madagascar. The 3.5 million inhabitants of the island, they thought, could be resettled without difficulty to climatically and racially similar parts of the African mainland, Uganda, Mozambique, and the depopulated island purchased for an appropriate price by Jews. The men drawing up these plans in Vienna described Madagascar as a sufficiently large living and breeding area with a healthful climate and unusually fertile soil. As a political precedent, they cited the Treaty of Lausanne, gushing that the resettlement of both populations had been carried out within a few months and with no special friction, so that no one could have objected at all to the uprooting of 700,000 Turks and 1,200,000 Greeks from their former historical surroundings. Based on this experience, there was every reason to believe that the final solution to the Jewish question could be completed. On August 15, 1938, a few months after Austria's annexation by Germany, in the immediate wake of the Conference on Refugees in Evian, several days before German troops entered Sudetenland, and in the middle of a rearmament boom that had led to a labor shortage, the directors of the Archiv für Auswanderungswesen declared that because Germany didn't have enough workers at its disposal, the country would soon have to decide whether to repatriate German émigrés. In reaction to an anti-Semitic incident, they noted, "It cannot be denied that since the World War, the extent and effects of ever-growing migration of ever larger masses of people, we recall the massive migration of Greek, Turkish, Bulgarian, Armenian, and Assyrian refugees as part of exchanges of populations, have consistently been underestimated." In the next issue, the journal's editors published a translation of a speech by the Liberal member of British Parliament, Arthur Salter, on how to solve the Jewish emigrant question. Drawing on the example of Greece, Salter argued that Jewish refugees should be permanently settled in British colonies. The Greek experience, he claimed, had shown, first, that large numbers of refugees could be quickly resettled in new communities, and second, that government action was necessary to ensure the success of such resettlements. On August 6, 1939, amid German and Italian negotiations over the resettlement of some 200,000 Germans in southern Tyrol, Switzerland's Neue Zürcher Zeitung newspaper ran an editorial on what it called the modern migration of peoples. It wrote, "The resettlement measures in southern Tyrol have directed attention to a problem that crops up constantly in the Balkans and Asia Minor. But because the populations concerned are more or less at a primitive level, the public hasn't paid them much mind." For instance, the paper wrote, people had barely noticed that in 1939 alone, 3,100 Turks from Romania and 11,290 from Bulgaria had returned to Turkey as part of a plan that the government in Ankara had been programmatically pursuing for years, guided by the experience of the Greek-Turkish exchange of populations. The positive effect of this bitter but promising beginning, the paper claimed, was that both states have a more unified population, and relations between them had improved. Around the same time, Italian radio commented that a German-Italian agreement would solve the problem of the German population in Alto Adige, southern Tyrol, just as Greece and Turkey solved one of the thorniest minority problems of the post-war era in 1923. Hitler and Mussolini, the radio report continued, would now resolve the southern Tyrol question, albeit with far greater statesmanlike discretion. The Hellenization of Salonika, 1923 to 1943. The war Greece had so brashly declared on Turkey ended in a disaster. By 1921, it was clear to the aggressors that they would lose the conflict and have to beat a costly retreat. With no hope of victory left, troop morale collapsed, and the desire to compensate by going after defenseless victims increased. In this frame of mind, Greek soldiers carried out a pogrom in Salonika in the summer of 1921, burning down a number of houses and murdering 200 Jews and Muslims. A little later, in 1922, Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos issued unambiguous instructions for how to handle Greece's defeat. Now that the idea of the largest possible Greater Greece has broken down, we can only secure the borders of Greater Greece by making Macedonia and Western Thrace not only politically, but also ethnically Greek. Life in Salonika fundamentally changed with the Greek-Turkish Treaty on the Exchange of Populations in January 1923 and the subsequent agreement between Greece and Bulgaria the following year. As a result of those two deals, around 1.5 million destitute people needing resettlement arrived in Greece. But the government in Athens proved utterly incapable of giving the refugees, who mainly settled in the north, what they needed to be self-sufficient. Theoretically, the property of 350,000 expelled Muslims and Bulgarians stood at their disposal. But 2/3 of those assets had in fact been strewn about and seized by established Greeks before the refugees even got to the country. What was at the time the relatively generous loan of £14 million organized by Nansen to resettle people in Greece was largely embezzled or used for other purposes. After the Athens government had spent most of the money and succeeded in getting advance payment of future installments, the creditors had had enough. Greece is building a large and complicated organization that spends more annually on wages and general costs than it does on helping the settlers, wrote one observer, adding that the gigantic administrative sums stood in no relation to quality and performance. Most refugees were simply left to fend for themselves and became dissatisfied and angry members of the proletariat. This climate of incompetence and corruption encouraged malevolent jealousy of Salonika's Jews, who had been living in the city for more than 500 years. In the eyes of the ethnic Greek newcomers, Jews were foreigners who had no business being there. For the city, the resettlement program meant that 100,000 Greeks from Asia Minor, Bulgaria, and eastern Thrace arrived, while 20,000 Muslims and Bulgarians departed. According to the 1928 census, 250,000 people, including 60,000 Jews, lived in Salonika, whereas as recently as 1912 Greeks had only made up 18% of the city's population. They now represented a majority of 75.5%. By contrast, Jews, who had accounted for 60% of Salonika's inhabitants, now made up less than a quarter. The result of the forced resettlement of 1923 to 24 was the Hellenization of Greece's newly acquired territories. If 10 years previously Jews had been the connecting element between various groups within the population, they were now, after the disappearance of other groups, the final concrete irritant in a largely homogeneous but uncertain and miserably run national state. Jews are not Greeks. Despite their decreased prominence, Jews still had considerable influence on the economy of Salonika and the Greek province of Macedonia. That was something many Greeks wanted to change as quickly as possible. In 1919, they switched the official market day from Sunday to Saturday as a way of shutting out Jewish competition. In 1922 and 1923, the city administration forced all Jewish port workers to give up their long-term jobs to the benefit of Greeks. In 1923, 2 Jewish junk dealers were sentenced to death and executed in the face of protests for allegedly sabotaging the municipal telephone grid. In the summer of 1924, the Greek parliament passed a law forbidding people to work on Sundays. Their intention was to economically damage the Jews and the Muslims still living in Western Thrace. The justification for this measure went as follows: no one wants to discriminate against anybody. With the proposed law, we are trying to improve our citizens' quality of life. To that end, the parliamentary duties also decided to require that account books, contracts, bills, and other commercial paperwork be written in modern Greek, a language many of Salonika's Jews spoke not at all or poorly. The same law banned business signs and letterhead in Hebrew lettering. Step by step, the promoters of Greek nationalist interests reduced Jews' sphere of economic activity and subjected them to increasing harassment, thereby achieving their true end, making those affected ask whether they should emigrate. In 1924, Henry Morgenthau, then U.S. consul in Salonika, described the effects of the state and social discrimination against Jews. The well-to-do of the Jewish population of Salonika, who have always accepted heavy sacrifices in favor of the community and its institutions, are themselves absorbed in very serious economic problems. That which formed the rich class of our population has, to a large extent, emigrated as a consequence of the fire of 1917 or the economic situation of the town. New anti-Jewish laws, the virulent anti-Semitism of Greek refugees, and finally, the Great Depression prompted further waves of emigration. With most immigration to the U.S. on hold, Salonika's Jewish émigrés often headed for France or Palestine, with the latter receiving more than 5,600 migrants between 1932 and 1938. Since 1927, the right-wing extremist Greek National Union, Ethniki Enosis Hellas, had been gaining influence. Its members were mainly recruited from the uprooted Greeks who had been forcibly resettled and then abandoned by the state. On June 29, 1931, 2,000 members of this ultra-nationalist organization came together in the Jewish Campbell district, which had been built after the devastating fire of 1917, and launched a pogrom. They set buildings on fire, beat and injured Jews, and looted whatever they could get their hands on. Ultimately, 2 Jews were killed and 220 families left homeless. The local press and leading politicians justified the violence, depicting Jews as rootless cosmopolitans and traitors with no national loyalties. In 1934, Prime Minister Venizelos, who had just lost a re-election bid, summed up the Greek resentment. The Jews of Salonika are Jewish, not Greek patriots. They have closer connections to the Turks than to us. For that reason, I will not allow Jews to influence Greek politics. 7 years before the German Wehrmacht invaded Greece, Venizelos scapegoated Jews as traitors who favored Greece's archenemy, Turkey. To drive home his message, he reiterated, "Jews are not Greeks and don't feel like Greeks." On January 24, 1933, Venizelos offered to stop his political party's vicious anti-Semitic campaigning if Jews would renounce the right to vote they had worked so hard for in the past. As far back as 1920, his ruling liberals had restricted Salonika's Jews to voting in 4 special, separate polling stations to protect Christians. Venizelos had lost that election, even though he had had votes from 2 of those polling stations declared invalid because of alleged irregularities. In slightly different forms, electoral manipulation to the detriment of Jews recurred in 1923, 1926, and 1928 parliamentary elections. Venizelos and newspapers affiliated with his party accused Jews of undermining all of Greece's national endeavors. They printed headlines calling on people to beat the Jews and denigrated Salonika's Jewish population as 60,000 conspirators in the heart of the city and a dangerous and treacherous element. "We have been too indulgent toward the Jews," declared the newspaper Macedonia in 1933. "Jews are the enemies of Greece. They have declared war upon us, and we shall accept their insolent challenge. We shall adopt the necessary attitude toward these odious foreigners, these accursed Jews. We have already beaten them once. This time we shall exterminate them completely." It's difficult to say what the newspaper meant when it wrote, "We have already beaten them once," but it could have been a reference to the fire of 1917, which mainly affected the Jewish quarter. Between 1913 and 1940, the Greek state constantly increased the tempo of Salonika's Hellenization, and the main political power behind this development came not from monarchist circles or the authoritarian general Ioannis Metexas, who seized power in 1935. The politics of ethnic cleansing and the plan to strip Jews of their rights was part of the platform of the liberal Republican pro-British Party of National Progress, led by Venizelos, who served multiple terms as both prime minister and leader of the opposition. Despite everything, Jews who remained in Salonika succeeded in defending their economic advantages until 1941. But then the Greek majority made up for lost ground and became determined to get rid of even the last of the city's Jews. Jews flee to France. With the United States having closed its borders, many Europeans forced to emigrate dreamed of France. Some 70,000 Eastern European Jews and 15,000 from Greece and the French Maghreb settled in Paris during the 1920s. Together with those who had moved there before 1914, there were more newly arrived Jews in France than Jews who had been in the country long term. Compared to the rest of Europe, France was fairly welcoming toward the suffering and the displaced. Of 60,000 people who escaped Hitler's Germany in 1933, France accepted 25,000, more than 20,000 of them Jews. Large numbers of refugees followed in subsequent years, from the Saar region in 1935, from German-dominated Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939, and from Belgium in 1940, where thousands of Jews fled the approaching Wehrmacht. By the time Germany occupied France in the summer of 1940, 55,000 Jewish refugees from parts of Central Europe, conquered or threatened by Nazi Germany, had crossed the French border. Many of them traveled on to other countries. In the same period, some 20,000 Jews from Poland, Lithuania, Romania, and Hungary came to France. All told, they were a minority among the masses of people who found refuge in France between the world wars. Tens of thousands of Armenians came from the Ottoman Empire and were followed by hundreds of thousands from Soviet Russia, Fascist Italy, and later Hitler's Germany and Franco's Spain. More than 2 million migrants also came to France from the Iberian Peninsula, Southeast Europe, and Poland. Between 1919 and 1940, 650,000 foreigners were naturalized, and most of the rest were registered and given residence permits. But some 10,000 lived in France illegally. Eastern European Jews stuck out as particularly foreign. Poor and pious, they clung to their traditions and spoke Yiddish or Ladino. How many there were, how many simply disappeared, how many managed to get to the U.S., and how many arrived to take their place, no one knows. But by 1940, it is certain that 50,000 foreign, mostly stateless Jews took advantage of the possibility, available in France since 1927, to become naturalized citizens in relatively uncomplicated fashion. Many French people felt threatened by this group's will to better their social lot. Their high visibility in Paris stoked anti-Semitism, especially during the Depression, which first became noticeable in France in 1931 and which had still not been fully overcome in 1940. While not typical of the majority of French, a 1936 pamphlet titled L'Invasion Juive by the anti-Semite Henri Robert Petit suggested a change in the public mood. Petit wrote, "Just look at how they parade around our boulevards with their hooked noses, fleshy lips, and kinky hair, babbling Jewish jargon. Just look at all those Semitic examples who slunk out of their ghettos and have come to take away your homes and jobs and rob you of your money and your future. These Jews are the masters of our country. They rule France." As outbursts of resentment became more frequent, if rarely so virulent, the French government reacted with restrictive legislation. From 1934 onward, immigration offices coupled residence permits for asylum seekers with a prohibition on working. The change was made in part after pressure from the socialist and communist trade union associations. Artisans, small merchants, and self-employed people were even more hostile toward refugees, particularly Jewish ones. In June 1933, representatives from the Chambers of Commerce in Colmar and Metz characterized the latter as veritable pustules on the body of our economy. In November of the following year, Lionel Detaste, a member of the parliament who had drifted right from the left-wing Republican camp, demanded that the many foreigners active as merchants in France be subjected to closer examination, since, in his eyes, many of them engaged in crooked business deals. Fears for their jobs among people who worked in traditional trades further fueled anti-Semitism. In 1937, France closed its borders to all Jewish refugees who didn't have German passports, including Polish Jews who had lived for years in Germany. And on May 2, 1938, legislators allowed the government to deport all illegal immigrants to their countries of origin. On November 12th of that year, 3 days after the Night of Broken Glass, Kristallnacht, in Germany, the French government announced that it would construct holding camps for stateless refugees. With large numbers of refugees of various types coming in from its fascist neighbors, Nazi Germany, Mussolini's Italy, and Franco's Spain, otherwise liberal France felt compelled to take such a step. When socialist Léon Blum, was elected prime minister in a Popular Front government in April 1936, explicit and latent anti-Semitic sentiment found a perfect polarizing figure. Blum was France's first Jewish head of government. He came from a wealthy family and appointed a number of Jewish ministers in both of the governments he headed between 1936 and 1938. Tolerated by the French Communist Party, he eased several of the restrictions upon refugees, gave legal amnesty to Jews who had fled Nazi Germany, and helped them obtain residence permits. Despite the continuing economic depression, Blum's government reduced the standard working week from 48 to 40 hours and instituted paid vacation and better pensions. Right-wing nationalists excoriated Blum's two short-lived cabinets as the essence of Jewish Bolshevist treason. As a wealthy socialite who enjoyed luxury, Blum perfectly fit the stereotype of the Jewish Bolshevist plutocrat. In L'Action Française newspaper, he was depicted as an agent of alternately Berlin, Moscow, London, or New York's Jewish community, a traitor who would drive France to ruin, betray it to international financial Jewry, or drive the country into the war Hitler so badly wanted and needed. The war, French nationalists argued, would be fought by non-Jewish Frenchmen at the expense of France and on behalf of Blum's brothers in faith, who were being persecuted in Germany. The Action Française accused Blum of following his racial instincts and acting as an accomplice and sorcerer's apprentice pushing for France's demise. On July 4, 1936, the right-wing extremist city councilman Louis Darquier de Pellepoix bemoaned that France would immediately be sold down the river. Jews were everywhere, he complained, telling people that they should be on their guard against rootless and restive Jews and their international agents, who were driving France into political anarchy and putting it under the thumb of rapacious financial capital. The country, he warned, was on the verge of being enslaved and stultified. In 1942, Darquier de Pellepoix would succeed the notorious Xavier Vallat as Commissioner General for Jewish Questions in the Vichy government. Vallat had greeted Blum in the French Parliament on June 6, 1936, with the words, "Your appearance, Mr. President, undoubtedly marks a historic caesura. For the first time, this venerable Gallic Roman country will be ruled by a Jew, a sharp-tongued student of the Talmud." On February 17, 1942, Vallat got into a spat with Adolf Eichmann's deputy Theodor Dannecker, in which the former claimed to have been the first to become anti-Semitic. He wrote of that exchange, "I reminded Dannecker that I was old enough to be his father, and that for that reason I had been an anti-Semite for far longer than he had. I told him that if he had the slightest inkling of France's political history before Germany's invasion, a comment to which he reacted defensively, then he would realize that I was known, rightly or wrongly, as the only consistently anti-Semitic parliamentary deputy." Protectionists stripped Jewish immigrants of their rights. In France's case, the objections to Jews that had been gradually becoming more and more frequent since the turn of the century were based less on traditional stereotypes than on fears of what was perceived as uncontrolled immigration, augmented by the Great Depression and France's long-standing tendency toward protectionism. Exemplifying the anxiety were the protests of French medical and law students, doctors and lawyers. They had long targeted foreign Jews who were studying in France or trying to get their qualifications recognized and become French citizens. This protest movement increasingly gained momentum. It is worth mentioning that as a law student, future French President François Mitterrand took part in the protests in 1935 and was a member of anti-Jewish nationalist organizations. Later, as a socialist leader in France, he avoided talking about France's partial cooperation with its German occupiers and the anti-Jewish laws that were decreed by the French government and enforced by a large number of French officials. He also made sure that the archives remained shut. His conservative successor, Jacques Chirac, was the first to break the silence. Since 1892, a detailed French law had regulated conditions under which foreign candidates were allowed to take their medical exams and earn doctorates. Initially, Doctors' Association representatives and medical students welcomed the strict formal standards, thinking it would be difficult for foreigners to meet them. When that proved not to be the case, steps were taken to make it harder and harder for foreign students to matriculate. Nonetheless, despite the obstacles, the proportion of Jewish students at French medical schools rose from 9 to 19% between 1900 and 1935. Limits on the number of Jews allowed to study at universities in Hungary, Romania, and Poland during the 1920s, together with anti-Semitic harassment by German and Austrian students, had driven many of those discriminated against to move to France. A provision in France's immigration law of 1927 allowing those with a degree from a French university to receive French citizenship after only a year and to practice their professions without restrictions also drew people to the country. The provision was intended to further the cause of integration, but amid the economic crisis after 1930, it elicited protests from demonstrators demanding La France pour les Français. Over the course of the 1930s, the French government and French legislators amended the law several times. Ultimately, people who were recently naturalized, naturalisés de fraîche date, were degraded to citizens with lesser rights. These people were also called métèques, after the ancient Greek word metikos, meaning resident foreigners without political rights. In 1934, the French state imposed a 10-year moratorium on newly naturalized citizens working in the civil service or as lawyers. French doctors felt they were being given a short shrift, although the previous year they had succeeded in getting a 5-year ban imposed on new French citizens working in certain medical professions. In 1935, the government under French Premier Pierre Laval instituted binding quotas for artisans and merchants. Laval had begun his political career before the First World War as a socialist, but had moved step by step to the right, entering into National Socialist terrain. For a few months in 1940, and from 1942 to 1944, he served as the head of the Vichy government. As was also the case in other countries, politicians, students, and representatives of various professions in 1920s France discovered what was often called the academic proletariat, a growing army of potentially unemployed university graduates. Because state and religion were officially separated in France, the talk was seldom explicitly about Jews. But Jews were meant, for instance, when in March 1935, Victor Balthazar, the director of the Paris Medical Academy, warned, "In 5 years, there will be 500 Romanian doctors living in our country and practicing in our cities. How many will there be in 10 years if we do not quickly ward off this danger?" Balthazar had the religious affiliations of his Romanian students checked and found out that 377 of 436 were Israelites. It was no accident that he focused on Romania. More than 7 decades previously, the French government had offered people from the nascent state of Romania special privileges, including the chance to study in France, because they were military allies who spoke a related language. Balthazar asked, was the French government thinking of legions of Jews in 1857 and 1866 when they granted Romanians special rights? Balthazar strictly distinguished between mid-19th century Romanians and Jews who today are Romanian citizens, or at least purport to be. One of his colleagues wrote to a medical journal, "We need to be frank and acknowledge that the matriculation limit is directed against Jews. Romania reserves its universities for students from the Romanian people. Others go wherever they can. Yesterday Romanians came. Today come Jews, who tomorrow will be French citizens, and doctors in France, and the day after tomorrow it will be the Bolshevists. On April 21, 1933, the French Parliament ordered that in future a maximum of 10 Maghreb or Romanian candidates would be allowed to study medicine per year. Otherwise, foreigners were only admitted to medical departments if they had completed their high school education in France. But in the mind of the French medical community, these measures didn't offer sufficient protection against unwanted competition. On the contrary, they only amplified demands for further protection. In 1935, lobbyists for French doctors succeeded, despite a shortage of physicians in Algeria and the French colonies, protectorates, and mandate areas, in getting non-French doctors banned from working in those places. As a result, the number of foreign Jewish medical students was halved by the mid-1930s. Representatives of the Medical Guild also demanded that fewer foreigners be naturalized, arguing, as a friend and advisor to French families, a French doctor has to have a French name, French sensibilities, and a French heart. In 1919, some 150,000 Jews lived in France. By 1940, their numbers were estimated at 320,000. Only around a third came from families with French roots dating back to 1870 or earlier. Unlike Eastern European Jewish immigrants, the refugees who had arrived since 1933 from Central Europe were well assimilated into their native lands and had little contact with either the older French Jews or the Eastern European and Levantine immigrants. When the Wehrmacht marched into Paris on June 14, 1940, France's Jews lived in numerous separate groups, divided by geographic origin, social status, and political convictions. The number of Jews in France increased fivefold between 1890 and 1940, in contrast to Germany, where after 1900, despite the migration of Eastern European Jews, it remained constant and even declined slightly in the late 1920s. The rapid rise of anti-Semitism in Republican France might thus be interpreted as a byproduct of the discrimination against and displacement of Jews in countries like Germany, Poland, Lithuania, Romania, and Hungary, which forced hundreds of thousands of poor and impoverished Jews to flee to France. The bans on Jewish immigrants instituted by overseas countries like the U.S. also meant more Jewish refugees trying to get into France and more animosity toward them. Economic hardship and war only bolstered these trends. The government in Nazi Germany followed these developments with satisfaction. In the memo, The Jewish Question as a Factor of German Foreign Policy, the German Foreign Ministry told all its foreign offices in January 1939, the poorer and thus more burdensome the Jewish immigrant is for the country to which he goes, the more vigorous the host country's reaction will be, and the more desirable and effective for German propagandistic interests. Such immigration would call forth the resistance of established populations, teach the citizens of other countries what the Jewish threat was all about, and create a wave of anti-Semitism. Civil servants in Berlin considered other countries' criticism of Germany's exclusion of Jews a transitional phenomenon and an example of misguided pity. The explicitly stated goal of German foreign policy and policy toward Jews was the establishment of a Jewish reservation somewhere in the world, although not in Palestine. Forbidden hatred in the Soviet Union. During the Russian Civil War, nationalist Ukrainians and other groups justified the mass murder of Jews by claiming that they were killing communists and their henchmen. Soldiers from the Red Army also carried out pogroms, but they were far less frequent. Mostly they left Jews in peace. For this reason, hundreds of thousands of Jews joined the Soviets. It was their one and only alternative, in the words of political scientist Zvi Gittelman, their only hope of escaping total physical eradication. Historian Matthias Vetter describes the situation in similar terms. Before Jews allowed themselves to be killed as purported Bolsheviks, they preferred to join the Bolsheviks. In a posthumous fragment, Isaac Babel speculated that specific psychological needs drove young Jews to seek out the Red Army: the hunger for friendship and camaraderie, and the satisfying feeling of protection and loyalty among comrades. These, wrote Babel, were the best of all human qualities, which Jews had been denied for so long. In contrast to the nationalist, monarchistic, and openly anti-Semitic forces marauding around in the Russian Civil War, the Soviet state at least guaranteed Jews physical safety and legal equality, if not the security of their property. In the wake of the Menshevik February Revolution of 1917, all the restrictions on Jews' residence, careers, and educational possibilities were done away with. The Bolshevik Revolution the following October continued this trend. Because Jews rarely belonged to revolutionary, politically privileged classes of workers and farmers, Bolsheviks thought they should be given new normalized types of work. Individual artisans became industrial laborers, merchants became farmers, and upwardly mobile bourgeoisie became reliable state officials. With that, and with the end of class conflict in a harmonized society of assimilated equals, Bolsheviks believed, anti-Jewish hatred would automatically disappear, having been cast upon the Marxist dung heap of history. That was Lenin's theory, at least. He considered anti-Semitism a repulsive remnant from the old days of serfdom and pitch-black ignorance, although with one qualification. Among Russian Jews, as is also the case for all nations, there are kulaks, exploiters, and capitalists.
Enjoy this free audiobook as a moment of peace. Let yourself unwind with the music. And thank you for taking the time to watch.
Lenin cautioned. Anti-Semitism may have been officially forbidden and punishable, but it was by no means overcome. It continued to exist in semi-concealment in the former Pale of Settlement, the Ukrainian and Belarusian parts of the Soviet Union, which were quickly occupied by German troops in 1941. Because Jews appeared as major and minor revolutionary leaders and executors of the Kremlin's will, prejudices that had become obsolete in the western part of the Soviet Union were replaced with more modern ones. For the first time, the age-old dissatisfaction with Russian central authorities was transferred to Jews and associated with the hatred of communism, which had been so destructive for so many people. The bogeyman of the Jewish Bolshevist was born, and combined in the popular imagination with anti-Semitic stereotypes from the Tsarist era. The Jewish problem of too much success. Under the new political circumstances, Jews' social status quickly changed, albeit not in the normalizing sense Bolshevik authorities would have liked. Socialist regulations concerning property, the soon-to-be unprecedentedly bloated state apparatus, and the educational mobilization of a population considered backward swiftly altered the structure of the country. Moreover, the Soviet wielders of power fired, deported, displaced, or killed members of the old elite. Millions of people were suddenly called upon to use their brains rather than their proletarian fists. The state urgently needed capable heads to set up, manage, and rationalize the legal system, schools, businesses, administrative bodies, newspapers, and factories. Gentile proletarians, navy men, and farmers were rarely up to the job, no matter how enthusiastic they were about communist ideas for the future. According to party statistics from 1922, Jews represented 5.2% of the membership in Lenin's party, hardly a disproportionate figure. But the leadership was different. Jews made up as much as 30% of the workers' and soldiers' councils, which were elected in the beginning, and, most conspicuously, in the Central Party Committee. At the Leningrad City Conference of the Communist Youth Association on January 5, 1920, everyone who spoke was Jewish. Historian Mikhail Beiser writes, Zinoviev held a speech about the current situation. Schlossmann read out a report from the City Komsomol Committee. Kagan talked about political and organizational questions. Itkina greeted the delegates in the name of the workers, and Sachs represented the Central Committee of the Komsomol. The birth name of Grigory Zinoviev, a close associate of Lenin, was recorded alternately as Hirsch Apfelbaum and as Ovsey Gershon Aronovich Radomilsky. Compared with their Christian countrymen, Jews were better able to make use of the new opportunities. The still smoldering rubble of the old society opened up chances to get ahead, according to Yuri Slezkin, the likes of which had never before been seen anywhere in the world. At the beginning of the communist regime, if not permanently, the Soviet leadership needed Jews because, as a 1926 brochure on fending off anti-Semitism proclaimed, they were hardworking, flexible, inventive, adroit, and alert. In previous years, Lenin had thanked the Jewish element, calling it a pool of rational and literate labor force, whose mobilization had saved the revolution at a difficult time. Since 1918, hundreds of thousands of young Jews in particular fled the shtetl. By 1939, 1.3 million of these people were living in cities that had been off-limits to them before 1917. In the initial years that followed, from 1918 to 1923, 72,000 moved to Petrograd, as of 1924, Leningrad, and Moscow. Whereas the Christian population was only gradually urbanized, by 1939, 87% of Soviet Jews lived in cities. During the short phase of Lenin's semi-liberal new economic policy from 1921 to 1927, many swiftly made names for themselves. Freed from constraints, Jews in 1924 owned 75.4% of Moscow's apothecaries and perfumeries, 48% of its jewelry shops, and 54% of all stores selling manufactured goods. All in all, Jews owned 32% of Moscow's shops. In his book, The Jewish Century, Slezkin illustrated the rise of this minority, comprising only 1.8% of the Soviet population, with a number of enlightening statistics. In 1939, 17.1% of all university students in Moscow were Jewish. The comparable figure in Leningrad was 19%, in Kharkiv 24.6%, and Kyiv 35.6%. 6% of Jews graduated from an institute of higher learning, compared with only 0.6% of the general populace. That year, Jews accounted for 15.5% of all the Soviet citizens with higher educations. In absolute terms, their numbers were lower than Russians, but higher than Ukrainians. 33% of all Soviet Jews between the ages of 19 and 24 studied at a university, while only 4.5% of the remaining Soviet population that age did the same. By 1939, 82.5% of all employed Jews working in Leningrad did so in offices. Only 3% of all Soviet nurses, but 19.6% of Soviet doctors came from Jewish families. In Leningrad, Jews accounted for 14.4% of all retail shop employees, but more than 30% of all branch managers, as well as 70% of the city's dentists, 56.6% of its apothecaries, 45% of its defense attorneys, more than 38% of its doctors, 31.3% of its writers, journalists, and publishers, and 24.6% of its musicians. Of all primary school teachers, 1.8% were Jewish, as were 14.1% of all researchers and university professors in the Russian Soviet Republic in 1939. Surveys in the republics of the former Pale revealed that 12.3% of teachers and 32.7% of professors in Ukraine were Jewish, while 8% and 26%, respectively, in Belarus were. Moreover, between 1935 and 1940, 34.8% of the new members of the Russian Writers Association in the Moscow chapter, 85 of 244, were Jews. This high degree of upward social mobility was accompanied, as Soviet authorities desired, by a process of assimilation. Hundreds of thousands of early Jews abandoned their religious and everyday traditions. As early as 1926, 1/3 of Jewish men married Gentile women. New Jewish farmers even raised pigs to demonstrate that they had broken with obsolete religious prohibitions. In the 1939 census, 54.6% of the Soviet Union's 3 million Jews listed Russian and not Yiddish as their native language. In 1926, only 26% had spoken Russian as their mother tongue. In 1937, less than 15% of Jews said that they were religious, compared with 47% of the total population. Some of the answers given in the surveys may have been tactical and thus less than accurate, but they still indicate a trend toward integration. That trend was far more pronounced among young people who had left the former Pale in 1917 than those who stayed behind and would be subjected to German domination. From traditional to Soviet anti-Semitism. Besides Jewish participation in the Soviet leadership, disproportionate numbers of cultural elites and state functionaries also came from their midst. This applies to both the civilian sectors of the state apparatus and the Secret Service and other repressive institutions. As a rule, those who had moved up in society no longer saw themselves as Jews, but rather as Soviet citizens. If they spoke of Jews at all, it was as the Jews, in the third person, as though they didn't belong to that group. Countless Gentile farmers, office clerks, and agricultural and factory workers saw things differently, as this sampling of sentiments documented by post office censors in Leningrad demonstrates. The Jewish dominance is absolute. October 1924. The whole press is in the hands of the Jews. June 1925. The Jews, for the most part, live extremely well. Everything, from trade to state employment, is in their hands. September 1925. Every child knows that the Soviet government is a Jewish government. September 1925. In his diary in 1924, Mikhail Bulgakov caricatured a group of people he considered would-be writers as stale, slavish Soviet riffraff with a thick Jewish admixture. In August of 1926, the government's Agitprop division reported to the Secretariat of the Communist Party's Central Committee the sense that the Soviet regime patronizes the Jews, that it is the Jewish government, that the Jews cause unemployment, housing shortages, college admissions problems, price rises, and commercial speculation. This sense is instilled in the workers by all the hostile elements. If it does not encounter resistance, the wave of anti-Semitism threatens to become, in the very near future, a serious political question. Since 1917, Anatoly Lunacharsky had served as the head of the People's Commissariat for Education. In 1929, Stalin removed him from that post and made him the Soviet ambassador to the League of Nations. After his death in 1933, his name was expunged from the history of the Bolshevik Party. In 1929, in his final political act, Lunacharsky had published a polemic titled On Anti-Semitism. In it, the decorated, classically educated People's Commissar used a battery of metaphors, allegories, and sentences draped in Marxist platitudes to make one central, critical point. Under Stalin, Soviet anti-Semitism was on the rise. Lunacharsky asked why the anti-Semitism was finding so much resonance, preceded by the censor-mollifying phrase, among counter-revolutionary forces. Perhaps intentionally, he offered a much too optimistic view of the status of Jews in Western Europe. The true target of his words was the disingenuous image of increasingly harmonious and humane coexistence among the various Soviet peoples. In opposition to the Communist Party's whitewashing of social reality, he offered the frank diagnosis that aside from a number of idiots, anti-Semitism played a serious role nowhere in Europe except Russia. Lunacharsky stressed the mercantile abilities with which Jews had succeeded in sowing the seeds of capitalism in countries with primitive, limited peasant cultures. Far from condemning that as a mortal anti-socialist sin, he added, as the cleverest researchers into human development have put forward, the Jews contributed an extraordinary amount to progress. They played a key role in the development of urban culture and in suppressing the backward natural subsistence economy, encouraging artisanship, trade, and the money economy. That was why they had attracted the terrible rage of the peasants and the nationalist lower and middle classes that evolved from the peasantry. These were constantly inciting the masses to exterminate the foreigners, who were seen as malicious competitors. In Lunacharsky's historicist and materialist analysis, the Russian intelligentsia envied Jews because they passed tests with flying colors, rose up through the ranks despite the greatest of barriers, and became Jewish dentists, Jewish midwives, and Jewish lawyers. By no means did the advent of Soviet communism solve the problem of anti-Semitism. On the contrary, likely using the kulaks as stand-ins for the entire Russian peasantry, he wrote of primitive, coarse, uneducated kulaks who had no connections whatever abroad and no talent for money. Pointing to a parallel example, he went on to discuss the primitive elements among the Turkmen, Kurdish, or Georgian peasants of the Caucasus. They were not envious of the success of Jewish merchants who, though absent from the region, operated on a large scale elsewhere, but of the Armenians who traded there. In this instance, too, Lunacharsky asserted, agitators whispered in peasants' ears, "Why are you so poor? Why are you suffering, farmer? Because you're being exploited by the Armenian, a foreigner. The devil knows too well where he comes from. He has a different faith, a different language, and a different character. Strike him down." Stalin came from humble circumstances in Georgia. His mother was a serf, his father a shoemaker, prone to violence, who had tried to make his way as a small-time producer with 10 employees, but had been unable to balance his books and had eventually succumbed to alcoholism. Small wonder, then, that Stalin himself was anti-Semitic. Ultimately, Lunacharsky opposed Jewish assimilation, arguing that Jews should retain their own character and that a Russian-Jewish marriage should be concluded. At the end of his brochure and its warning, he cited remarks he claimed to have heard from Lenin and Maxim Gorky. With great joy, we observe the enormous growth of Russian-Jewish marriages. This is the correct path. Our Slavic blood has always had a great deal of peasant malt. It is thick and copious, but it flows somewhat sluggishly, and our whole biological rhythm is a bit rural. On the other hand, the blood of our Jewish comrades flows swiftly. For that reason, let us mix our blood and in this fruitful mixture find the human type that carries within the blood of Jewish people like a precious 1,000-year-old wine. Yet all the proclamations and enlightening publications did not wipe out the anti-Semitism of those who were supposed to be turned into new men by a conscious political avant-garde. On the contrary, anti-Semitism grew in strength and spread to the state leadership in the 1930s. In 1926, Yuri Larin, the leading functionary responsible for Jewish issues, concluded with disappointment that anti-Semitism has taken hold of broad masses of working people. In 1929, he wrote, "The difference between Soviet anti-Semitism and the pre-revolutionary variant resides in the fact that before the revolution, anti-Semitism was almost unknown among workers. Old enmities drew fresh strength from new social circumstances." Larin, born Mikhail Alexandrovich Luria, came from Simferopol and was part of those circles that acted as if they had always been Russian. One of his tasks was to recruit Jews to establish agricultural colonies. At first he tried to pursue this in southern Ukraine and Crimea, but was soon forced to give up after meeting resistance from Russian, Ukrainian, and Tatar natives. While constantly feuding among themselves, these groups were united in their hostility toward Jews. After the attempts to resettle Jews were quashed by the local rural populace, the ostensible revolutionary subject, the Soviet leadership decided to found a Jewish Soviet republic in the inhospitable region of Birobidjan. The region was located in the far east of Russia, just before Vladivostok, near the Chinese border. Larin, who died in 1932, devoted all his energy to this project. But, he acknowledged, with its eternally frozen soil, swamps, insect plagues, floods, temperatures of -40 degrees, and cultural isolation, he wrote, Birobidjan was not a completely suitable place for such human material as city dwellers who were trying out agriculture for the first time. In the end, only a few thousand Jewish colonists were ever settled there, a historically insignificant number. Nonetheless, the plan remains remarkable for its similarities to other ideas from Western Europe about sending Jews to Palestine or Madagascar or other places as peripheral as possible to the West. The initial idea was to relocate 100,000 Jewish families, around 500,000 people, and to reforge at least some of these intellectual and mercantile people into muscular farmers and perspiring tractor drivers. In 1926, authorities set the ambitious goal of transferring 20% of all employed Jews into agriculture. But by 1939, only 5.8% of Soviet Jews labored as kolkhoz, collective farmers, compared with almost half the remaining Soviet population. There was only one successful transformation. As private trade largely disappeared, Jewish merchants became civil servants, branch directors, and the heads of state offices in charge of ensuring the populace was supplied with the necessities. In their role as administrators, they often took the blame for the shortages caused by the Soviet economy and for diversions of commodities from private consumption to the state industrialization program. In 1931, Belarusian communists complained that the only reason Jews were trained as specialists was that they were such lousy workers. In Crimean factories, new Jewish workers were first hassled because of their accents and then severely harassed because they were always trying to get ahead. Even more prone than workers to attacking Jewish colleagues because of their greater intellectual flexibility were students, especially in Ukraine. A letter to the editor published in the summer of 1926 by the Chervnyony Steppe newspaper read, "Who is being educated in our universities? A bunch of Jews. They wrote the entrance exams so that no farmer would be admitted. Everywhere you look, there are Jews. If we had a People's Republic of Ukraine, this would not be the case." Apparently, the author saw Petluria's short-lived Ukrainian nationalist state, including its frequent pogroms, as a preferable alternative to Soviet rule. In 1926, Moshe Reivs, a prominent pre-revolutionary Jewish socialist workers' representative and later a functionary within the Jewish department of the Communist Party, summarized some of the anti-Jewish attitudes of his time. Jews are more cultivated than Russians and push them aside everywhere. They refuse to do simple labor. They aspire to positions of command and higher salaries. In August 1928, Larin talked with Moscow workers about what had become virulent anti-Semitism. He wanted to hear their perspective. They cited, along with the pre-modern stereotypes of Jews considering themselves a chosen people and practicing bizarre rituals, a litany of the same complaints. Jews refused to do hard physical work, pursued their careers, forged their grades to gain admission to university, were immediately given places to live, and never had to stand in line. Overall, Larin was told, the Jewish bourgeoisie has made itself comfortable in Moscow. This sort of anti-Semitism was not accompanied by a fundamental critique of the Soviet system. On the contrary, it can be seen as a specific form of identification with Soviet rule. This is reflected in observations passed back by the German consulate in Kiev to Berlin in 1926. Among the people, it is often said that we want to get along with the Soviets, but without Jews. As Matthias Vetter determined, in the Soviet Union, too, Jews appeared as the winners of modernization and a privileged nation that produced socially successful individuals, careerists, and functionaries. Popular anti-Semitism lived on behind the veil of socialist equality. On the one hand, it picked up on anti-Jewish resentment from the Tsarist period, and on the other, it functioned as a reaction to the confusion of the revolution, as well as the massive dawning of modernism in Russian history and the existential crises that entailed. Drawing support from official policies of egalitarianism, employed Russians developed a socialist anti-Semitism that helped them cope with collective feelings of inferiority and disappointments concerning the revolution. The masses of people who suffered from production shortages and limitations on consumption looked for and found scapegoats, and that was useful to the Soviet leadership in the 1930s. The October Revolution had redistributed opportunities with little regard to people's wishes. Hundreds of thousands of Jews seized their chance. Consequently, to follow Schleskin, a problem arose in the Soviet Union of Jews having too much success. As in non-dictatorial countries, the question in the Soviet Union became what should happen when better school policy made the majority, the other Soviet peoples, and in particular the Russians, better educated, and those people began demanding the top positions. To allow communist leaders to incorporate anti-Semitism, which seemingly could not be eradicated, but which encouraged general social solidarity, into their own dogma, Lenin found it opportune to speak of a Jewish bourgeoisie or petite bourgeois deviations, while discreetly pointing out the non-proletarian and non-agricultural roots of most Jews. Moreover, it was entirely keeping with Stalin's theory of socialism in one country to invent a new nationalism dominated by Russia. Although they were known as a nation within the Soviet Union, Jews did not have a clearly demarcated territory, as others did. Thus, they were also considered a minority, connected across borders with Jews in the Western world in cosmopolitan and Zionist fashion. That situation would prove perilous. It may have sounded harmless when Stalin proclaimed in 1930 that the October Revolution fills the hearts of Russian workers with the feeling of revolutionary national pride. But the Soviet supreme leader was soon to narrow his definition of nation, and he stopped talking about the conjoining of various nations into the Soviet Union in favor of speaking of the Russian people. By 1936 at the latest, the feudal, Russian Orthodox, militaristic, and cultural legacy of Russia was being promoted as a source of confident patriotism. It extended from Peter the Great to Joseph Stalin, from the pro-Russian Ukrainian freedom fighter and butcher of Jews Bohdan Khmelnytsky to Budyonny's Red Cavalry, from Modest Mussorgsky's turgid national operas to patriotic socialist realism. On February 1, 1931, Pravda declared that all the peoples of the Soviet Union were Soviet patriots to the same degree, but that the Russian people were the first among equals because of their outstanding historical role. There was no place for Jews in this cult of all things Russian. The injustice, violence, and pogroms that had been visited on them disappeared in the glare of sanitized national history. Ultimately, in late 1943, during the Great War for the Fatherland, the Soviet leadership replaced Internationale, which had been the national anthem of the Soviet Union, with a new one. It began with the lines, "An unbreakable union of free republics, great Russia has welded forever to stand." Jewish Russian journalist Vasily Grossman interpreted this transition as a consequence of the Soviet victory in Stalingrad, which gave Stalin the chance to openly declare an ideology of nationalism. In December 1932, the Soviet government introduced universal personal identity cards that contained information about the holder's nationality. Russian security services maintained files with identical data and passport photos. Whatever the original purpose of the ID cards may have been, the information allowed authorities to treat people of different nationalities differently. From then on, a glance was all that was needed to distinguish between a Russian and a non-Russian. People living within the Soviet Union who were members of other nations and who were thereby suspicious included Poles, Germans, Tatars, Greeks, and Koreans. Starting in the later 1930s, they were subject to systematic resettlement. Parallel to repressive programs of nationalization, there was also a strict Russification regime. Thousands of non-Russian schools and cultural institutions disappeared within a few months, and Soviet citizens who previously used the Latin, Arabic, or Hebrew alphabets were forced to write in Cyrillic. This was not only an instance of repression, it also manifested a will to modernize. Initially, the language a person spoke and the information he himself provided were sufficient to officially establish a person's nationality. But on April 2, 1938, a testing procedure came into force that was only acknowledged internally. Now a person's nationality was no longer determined by what he said, but by his parents' ethnicity. If one's parents are Germans, Poles, etc., the person being registered cannot be classified as Russian, Belarusian, etc., irrespective of where they were born, how long they have lived in the USSR, and whether they have changed their citizenship, etc. The edict explicitly stated that people's last names could be cited as reasons for reviewing that person's nationality. That stipulation, particularly, if not exclusively, affected people with names like Eisenstadt, Gubelmann, and Shapiro. By 1938, almost all Yiddish newspapers and publishing houses were forced to close, just like the majority of Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Tatar ones. It was the start of an era in which the Soviet terror apparatus used affiliations with Bundism, after the Jewish Socialist Party Bund, Jewish nationalism, and Zionism, to decide whether undesirables would live or die. While some functionaries in this apparatus came from Jewish backgrounds, and state terror could theoretically strike anyone, those who were born Russians had the least to fear. If we consider the Soviet Union's tendency to think in black and white, friend or foe terms, the nationalist turn of the 1930s would have bolstered anti-Semitism even without any accompanying propaganda. While the nationalist totalitarian movement in Western Europe increasingly adopted socialist elements in its political philosophy, the situation was reversed in the Soviet Union. Stalin increasingly stabilized the inherently unstable edifice of socialism with nationalist and pan-Slavic cement. German historian Jörg Baborowski calls 1937 the year of social and 1938 the year of ethnic cleansing. Jews were subjected to both. 1936. Massive terror and a change of elites. The prehistory to these developments was the conflict in the Soviet leadership of the late 1920s between the group around Stalin and the soon-to-be-defeated leftist opposition around Leon Trotsky, Lev Kamenev, and Grigory Zinoviev, who all came from Jewish families. Soviet propaganda may have stopped short of using Nazi language like treacherous Jews or Jewish subhumans, but otherwise the whole repertoire of anti-Semitic stereotypes was trotted out during the major show trials from 1936 to 1938. Pravda and Izvestia wrote of the venal Judases around Trotsky, the sellers of the people's blood, the despicable hirelings of fascism, the lascivious apprentices of the Gestapo, and the followers of the paramount spy Judas Trotsky, who were attempting to sell our happy, liberated people into slavery. Born in 1904 in Galicia, Austrian-American journalist and writer Wilhelm Sigmund Schlamm, later William S. Schlamm, broke with communist ideology in the 1930s after being a fervent adherent for 15 years. The deciding event was the show trial of Zinoviev and others in Moscow in 1936. A short time later, he published a pamphlet titled Dictatorship of Lies, A Reckoning, in which he analyzed the trial from a distance. Among other things, it was a pogrom, he wrote. It was impossible to ignore the satisfaction with which the obvious Jewish names of some of the defendants, Moises Lurai, Natan Lurai, were popularized beyond every objective necessity for internal Russian consumption. The message was that Jewish socialists in Europe should not be under any more illusions. On the street and in Russia's villages there was plenty of wide-awake or soon-to-be-awakened anti-Semitism. Joseph Stalin was thoroughly aware of such impulses from below. From the very beginning, his robust private war against Trotsky had an anti-Semitic counterpoint. Initially it was soft and in the background. Then it became ever more coarse, until in the end it was unmistakable. From the top down, from the mouths of the court officials and the newspaper editorial boards, it wasn't necessary to say a single word. The effect from below was enormous and unambiguous. Jews. No, Stalin's supporters didn't verbally incite any anti-Jewish hatred, but it's unmistakable where their educational work is headed. And they know full well which sensitive membranes of the Russian body politic need to be poked in order to achieve certain specific effects. They go into great academic detail to combat Trotsky and his friends' theory of perpetual revolution, but especially with the addition of such figures of speech as were used at the trial. Kolkhots, farmers, interpret this foreign-sounding formulation to mean something else entirely, and far simpler. Those Jews, they're always pushing unease, eternal haste, and restlessness. That's Jews for you. But we've finally had enough. We want peace and quiet. We aren't rootless people made of air who can only feel at ease, it's well known, in endless quarrels and fights and Talmudic debating. We are Russian people, and Stalin is one of us. Schlamm's contemporary descriptions accord with what Khrushchev later said about the Stalin era. As the man responsible for building the Moscow metro and other gigantic projects, and later a member of the Central Committee, Khrushchev was in constant contact with Stalin in the 1930s. Khrushchev recalled when Stalin was informed about things being amiss in Aircraft Factory No. 30, where Jewish managers and engineers apparently worked. He said, "We should give cudgels to the good workers in the factory so they can give these Jews a good beating after work." Such remarks could be easily misunderstood as commands, although, according to Khrushchev, the greatest care was taken not to cite Stalin since, as the Soviet leader and main theoretician, he made sure that anti-Semitism never shimmered through in his writings and speeches. When he talked privately, Stalin had no such scruples. In a familiar, exaggerated tone of voice, he would often imitate how Jews spoke. The imitation was often on the level of idle talk by stupid, backward people who despised Jews and ridiculed their peculiarities. But Stalin had fun doing this, and he wasn't bad at it. The deportations and mass executions of the Great Purge from 1936 to 1938 were not directed against Jews per se, but disproportionately affected this group compared to other Soviet nationalities. One reason was the general criteria by which victims were selected: non-proletarian social origins, previous membership in non-Bolshevik parties, and a nationality considered in some sense hostile. Taken together, these criteria applied more to the Jews who were part of the country's elite than to Russians. During the Purge, some 1.5 million people were taken into custody, of whom half were shot on false pretenses, while the other half were sent to camps, where around 200,000 of them died. Among the victims of this so-called cleansing were hundreds of thousands of the Bolshevik Old Guard and socially harmful elements, especially kulaks and members of certain ethnic minorities. State terror was even directed against employees of the NKVD, the main institution of Soviet persecution. In 1936, almost a third of NKVD officers came from Jewish families. By 1938, the figure was down to 4%. Between 1934 and 1939, more than 500,000 mostly young people assumed positions of leadership in the Soviet state, forcing the party itself to become younger. In 1939, a historian, Karl Schlegel, writes, 80.5% of party members had joined after 1923, and a quarter only after 1938. Roughly half came from the working and farming classes, and many moved into leading positions fresh out of university. In 1992, historian Oleg Klivniuk summarized the effects of the Great Purge in a single sentence. The party youth rose meteorically amid the mass repression, and that encouraged their submission toward the leader and their support for the repressions of the Old Guard. Jörg Braberovsky concurs, writing that hundreds of thousands of parvenus were obedient because they owed everything to the death of the Old Guard. The decisions that laid the groundwork for this had been taken at the Central Committee plenum in early 1937. In his opening speech, Stalin spoke about the elimination of the old party elite, and in his concluding address he pointed out that in 1927 the party had only 9,600 members who had graduated college, whereas in 1937 it already had 105,000. The months of the Great Purge can be seen as the second time after the October Revolution that Soviet elites had been replaced. This was made possible by 20 years of forced educational reforms, and it was directed against those who swiftly and in great numbers had risen to lofty positions in the Soviet state. Jews. The replacement of elites necessary for the functioning of the state went hand in hand with the Russian nationalization of the Soviet Union. Both fueled anti-Semitism, which had been at most suppressed by the state. This can be most clearly documented in the period in which inner conflicts should have receded, the years of the Soviet Union's defensive war against Nazi Germany's invasion. On December 29, 1942, a man named I. Lev wrote to Ilya Ehrenburg from the industrial city of Sterlitamak in the southwestern foothills of the Urals. The enormous rise in anti-Semitism in so many parts of the Soviet Union concerns me. Be it in streetcars, trains, or in lines in front of shops, anti-Semitism oozes out of people's conversations. The Jews launder money. Because of them, the price of food is rising. They avoid fighting at the front. They keep us Russians down. During a train journey, a fellow traveler, an engineer at a munitions factory, had taken it upon himself to inform Leff that Jews were, without exception, capitalist speculators and a parasitic tumor on the body of the state. Also in 1942, an unnamed Jewish soldier wrote to Ehrenburg, "Why does everyone hate Jews? Everyone. Everywhere." The author had special experience of what he described. For years, as a passionate Soviet, he had argued against older Jews' insistence that a Goy is always a Goy. His comrades in the Red Army thought he was Russian. For that reason, he experienced unfiltered anti-Semitism in its most horrible form, and was ultimately forced to admit that the old Jews had been right. If he identified himself as a Jew, when someone said something anti-Semitic, he would receive in answer what was meant as a compliment. "You can't be a Jew. Jews are all treacherous scoundrels." At a loss, the soldier asked what he should do amid this sea of resentment and hatred. "Should I wear a sign saying Jew pinned to me?" Several years before Stalin's death, his successor, Khrushchev, told of witnessing a pogrom when he was 12 years old. It had taken place in October 1906 in the small mining city of Yusovka, which in 1924 was incorporated into Stalino, today's Donetsk. Following a rumor that for 3 days you could do whatever you wanted to Jews, thousands of miners seized the opportunity and went on a spree of looting and murder. Khrushchev later recalled the primitive mentality of the workers and described how he and a friend had gone to the medical ward of the factory where injured and dead Jews had been taken. A terrible sight awaited us. The corpses of Jews who had been beaten to death lay in long rows upon the floor. Khrushchev said subsequently that the workers of his home city had later come back to their senses. But in the mid-1960s, by then out of power, he wrote that, "Unfortunately, the seeds of anti-Semitism remained in our system, and apparently there still isn't the necessary prevention and resistance." 5. Discrimination, disenfranchisement, denaturalization. The Lithuania Awaken Project. During the 19th century, Lithuanian was spoken in the Russian protectorates of Kaunas and Vilnius, extending west into predominantly Polish and German places. Squeezed in between Russians, Poles, Germans, and Latvians, most of the poorly educated and impoverished Lithuanian speakers lived in villages. But in the cities there were increasingly louder calls for a national rebirth. As was the case elsewhere, groups of free-thinking intellectuals, Catholic priests, writers, and politicians imported the nationalist idea from the West. By the 1880s, these elites standardized the Lithuanian language, documented Lithuania's impressive history, and spoke out against Russian and Polish cultural hegemony and political domination. The project was called Lithuania Awaken, and in the eyes of nationalist pioneers, Jews were the ones who stood most in the way of the economic and social emancipation of their small and universally threatened people. In an 1884 edition of the national liberal journal Auschra, Dawn, one of the leading nationalists, the physician Jonas Šliūpas, warned, "Jews are bloodsuckers. They suck people dry while they are sleeping and leave them behind completely drained." As a remedy, the author implored his drowsy compatriots to enter into the productive trades. That, argued Šliūpas, was the only way out of their stultifying, uneducated rural poverty toward a better life. A national monument to Dr. Šliūpas still stands in today's Palanga. In the same journal, other secular Lithuanians encouraged the people to overcome their own laziness and insecurity and imitate the Jews' mercantile spirit. Once mobilized, they would be able to stand up to the Jewish foreigners who, like lice, ceaselessly bite at us, and to drive them, in the words of several nationalist agitators, from the market towns and cities. Conservative Catholic publications were every bit as eager to sound the alarm. Thanks to established institutional structures and the stature of priests, Catholic opinion makers had particular influence on ordinary people. In 1891, a Catholic editor demanded that all priests explain to peasants that we can live without this plague, the Jews, and to popularize the idea that he who loves God will deliver us from the Jews. In 1904, echoing the nationalists, Father Pranas Turauskas described Lithuanians' path to economic emancipation. The Jews will soon quit Lithuania if we Lithuanians get more involved in trade, found individual and joint businesses, and exclusively buy from our own kind. As in other countries, the idea was to use trade and consumer association.
You can enjoy this audiobook for free. Please take this opportunity to relax, listen to soothing music, and thank you for watching.
To undermine Jews, and if that proved insufficient, to employ violence. Otherwise, alarmists warned, Jews would turn Lithuania into the Polish province of New Palestine. In 1905, during the revolutionary unrest and widespread pogroms in the Russian Empire, the conservative Antanas Staugaitis preached uncompromising severity. Anyone who supported the cause of Lithuanian national and social progress, he argued, had to frankly name those who were most impeding it and point their finger at the Jews. Toward the end of the First World War, the tiny nation-state of Lithuania was created. Hemmed in by its neighbors, the country had around 2.3 million inhabitants, including 168,000 Jews, 7% in 1930. In the absence of alternatives, Kaunas became the capital. Vilnius, which until 1795 had been the cultural and political, if never the ethnic center of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, had been occupied by Polish troops in 1919 and annexed by the New Poland. There was no Lithuanian majority in any of the tiny state's few cities. 75% of trade was in Yiddish-speaking Jewish hands, while 21% of merchants spoke Polish and only 4% Lithuanian. The same constellation applied to urban property ownership. 45.8% of city real estate was owned by Jews, 33.8% by Poles, 7.5% by Russians, 6.5% by Lithuanians, and the rest by other minorities. Both Lithuanians and Jews welcomed the end of the Russian yoke, and they both resisted Poland's ambitions to impose its dominance. Compared with Poland and Romania, there had been very few instances of anti-Jewish violence in Lithuania, but the somewhat harmonious coexistence of different ethnic groups didn't last long. In 1924, the post of Minister for Jewish Affairs was done away with, and 1 year later restrictions were imposed on the cultural autonomy of Jewish communities. As was the case in other newly founded national states, Lithuania's political leaders went on a mission to emancipate the titular state population materially and socially, to the disadvantage of other groups who were better off. With the agrarian reforms of 1922, 38,700 landless Lithuanians received fields, and 26,000 tiny farmers were given additional property. The land that was being so generously doled out had previously belonged to Polish, Russian, and a handful of German large estate owners. In this way, the state satisfied impoverished villagers' hunger for something better in their lives. Lithuania for Lithuanians. Jews weren't affected by these confiscations of property, but they had other reasons to fear for their existence. From the nationalist perspective, they were blocking the access of Christian Lithuanians to the promising professions connected with the cities. To correct this perceived imbalance, the new Lithuanian government gave almost all the positions in the civil service to members of the majority population. In 1934, only 477 of 35,200 Lithuanian civil servants were Jewish. In 1936, in the capital, Kaunas, where Jews made up a third of the populace and paid 1/2 of all the taxes, only 11 of the city's 800 employees were Jewish. Educational discrimination was less crass in Lithuania than in Hungary, Romania, or Poland, but the proportion of Jewish students nonetheless sank between 1922 and 1938 from 30 to 15%. This was the result of significant investments made in the Lithuanian educational system and tests requiring that students speak the new national language, Lithuanian. Jews often spoke good Polish, Russian, or German, but rarely knew Lithuanian, which had been of little use in urban life. Nationalist students resolutely expressed their hostility toward their Jewish peers and called for a moratorium on admitting Jews to university. To cite one extreme example, in 1933 the proportion of Jewish students at the medical school at Kaunas's Vytautas Magnus University was 56 times that of Jews in the population at large. In 1934, enraged campus activists declared, "Because of our tolerance, many departments today look like neighborhoods in Tel Aviv and not like Vytautas Magnus University." The fraternity, New Lithuania, appealed to the state and Lithuanian society to support the native intelligentsia because the outcome of the competition with the non-Lithuanian intelligentsia remains uncertain. During the Great Depression, the Lithuanian government encouraged economic and social hostility toward Jews. In 1934, it banned them from being involved in forestry, transport, and in the trade of tobacco, matches, coal, sugar, and a short time later, flax. Public contacts were as a rule awarded to Christian bidders. The Association of Trade, Industry, and Artisanship, founded in 1930, pursued the goal of Lithuania for Lithuanians. Jews were barred from joining, since their mere presence contradicted the purpose of the organization, which was to Lithuanianize the country's industry within 5 years, and the commercial sector even sooner. Although the government didn't adopt the association's program wholesale, as the group desired, it did support it in a variety of respects. In 1923, around 75% of all trading companies belonged to Jews, but that number declined swiftly. By the end of the 1930s, 43% of domestic and 66% of foreign trade had been transferred to Christian Lithuanian hands. Starting in 1937, the Young Lithuania Jaunoji Lietuva organization fought for the goal of Lithuanians playing the leading role in all areas of life. The government, for its part, promoted economic independence from Jews. It encouraged upwardly mobile young people to become hard-working entrepreneurs and not part of an unproductive academic proletariat, and nationalist politicians promised to help them get ahead. The Association for National Protection did its best to promote anti-Semitism, with speakers attacking destructive Jewish behavior. They demanded that Jews be eliminated from the economy so as to support the position of Lithuanians, and exhorted the majority, "Let us stand together with our own kind in all areas of life." Lithuanians' economic and intellectual advancement and their urbanization were to be pushed at Jews' expense. Jewish sociologist Jakob Leszczynski characterized the economic attacks by Christian Lithuanians on Jews as a gradual and maliciously organized process of destruction. In his analysis, he stressed social and economic motives. The broader the social basis of anti-Semitism becomes, the more resolutely Lithuanians of various social classes, especially shopkeepers and artisans, laid claim to Jews' economic positions. The same charge could be leveled against Christian Lithuanian students, whose numbers increased fourfold between 1922 and 1932. Two aspects of the Lithuanian example bear particular attention. First, modern hostility toward Jews was ideologically connected with the economic and social emancipation of the backward masses, who lacked formal education. Second, anti-Semitism gained strength in the days of freedom in 1904 and 1905, when Russian censorship and police violence were eased for several months amid revolutionary unrest. No sooner did the government in St. Petersburg reestablish control than violent anti-Semitism tapered off. After the end of Russian rule, with the start of national independence, it smoldered under the initial Republican regime and then reignited under the populist autocratic one that followed, with the new, clearly formulated goal of driving Jews from their economic positions. Romania: hatred of Jews and the will of the people. The statesmen who negotiated the peace treaties in Paris in 1919 and 1920 more than doubled Romania's square area with the aim of making it an anti-Soviet and anti-Hungarian buffer state. They added to the existing Romanian territory Hungarian Transylvania, Siebenbürgen, large parts of Banat, Russian Moldova, Bessarabia, and Austrian Bukovina. According to a 1930 census, 728,000 Jews lived in the country, making up around 4.5% of a total population of 16 million people. Before the First World War, Romania had only had around 6.5 million people. Economically and socially, the short-lived and weak government of this newly patched-together Greater Romania faced serious challenges. Although Romanian anti-Semitism remained virulent, in 1919 the new liberal democratic order and the conditions imposed upon the country by the Peace Treaty of Paris-Trianon suddenly gave Jews improved educational opportunities. Romania's new circumstances may not have been clearly defined, but it was obvious that they fundamentally differed from the pre-war era. Between the academic years 1921 to 22 and 1935 to 36, Jews represented 23% of students at the University of Iași, and in the departments of law, medicine, and pharmacy, they represented respectively 20, 40, and 80% of those enrolled. Albeit at a lower level, the universities in Bucharest, Cluj, and Cernăuți reflected similar ratios. That didn't work for long. As early as 1920, students and government ministry officials came up with the idea of founding a special university in Chișinău, formerly Russian Kishinev, in order to train a Romanian elite, since Russians and Jews made up the majority in the existing universities. Also in 1920, Romanians in Iași set the editorial offices of the Jewish magazine Lumina on fire. In 1922, they ransacked the printing press of the publisher H. Goldner, which put out the Jewish newspaper Opinia. Further acts of violence followed, one after another. In general, Romanian nationalist activists and agents of the secret police suspected Jews of communist and Freemason activities. In Cernăuți, in 1920, university doctors approved a course in Hebrew, but following historical examples, demanded doubled tuition from students enrolled in it. At the University of Cluj in late 1920, students prevented Jewish classmates from taking part in medical classes. 1 year later, Christian students physically ejected their Jewish counterparts from the Institute for Anatomy at the University of Iași. They also demanded that Jews only be allowed to perform autopsies on bodies of their own race, that the police be forbidden from entering campus grounds, and that those who had been convicted of acts of violence against Jews be released from prison. Police and officials in the justice system in Iași sometimes, but not always, intervened against right-wing nationalist violence. Leaders of anti-Semitic campaigns were occasionally arrested or kicked out of university. Their followers immediately protested against the brutal intervention of the police and demanded, sometimes in violent demonstrations, the immediate rescindment of state repression measures. On April 23, 1923, nationalist groups occupied the university in Iași, insisting that admission limits be imposed on Jews. The university's leadership suspended classes and, in a tactical, opportunistic move, hinted that a referendum would be held. At the same time, militant students in Cluj demonstrated against the rector of their university, Jakub Kakopovich, because he was Jewish. In December, the rector in Iași called in the army to put down recurring student attacks. Individual professors, including the previously mentioned political science Alexandru Cuza, sympathized with the rebels. Others took a clear stand against anti-Semitic acts of violence. One of them was the law professor Dumitru Mototilescu in Oradea, Novgorod, who was promptly branded a Jew lover. In 1925, a number of classrooms at the University of Bucharest had to be evacuated because of anti-Semitic rioting. In 1926, the University of Iași temporarily suspended classes for the same reason. All in all, anti-Semitic activities were becoming more severe, and their appeal was increasing. Nationalist and Christian students, who encouraged one another, came together to vandalize synagogues, deface Torah scrolls, and attack their Jewish fellow students in parks, on trains, or at universities themselves. Murderers of Jews become popular heroes. In October 1924, Corneliu Zela Codreanu shot dead the police prefect of Iași, Constantin Manciu, who had been installed the previous year. Codreanu's sole motivation: Manciu had repeatedly ordered his officers to suppress anti-Semitic acts of violence. The trial of Codreanu began on March 17, 1925, in Focșani. Hundreds of sympathizers traveled to Iași to show solidarity with the defendant. On the streets, they celebrated the murder he had committed as a heroic deed and began to truly incite people to attack the peaceful Jewish populace. As the police and soldiers looked on, they destroyed Jewish businesses, throwing their inventory out into the streets, and laid waste to synagogues. A Jewish senator named Sanivilevich asked for a declaration from the government about its position toward the wanton destruction of these villains. He received no answer. The judges at Codreanu's first trial found him guilty, but the appeals judges said he had acted in self-defense and acquitted him. The appeal was held in late May in Târgu-Severin. Hardly had he exited the courtroom than Codreanu headed home like a victor, while along the way, especially on the trains, Jewish travelers were insulted and physically attacked. After a demonstration, inspired by Professor Cuza, and to show solidarity with Codreanu in Iași, university and middle school students threw two Jewish girls, Mania Wagner and Marka Riemer, from a moving train. Both were seriously injured. When their attackers arrived in Iași, they boasted about what they had done, driving in open cars through the city and gleefully bellowing, "Long live Codreanu," and "Down with the Jews." In 1926, Nicolae Totu traveled from Iași to Cernot and shot dead the Jewish student David Falik. Under pressure from anti-Semitic student protests, the court that heard the case acquitted the murderer in February 1927. The verdict was upheld in 1930. Like Codreanu before him, Totu was celebrated as a hero. Cuza was one of his attorneys, and Romanian Interior Minister and later short-term Prime Minister Octavian Goga praised his deed as a defense of Romania, whose honor had been wounded. Goga accused Jews of treating Romanians in the country of Stephen the Great, Stephen II, circa 1433 to 1504, as the English treated the people they colonized. When thousands of Jews in Cernot staged a memorial for Falik, Goga told the country's parliament that the funeral train had been an anti-Romanian demonstration. In September 1933, he paid his respects to Adolf Hitler. In the summer of 1925, Jewish parliamentary deputies Adolf Stern, Yehuda Leib-Zerosson, and Natan Lerner addressed the dramatically changed situation. This cowardly and barbaric attack on the two girls is nothing other than the repetition and fatal result of various similar directionless attacks, which have been going on throughout Romania for the past 2 years, together with a whole series of assassinations, ransackings, and incidents of Jewish students being abused and driven from university. After Codreanu's acquittal, the Knights of the Swastika believed that they ruled the land and set about terrorizing the Jewish population and threatening their lives and security. In 1927, when Zirosun excoriated acts of violence against Jews in the Romanian Senate, the Chamber's president ordered that his words not be recorded in the protocol. Zirosun resigned in protest. Until his violent death in 1938, Codreanu led the right-wing extremist Archangel Michael Legion, which rose to become Romania's third strongest political party in the 1930s. Totu also became one of its leaders. Most of the anti-Semitic students came from modest, often farming backgrounds, a source of insecurity they transformed into militancy. They tried to convince themselves that they belonged to an especially noble people, the unsurpassable Romanians. But behind their martial facade, their sense of intellectual inadequacy was apparent, as revealed in a pamphlet distributed by the Association of Christian Students on November 28, 1924. It read, "December 10th is the third anniversary of the day on which Romanian students took up the cause of matriculation limits in order to defend the nation against foreign interlopers. Privileged by superior material backgrounds and other favorable circumstances, they are striving to destroy us and dominate the Romanian nation. We students who have become enlightened must defend our nation and not shy away from either hard work or personal sacrifice in our effort to free her from the foreigner's clutches and protect her from future interlopers." As summarized by historian Lucian Nastasa of the University of Cluj, the anti-Semitic groups became stronger and stronger at the universities. They created an atmosphere of militant agitation and intimidation that continually led to violence, incited by organizations and parties like the Christian Social League, the Romanian Action, the National Romanian Fascists, the Christian National Defense League, the Archangel Michael Legion, the Everything for the Fatherland Association, the Iron Guard, etc. In the years 1919 to 1930, politicized students and professors who sympathized with them helped form the group who would later pull the levers of state power in the 1930s. As to why organized anti-Semitism attracted so many eager followers between the world wars, Nastasa writes, "Mainly, at least as an initial impetus, it was economically and socially motivated. Romanian Jews had proven long before what remarkably good competitors they were in areas of the economy and the higher professions so crucial to modernity. That embittered Christian Romanians and stoked their fears of failure. After the First World War, Romania nominally gave Jews equal rights, although only under pressure from international organizations. Ultimately, in 1923, the Constitution guaranteed their full rights as citizens. Banking on these somewhat secure rights, Jews who had been kept away from universities seized their new opportunities en masse. The scenes playing themselves out at universities also colored Romanian school policy. In 1926, only 8.2% of those getting university-qualifying high school degrees were ethnic Romanians. Here, too, Jews were miles ahead. For that reason, in October 1926 in Chernot, a commission with a majority of radical nationalists was convened. Students who had passed written exams were subjected to an oral test. The results spoke for themselves. All the students at the Romanian high school passed the test, while 51 out of 68 candidates from the Jewish school failed it, as did 26 out of 29 students from the Ukrainian school and 10 out of 14 at the German school. Although Romanian law didn't bar them from the civil service, Jews were rarely tolerated in it between the world wars, a situation similar to that in Wilhelmina, Germany, from 1870 to 1918. That left well-educated Jews with little option but to seek out niches in economic life and non-guild professions in order to earn a comfortable living. Within a few years, Jews held top jobs on newspapers, in publishing houses, and in film companies. They also became well-respected doctors, apothecaries, and lawyers. By contrast, their risk-averse Christian contemporaries settled for poorly paid civil service posts. When they did dare to compete for better positions, they were more prone to failure than their Jewish peers. The strict autonomy of Romanian universities introduced in 1919 and 1920 allowed nationalist professors to become a powerful and perennial force. When posts needed to be filled, they preferred to tap their own. Among the student body, influential radical nationalist activists demanded the exclusion of the overachieving Jewish minority in the name of democracy and equal opportunity. There were real problems underlying this conflict. Since 1919, Romania had been improving its school system and had fostered enthusiasm for education. But a lack of economic progress, cronyism, and the Great Depression had caused stagnation. This created an unemployed, intellectual proletariat that demanded some sort of career prospects. Romanian university graduates increasingly tried to enter the non-guild professions and soon sought to get rid of the Jewish competition. Politically, they followed their generation's party leaders who propagated a moral renewal of society and called for an end of those parties that obeyed the commands of a Jewish camarilla operating in the shadows and ruling over the Romanian finance system. 225,222 Jews become stateless. In 1937, Professor Cuza became a member of the government led by Octavian Goga. Despite only holding office for 40 days, Prime Minister Goga pushed through a great amount of anti-Jewish legislation. He had all newspapers belonging to Jewish publishers closed and encouraged the Romanianization of schools, public administration, and companies and private businesses. Most significantly, he introduced a law requiring a review of Jews' Romanian citizenship. Owing to this legislation, more than 30% of Romanian Jews lost their rights as citizens by November 1939. In this fashion, the Romanian government made 225,222 people stateless. At the time, the writer and journalist Mihail Sebastian, who had been born in 1907 as Josef Hector, noted in his diary that members of the government had adopted the coarse vocabulary of the far right, including terms like Jewish sow and triumph of Judas. The day after Sebastian jotted this down, on December 30th, 1937, Romanian Jews were prohibited from working as journalists. On January 2nd, 1938, he wrote, "They took away my permission to practice my profession. Our names were printed in all the newspapers, as though we were criminals." On January 7th, Sebastian's friend, the banker Aristide Blanc, predicted, "The only hope for Jews is the preservation of the Goga government. What comes after it will be infinitely worse." As it happened, the government was overthrown on February 10th, but the anti-Semitic laws remained on the books, and Blanc's prognosis would prove prophetic. On March 17, 1938, the newspaper Cuvântul ran the headline, "Pseudo-scholar Freud arrested by National Socialists in Vienna." The same paper claimed that a group of Jewish attorneys who had been physically attacked before a court building in Bucharest had been fighting among themselves. On August 22nd, Sebastian visited his friend Marietta, who was practically boiling over with anti-Semitism. To his face, she heaped abuse on the fat-bellied Jews and Jewesses with their jewelry, making exceptions for around 100,000 reasonable Jews, of whom he was presumably one. On October 1st, 1938, after the Munich Agreement ceded Czech Sudetenland to Nazi Germany, he noted, "A horrific age is brewing up before us. Only now will we learn what Hitler's pressure means." How the Nazis viewed conditions in Romania at the time may be seen in a German dissertation of September 1938. The Jewish question in Romania was submitted by Hans Schuster at the University of Leipzig and praised Cusa as someone who had worked incorruptibly on the solution to the Jewish question for decades before complaining, inaccurately, that the Goga-Cusa government's anti-Semitic measures had never made it beyond paper. Schuster was more effusive in his praise for the radical paramilitary Iron Guard and the leader of the Archangel Michael Brigade, the murderer Codreanu, for his desire to create a new Romanian man as the one who will carry out all measures and programs, and to sensibly combine the peasant and the Jewish questions. According to the ideas of the Guard, all questions lead back to the Jewish one as the most important national problem, both in the economic areas of trade and industry and the social one of middle-class life. Indeed, the Romanians were a people without a middle class. The foreign Jewish minority, he argued, had continued right up to the present day to hinder the establishment of the Romanian nation. He urged Romanian politicians to do more. Thus far, despite all Romanian efforts, the Jewish question has been a problem that has not been overcome. It will also be the crux of Romanian national life in the future and attract the attention of those foreign countries with an interest in solving the international Jewish question. This generation of Romanian students stayed true to the sentiments they expressed between 1919 and 1925, later turning them into reality. Schuster was by no means the only one to praise the idea of creating a nationalist middle class in Romania at the expense of Jews. On July 26, 1940, in conversation with Hitler, Romanian Prime Minister Ion Gheorghiu remarked that Romania had already begun with the solution of the Jewish question, but that there was no way it could proceed on to a definitive settlement without help from the Führer, who would have to execute a total solution for all of Europe. Encouraged by Hitler, the Romanian regime imposed further restrictions on Jews. On August 8, 1940, the few remaining Jewish employees were fired from the career civil service. On October 4th, a decree nationalized all Jewish property and businesses in the country's heartland. The Romanian economics minister was empowered to appoint commissars to Romanianize larger businesses and corporations. On October 9th, marriages between Jews and Gentiles were forbidden. On October 14th, another decree banned Jews from teaching at or attending public schools and universities. Anyone with a Christian mother and a Jewish father was also considered Jewish. On November 12th, Jewish laborers and clerks in both the public and private sectors lost their jobs. On December 4th, Jews were barred from military service, hit with a special tax, and required to do compulsory labor. Back in June, after France had surrendered to Germany, Sebastian had noted, "The rational mind stops functioning, and the heart feels nothing more." By January 1st, 1941, he wrote, "If we are allowed to survive this year, we will perhaps be that much closer to the end of the tunnel." But only 3 weeks later, it was already apparent that 1941 would be a darker year still. From January 20th to 24th, the fascists organized into the Archangel Michael Legion, which had formerly been part of the government and enjoyed German support, and tried to take control of the Romanian army. This putsch was put down with a minimum of casualties among Romanians. A great catastrophe, however, was visited upon Bucharest's Jewish districts. No window remained unbroken, and no house, regardless of how small, escaped being plundered and set on fire, reported Sebastian on January 27th. Imagine the burning district on Wednesday night, when hordes of criminals simply shot down horrified people. All of this happened in a wretched neighborhood, a ghetto for the poor. Modestly living tradesmen, small-time merchants, humble, hard-working people who were barely able to earn their daily bread. Here in the ruins, an old woman, a wailing naked child who seemed to be waiting for something. For what? For whom? Long lines of people waiting to enter the morgue. So many people have disappeared. so many bodies have not been identified. Today's edition of Universum is full of Jewish death announcements. The cemeteries are full of fresh graves, and we still don't know how many Jews were killed. By January 27th, 121 murdered Jews had been buried in Bucharest. On March 18th, a law raised rents for Jewish tenants. Sebastian found such legal anti-Semitic measures more frightening and humiliating than the beatings and broken windows. A decree on March 27th nationalized all state property owned and rented by Jews who hadn't served in the First World War or been naturalized before August 15, 1916. Jews' homes were to be given to teachers, officers, and civil servants. Sebastian asked himself, what will follow the appropriation of property? Perhaps the establishment of a ghetto. And then all that's left will be a pogrom. On March 28th, Romanian newspapers celebrated the appropriations initiative. On April 20th, authorities began confiscating Jews' radios. Sebastian lost his that very day, his most important point of connection with the rest of the world. He watched as preparations were made for war with the Soviet Union and bemoaned a summer that will be extremely difficult for us Jews. It can't be otherwise. The repressive measures listed here and many others required the creation of a new state authority, the National Center for Romanianization, which took up its work on May 2, 1941. It was not that the state was imposing anti-Semitic restrictions to head off popular anger or distract attention from social problems. Rather, the Romanian people used their right to assemble and demonstrate to demand such action. As was the case in other countries, Gentile students and university graduates, the avant-garde of the nationalist drive to improve Romania's lot, led the protests and shaped them politically. Protected by a democratic constitution, they founded totalitarian nationalist organizations. On June 21, 1941, Romanian Prime Minister Ion Antonescu announced that his country had been engaged since the early morning hours in a holy war for the liberation of Bessarabia and Bukovina and the destruction of Bolshevism. That day, a decree was issued requiring 50,000 Jews who lived in the countryside to surrender their property and move to the cities. Police hung up two different posters in the street. The first depicted Stalin as the butcher of Red Square, while the second showed a Jewish sow with peyotes, a yarmulke, and a beard, dressed in a red kaftan and holding a hammer and sickle. The poster read, "These are the leaders of Bolshevism." On June 27th, Bucharest newspapers ran headlines demanding Jewish swine be put in labor camps. Officials ransacked Jewish homes, confiscating bedding and pajamas to equip military hospitals. In early September, they ordered the Jewish community in Bucharest to collect and hand over within 2 days 4,000 beds, pillows, and blankets, as well as twice that number of sheets and pillowcases. In August, all male Jews in Bucharest between the ages of 18 and 60 were required to report to police and register for forced labor. No sooner had these people been conscripted than the Romanian government demanded a ransom of 10 million lei. Some Romanians felt ashamed and tried to console their Jewish acquaintances and offer assurances that they had no part in the repressive measures. "The bad thing," Sebastian wrote, "is that no one has anything to do with it. The whole world finds it worthy of condemnation and is outraged, yet nonetheless everyone is a small cog in the anti-Semitic factory that is the Romanian state, with its offices, administrative authorities, newspapers, institutions, laws, and measures. And the masses celebrate. The shedding of Jewish blood and the humiliation of the Jew has always been the best amusement for the people." Polish nationalists in action. At the 1815 Congress of Vienna, international diplomats created what came to be known as Congress Poland, a truncated protectorate state under Russian control. They declared Warsaw the capital and the Russian Tsar the Polish king. The idea was to head off Polish desires for liberty while giving cities and communities limited autonomy. Within this framework, despite the occasionally harsh Russian military regime, Polish desires for freedom and Polish nationalism thrived. Whereas since 1806 German nationalism had been directed against French domination, Polish nationalism primarily saw Russia as the enemy, together with Prussia and Austria, who had all agreed to the division of Poland. In both Germany and Poland, the ideology of liberty was accompanied early on by xenophobia and hostility toward Jews. In 1818, as the pioneer of German nationalism, Ernst Moritz Arndt was publishing one of his many works containing anti-Semitic passages, the Polish revolutionary nationalist Walerian Łukaszyński brought on his own polemic on the Jewish question. In it, he accused Jews living in Poland of total decadence of character, hatred for everything Christian, and a proclivity toward deception and non-transparent dealings. After Polish rebellions against the Russian yoke were violently put down in 1830–31 and 1863, the Narodowa Demokracja, national democracy movement, rose to become Poland's strongest political force at the start of the 20th century. It pursued the goal of a unified, ethnically pure populist state, and successfully put itself forward as the defender against everything foreign, particularly everything Jewish. In 1912, National Democrats made anti-Semitism into a popular centerpiece of their platform. As a beginning, they organized a countrywide boycott of Jewish businesses and companies. In the flyers they distributed, they alternately denigrated Jews as threatening modernizers, as obstacles to Poland's path to economic prosperity, and as stubbornly ossified insisters on tradition who were incapable of assimilation. In general, Jews were cast as willing tools of the exploitative Polish aristocracy, and especially the Tsarist government, which was trying to Russify Poland with the help of its Jewish henchmen. The ideologue Roman Dmowski became one of the National Democrats' leading figures. From 1917 to 1921, he was one of the most prominent founders of the Polish Republic and a signatory to the Treaty of Versailles that sealed Germany's abdication of territory to the new Polish state. Dmowski characterized Jews as a major internal danger and potential destroyers of basic Christian values. He never tired of warning his Catholic compatriots about Jews' purported ruthlessness and slyness, or what he called the instincts and proclivities of the Jewish psychological type. He demonized the foreign elements that could all too easily force on Poles their social, political, and even artistic and literary perspectives, and were capable of absorbing the majority intellectually and in part also physically. Proceeding from such assumptions, he demanded that the National Democrats lead the struggle for the social liberation from Jewish influences. Dmowski thought that pronounced class conflicts could be overcome, but not the cultural, economic, and political antagonism of peoples with opposing characters. In a 1903 article titled Thoughts of a Modern Pole, Dmowski laid out what he didn't like about Jews, and Germans for that matter. The Polish people, he complained, had missed the boat with modernity and industrial development and had been unable to exploit the markets opening far to the east. Consequently, on the one hand, there were people who had earned wealth through initiative, entrepreneurship, and personal energy, while on the other, thousands had been forced to scale back their needs as they declined socially. In Dmowski's eyes, Jews were the primary beneficiaries of dramatic increases in productivity and trade in goods, not because they had swindled people or were part of a treacherous race, but because they were free of traditionally Polish passivity. Dmowski was an early supporter of boycotting Jewish businesses, but he didn't consider this an anti-Semitic end unto itself. Rather, he hoped boycotts would jumpstart a social movement that would awaken the Polish people's healthy social needs and help them seize control of economic positions for a still-to-be-created nationalist Polish bourgeoisie. Once this process had gotten going, it would become self-perpetuating, thanks to the increase in active middle-class people who would try to take over commercial fields presently dominated by a foreign element. Narodowa Demokracja's emphasis on ethnicity, which Dmowski helped bring about, set the tone for politics in the Polish Republic between the two wars. It was considered perfectly legitimate to use the newly created state as a powerful agency on behalf of the majority, and to the detriment of all ethnic and religious minorities. All the way back to their 1903 party platform, Narodowa Demokracja had called for an end to the predominance of the Jews in broad stretches of economic life. In 1934, Dmowski interrupted his political retirement to publish his book Przewrót, Upheaval. Filled with anti-Semitic outrage, he blamed Jews for all of Poland's defeats and humiliation. If there hadn't been so many Jews in Poland, there would have been no division of Poland, and the Prussian government wouldn't have celebrated any triumphs in the East. In the same breath, he described former British Prime Minister Lloyd George as a Jewish agent, who in 1919 listened to the Jews whispering in his ear and so decided against giving Poland the city of Danzig and major portions of Silesia and East and West Prussia. Dmowski also expressed his respect for Hitler's policies of getting rid of Jewish influence in Germany. Dmowski was one of the fathers of the modern Polish state reconstituted in 1918, but also one of the patriarchs of an aggressive Polish anti-Semitism that was modern insofar as it addressed contemporary crises and problems. Today he is revered in his homeland as a hero of Poland's national rebirth. Dozens of streets and squares bear his name, and in 2006 a hulking memorial to him was unveiled in downtown Warsaw. Like the National Democrats, equally influential conservative Catholic leaders did not follow the tradition of holding Jews responsible for the crucifixion. They adhered to new, socioeconomically based stereotypes. In his 1912 manifesto, Poznaj Żida, Know the Jew, which ran through many editions and is still reprinted today, the widely respected author Teodor Rzeszk-Choiński merged the Jewish question with Catholic social teachings. In garish terms, he depicted how the Jewification of economic life created a terrible, ruthless battle for existence and made honestly striving individuals into playthings of selfish industrialism, capital, and speculative investment. He contrasted these demonic forces with an admirably harmonious form of the economy that was committed to Christian ethics, that defended people, and that knew no competition at the cost of other suppliers and sellers. Rzeszk-Choiński called upon the Polish people to defend themselves and teach a brutal lesson to their supposed oppressors. The Jews will reap what they have sown. In the battle for survival, fantasies about love and people's right to live their lives are obsolete. The Jews would be the first to laugh if they succeeded in halting the Poles' economic self-defense. In fact, since 1870, despite a myriad of Russian and Polish national restrictions, a disproportionate number of Jews had achieved success in academic positions or as entrepreneurs and bankers. In 1929, they still represented half of all Polish doctors, almost half of all Polish writers, artists, journalists, architects, teachers, lawyers, and engineers, and more than half of all chemists, mathematicians, and physicists. Discrimination against Jews to the benefit of Poles. Freed from the yoke of the powers that had divided the country, the new Polish Republic constituted itself in late 1918. Head of State Józef Piłsudski and his troops succeeded in expanding eastward beyond the so-called Curzon Line into disputed Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian territories. The line, which today forms today's eastern Polish border, had been proposed by British Foreign Minister George Curzon at the 1919 Paris Peace Conference and reflected the complex linguistic and cultural topography of Eastern Europe. With the exception of the Białystok district, it was also the line used by Hitler and Stalin when they divided up Poland in 1939. The Second Polish Republic, which was formed between 1918 and 1921, had 30 million inhabitants, but only two-thirds of them were Poles in the nationalist sense. The country was also home to 5 million Ukrainians, 3 million Jews, 2 million Germans, and 1.2 million Belarusians, as well as groups of Lithuanians, Czechs, Hungarians, Ruthenians, and people of mixed heritage, like the Kashubians and Ślązaks, Czech Silesians. As a military man, General Piłsudski was able to dramatically expand Polish territory in the 3 years after the First World War. As a politician, he had been one of the leaders of the Polish Social Democratic Party since 1893. In 1926, he staged a military coup against the legitimately elected but chaos-ridden Polish government. From that time on, until his death in 1935, supported by the populist Sanacja recovery movement he had founded, he ruled Poland in authoritarian fashion. Sanacja consisted of people who tended both to the political right and left. Together, their aim was to build a national, social welfare-oriented consensus. Jews had little to hope for from this newly founded republic. Most of their Catholic compatriots considered them disruptors of solidarity whose liberties were to be curtailed to the benefit of Poles. To this end, the new democratically elected Polish government went after Jewish schools, professional colleges, and Hebrew academies. Using a variety of pretexts, they limited the right of Jewish tradesmen to train apprentices, knowing full well that Christian tradespeople would not accept Jewish apprentices. The restrictions were aimed at keeping hundreds of thousands of young Jews from continuing to practice their fathers' trades, forcing them to emigrate. At the time, Jews represented around 10% of the Polish population, although they accounted for more than 22% of people living in cities. 80% of all employed Jews earned their keep as tradesmen. The Great Depression hit Poland in 1929 and was still being felt in 1939. Internally, it led to an increase in anti-Jewish activities and took on, in the words of one historian, terrible dimensions for Jews, who were effectively shut out of jobs in heavy industry. The broad-based textile economy was an especially important source of work, but Depression-era unemployment rates in that sector ran as high as 80%. By 1938, the Warsaw Unemployment Office only allocated work to Jewish women at 2 p.m, and only after jobs had been given to all the Christian women seeking work that day. A high sales tax disproportionately affected Jews, who mainly lived from trade, artisanship, and small businesses, or did regular jobs for bigger companies. Between 1927 and 1931, the Polish government's revenues from this tax increased by 80%, while agricultural work was entirely exempt from the tax and property tax for farmers was kept low. In comparison to trade and manufacturing, the Christian farmers of largely agricultural Poland contributed only 1/6 of state revenues. The German Jewish Relief Organization listed other instances of intentional discrimination. Factories and companies owned by Christian Poles were increasingly used by the public sector, and cartels were encouraged in an attempt to marginalize Jewish trade. Moreover, Christian merchants, factory owners, and cooperatives received cheap credit from state institutions, whereas Jews were refused such loans. Meanwhile, the state took all the concessions it had granted to Jews for selling products like tobacco, salt, and alcohol, and awarded them to wounded military veterans, civil servants, and military personnel. The timber trade remained completely in state hands, and with the assistance of the government, Jew-free monopolies were established. In its allocation of currencies and import-export licenses, the state also helped organize the exclusion of Jews from more and more sectors of the Polish economy. Despite repeatedly promising to do so, the government never relaxed the prohibition of working on Sunday. Jews are forced to take 2, and in winter 2.5 days off, which of course makes them less competitive compared to non-Jewish merchants and artisans, noted the relief organization. Although no official restrictions existed, a tacit agreement excluded Jews from everything from ministerial posts on down to mail delivery and train conductor jobs. Leading the campaigns and legal proceedings were nationalists, social nationalists, and Catholic forces, who nearly always cooperated with one another. Whenever debates arose about the Jewish economic type, as they often did, socialists usually joined in as well. They too advocated the agenda of Gentile cooperatives and the battle against speculative investors. In 1936, social scientist Jakob Leszczynski registered a decrease in the percentage of Jews in urban populations, perhaps because of non-Jews moving from the country or the incorporation of surrounding rural areas into cities. In any case, Leszczynski predicted very dire consequences for Jews. The suburban populations absorbed into cities quickly acclimate to urban life and swiftly become intensive competitors in trade and commerce, further increasing the number of people looking to earn a living in ways the cities offered. Because Polish village populations were leaving en masse with the force of a power of nature, and there were not enough industrial jobs to go around, the battle for positions in the traditionally organized artisan trades, even the least lucrative, sometimes turned violent. In 1934, after Poland had rescinded the guarantees of protection for minorities it had grudgingly issued in the Paris Treaty, Catholic clergy, journalists, parliamentarians, and the government pushed for legal and extra-legal restrictions on Jews. Nationalists harassed Christians who frequented Jewish shops, handing out lists with the names and addresses of Polish businesses and shops from which people were encouraged to obtain goods and services. Cutting off Jewish possibilities for earning a living amounted to an economic pogrom, so intertwined in contemporary Poland with the physical one, as Leszczynski wrote in 1936, that they can hardly be distinguished. Historian Cornelius Groschel concluded, "The desire to economically marginalize the Jewish population in the Second Polish Republic was part of the national modernization of the Polish state, intended to mobilize in equal measure farmers, the self-employed middle classes, and civil servants. Economic and social welfare goals were paramount." Ghetto benches for Jewish students. Hardly had the Second Polish Republic been founded than Christian students vehemently demanded that universities be protected from being permanently Jewified. The Gazeta Warszawska wrote on October 2, 1922, that the University of Krakow was Jewified both intellectually and in terms of personnel. On April 21, 1923, nationalist students bombed the Krakow home of the internationally renowned Jewish physicist Władysław Natanson, though the professor was unharmed. At the time, Jews made up a quarter of student bodies. But in 1923, following Russian, Romanian, and Hungarian models, the Polish government drew up a law regulating admission to the country's universities on the basis of ethnicity. The draft legislation stipulated that students from religious and linguistic minorities could only be admitted in the same proportion as the minority in question represented within the whole population. After a campaign by the Comité des Délégations Juives in Paris, the government decided at the last minute that it didn't need such a law. But limits on the numbers of Jewish students were gradually and tacitly imposed anyway. In contravention of the agreement to protect national and religious minorities Poland had agreed to in Versailles on June 28, 1919. Of the 200 places for new students at Warsaw's medical school in 1923, only 9 went to Jews. By contrast, Lviv's law school instituted what initially seemed to be remarkably liberal quotas. 60% of places were reserved for Poles, while 40% were allocated to Jews and Ukrainians. In the fall semester of 1925 to 26, there were 600 openings. But because only 220 Poles applied for them, the university president ordered that the number of spots be reduced, allowing only 145 Jews and Ukrainians. Krakow's medical school had been limiting the number of Jews since 1922. In the fall of 1925, 100 places were open, of which 13 were given to 400 Jewish applicants. The dean denied that this amounted to a limit. Other university heads came up with especially clever ways of keeping Jews from studying medicine. One was to make admission contingent upon a sufficient number of Jewish corpses being available for basic anatomy classes, as if the baptized dead couldn't bear to be dissected by unbaptized students. Polish university administrators knew that, for religious reasons, Jews were far less likely than Christians to donate their bodies to science. They had copied this form of exclusion from their Romanian colleagues, who in 1925 had pushed for a law that stipulated, if Jewish hospitals don't provide sufficient corpses, Jewish students are prohibited from practicing on Christian bodies. By 1927, 9% of the students at Warsaw Polytechnic University, 8.3% at the Krakow Medical Academy, and 10% at that city's Institute for Pharmacology were Jewish. But many Gentile students were unhappy even with such decreased numbers and demanded a total ban on Jews attending university. Also, as had already happened in Russia and Romania, Gentiles soon called for nostrification, a refusal to acknowledge academic degrees acquired abroad. What do Jews do when they're not admitted to study in Poland? Asked nationalist student leaders. Large numbers of them go abroad and can look forward afterward to a rosy career. Polish legislators were encouraged to close this loophole so that ambitious young Christians would be relieved of competition. The University of Lublin was made a Catholic institution. In Posen, previously part of Germany, Polish nationalist Democrats summarily barred Jews from matriculating. The same thing happened at the University of Krakow, and only a handful of Jews were admitted to the Krakow School of Mining. Professors also insisted on excluding women because they feared that in this way Jewesses could gain access to Polish universities. Intimidation of Jews increased throughout society in the 1930s, and universities were no exception. Hardly a day passes without reports of Jews being assaulted in the streets, Jewish students being attacked in their universities, and Jewish shop windows smashed, wrote the Canadian Jewish Chronicle in 1935. On top of this violence, the Jewish population is also confronted with a rapidly growing anti-Jewish boycott. Refusal of the authorities to grant the anti-Semites' demand that Jewish students in the Warsaw Polytechnic Institute be segregated led to a riot during which nationalist students threw Jewish students out of windows. More than a score of the anti-Semites were arrested. The majority of professors sympathized with the protesting students and had no objection to the latter's goals or their means of achieving them. The university presidents and deans themselves ordered that Jews could only sit in special sections of lecture halls, so-called ghetto benches, in some cases banishing them to separate rooms entirely. During the 1938-39 fall semester, there were several major acts of violence in Lviv's two main universities. 3 Jewish students, Karol Zellermeyer, Samuel Proviller, and Marcus Landsberg, were stabbed to death. Because Jewish students began defending themselves against the mounting violence, there were casualties on the other side as well. Some faculty members did oppose the anti-Jewish violence. As early as 1919, Poland's leading linguist and enemy of narrow-minded nationalism, Jan Mieczysław Baudouin de Courtenay, criticized the restrictions. Educated in Prague, Leipzig, Krakow, and St. Petersburg, he taught at the University of Warsaw, where he publicly complained, "Today we are no longer guided by reason and concern for the general welfare, but by bestial hostility and racist prejudice. Today we strive for the radical de-Jewification of Polish society and the radical de-Jewification of Polish science. In our revived state, this is considered evidence of the most stringent sort of patriotism. Still, I consider this not just repulsive and disgusting, but worse, foolish and corruptive. De Courtenay advised Zionist leaders and those who insisted on a legally protected semi-autonomous Jewish community in Poland to moderate their demands. He thought that claims to national, personal, and cultural autonomy went too far, because they insisted upon autonomous institutions and administrative separation from the rest of the population. He argued that Jews had to accept the Second Republic's constitutional institutions, civil and criminal legal codes, as well as the state's right to raise taxes. Special Jewish schools should, however, be allowed state support and be under state supervision. Those born Catholic and those born Jewish, wrote de Courtenay, in a clear and elegant plea for liberalism, tolerance, and loyalty to the state, must accept that they live on the same soil, within the borders of the same state. Another opponent, the Warsaw professor for philosophy and logic, Tadeusz Kortabinski, complained that Catholic clergy were inculcating young people with a hatred of Jews. The so-called Jew parties, annual orgies of violence against Jews in November, were, as he pointed out, normally kicked off with religious services. Writer Kazimierz Brandis recalled similar scenes from his course in law at Warsaw University from 1935 to 1939. The son of a well-to-do assimilated Jewish family, Brandis had turned his back on religion and joined the Young Legion, which had been founded in the spirit of Pilsudski's authoritarian policies. He eventually left the organization, later writing, "At the meetings of the Warsaw chapter of the Legion, the speeches are scarcely distinguishable from the slogans of the fascist Phalange. When one speaker criticized the anti-Semitic currents in the organization, saying, 'My mother comes from a Jewish family,' he was greeted with mocking laughter. What am I doing here? I asked myself, and turned in my membership card the very next day." Brandis recalled that Polish lawyers and doctors' associations required proof of Aryan heritage, and that the Polish Education Ministry allowed universities to segregate Jews in lecture halls. Catholics were assigned to even places and Jews to odd ones, with corresponding stamps in their student identification cards. Brandis was considered Christian. Together with other left-leaning fellow students, he remained standing against the wall in protest at the bench ghetto. But the protesters were always in the minority and were attacked by troops of brawlers every time. Meanwhile, the dean of the law school in Warsaw, Roman Rybarski, refused to let students involved in the protest take their exams. That happened 3 months before 1 million Aryan Germans invaded Poland and 1.5 years before the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto were built, Brandis recalled. In 1942, German occupiers murdered Rybarski at Auschwitz as a representative of Poland's nationalist intelligentsia. Catholic national anti-Semitism. In April 1933, the weekly newspaper of the southern Polish bishopric of Kielce, Gazeta Tygodniowa, offered an ambivalent analysis of the new regime across the border in Germany. Hitler is Poland's enemy, but in the struggle against the moral corrosion caused by Jews, we have to admit he's right. 2 days later, Dzwon Niedzielny, the Sunday paper of the bishopric of Krakow, seconded those thoughts. 25 professors, almost all of them Jews, have been stripped of their academic chairs in Germany, and they won't be the last. Only now do we realize how Jewified German academia was, and it's well known that we in Poland are suffering far worse. The National Party's Germany expert, Stanisław Koziecki, and the Berlin correspondent for Gazeta Warszawska, Jerzy Drobnik, agreed that the German-Jewish conflict was an internal private matter of the Reich, and Koziecki found warm words to praise the new German government for taking on Jews. In 1936, in an extreme exaggeration, Dzwon Niedzielny claimed that Jews owned 75% of all public real estate and 80% of all industrial facilities, did 85% of all trade, and received 90% of all private credit. Must we accept this? The paper asked. The answer given by these religious reporters and editors, who saw themselves as soldiers in the national vanguard, was absolutely not. They portrayed measures aimed at excluding Jews as acts of self-defense and argued, in truly secular fashion, Jews dominate most free trades. They control artisanship and are making advances in agriculture. They already control literary and artistic creation, and with the help of the press and radio, they steer public opinion. In 1938, the paper of the tiny bishopric of Tarnów, Nasza Sprawa, sought to stir up envy and hatred for the many Jews getting by as tailors. This was rarely a lucrative undertaking. Nonetheless, the paper pointed out that Kielce, with its 58,000 inhabitants, had 4,470 tailors' workshops, only a quarter of which were owned by Christian Poles. Hundreds of thousands of Jews and their families are leading a comfortable existence, the paper concluded, thanks to Jewish domination of commerce, the skilled trades, and industry. In 1936, the newspaper Niedziela in the Diocese of Częstochowa accused Jews of spreading out in Poland while forgetting that they were not natives, but rather unwelcome guests. As historian Victoria Polman has shown, as a political goal, the de-Jewification of the Polish economy enjoyed the complete support of the clerical and nationalist press. The 1938 week of Polishization of industry, commerce, and artisanship began with a mass in Warsaw Cathedral. Church reporters from Gazeta Tygodniowa reported on the proceedings with frank statements of hatred. The Polishization of our unbelievably Jewified cities and towns is one of the most urgent questions of our lives, and the slogan, "To each his own," one of our national commandments. Only when millions of Poles can earn their daily bread in their own fatherland will prosperity grow in the country, and we'll be rid of the plague that originated in those who have dragged our villages into ruination, the Jews. Only then will the most dangerous enemy, the enemy within, be defeated. To accelerate this process, the paper instructed its religious leadership, a good Pole doesn't spend a single złoty in a Jewish place of business. No less stridently, but no less insistently, the head of Catholic Poland, Cardinal August Lond, had called upon the faithful in a pastoral letter to boycott Jewish businesses. From an economic perspective, it is good to prefer one's own kind to others and pass by Jewish shops and market stalls. The cardinal had his letter read from Catholic pulpits throughout Poland in February 1936, providing millions of the faithful with a special variation on the commandment to love thy neighbor. It's permissible to love one's own people more, he assured Polish Catholics. The cardinal condemned physical violence and conceded that there were many pious, honest, just, charitable, and generous Jews, but that didn't negate the existence of a serious problem. It is a fact that Jews fight against the Catholic Church, encourage free thinking, and form the avant-garde of godlessness, Bolshevism, and all revolutionary movements. It is a fact that Jews have a corrosive influence on morality and spread pornography with their publishing houses. It is true that Jews engage in deception, usury, and slave trading. In the fall of 1938, a Gazeta Tygodniowa author asked, "How can the country be de-Jewified?" His answer, "The Jews must be settled in uninhabited and nearly uninhabited places. Left to themselves, they could found a state of their own and no longer corrupt, demoralize, or exploit anyone. With all their influence and wealth, it will be easy for them to find and, if necessary, purchase such a settlement area." The daily newspaper Głos Narodu, which had been owned by the Archdiocese of Krakow since 1936, both criticized and expressed understanding for the night of broken glass in Nazi Germany. The Third Reich is about to burst the shackles Jews have put upon that country's economic and cultural life. Jews would have to leave Germany for good, the paper wrote, and recognized that their hour of history was now at hand. The Maximilian Maria Kolbe, a Franciscan monk who was beatified in 1982, was born in Łódź, but studied theology in Rome, where in 1917 he and some of his like-minded brothers founded the Catholic fundamentalist Knights of the Immaculata. The group dedicated itself to fighting secularism, freethinkers, and socialism. Kolbe himself formulated its statutes, which emphasized a series of self-imposed duties, including to try to change the minds of sinners, heretics, schismatics, Jews, etc., and particularly Freemasons, and contribute to the salvation of all under the protection and mediation of the Immaculate Virgin. In 1927, Kolbe founded the Niepokalonów Monastery in the village of Tereszyn near Warsaw. There, together with several hundred lay brothers, he created the largest Catholic newspaper company in Poland. In 1936, after doing 5 years of missionary work in Japan, he resumed his duties at the head of the monastery and the company, which included putting out the daily newspaper Mały Dziennik. Founded in 1935 in the style of a modern tabloid, it was published with the express purpose of combating Jews, Freemasons, and liberals. In 1936, the paper attacked the non-religious Dr. Janusz Korczak, a Jew born Henryk Goldschmidt, as a freethinker, atheist, and enemy of Catholicism. Korczak was then director of 2 orphanages, one for Jewish and one for Christian children, and the paper accused him of favoring the former because the Jewish orphans received additional tutoring. The journalists from Mały Dziennik considered it a scandal that our children are put in the care of our enemy. They demanded the government put a stop to it, given that Korczak is hostile to the Polish cause and undermines it. On November 9, 1938, the German diplomat Ernst vom Rath died after being shot by a Jewish teenager in Paris. Mały Dziennik, in an article titled "Lunatic Jews Not Satisfied with Blood of a Third-Rate Civil Servant," characterized him as a victim of Jewish brutality. The paper didn't mention the terrible pogrom, the Night of Broken Glass, that immediately commenced in Germany, merely noting, "It is to be expected that Chancellor Hitler will now push through the so-called final policy against Jews." 1 year later, Prelate Stanisław Czerczak, one of the countless anti-Semitic clerics in Poland, justified Germany's treatment of Jews by writing, "Hitler derives his laws from the papal encyclicals. He is following the examples of prominent popes." A 1938 article in the monthly magazine Rycerz Niepokalanie, which was founded by Kolbe in 1922 and for which he served as editor-in-chief and frequently wrote, offered the following words of praise. "In the battle against the front of Freemasons, the Church has found an ally: fascism. Whenever you encounter people who minimize the destructive, demoralizing, anti-state and anti-national activities of the Jews, you can be certain that they are influenced by Freemasonry, since Freemasonry comes from Jewishness and serves its political ends." The same publication proclaimed in 1939 that Jewishness had eaten its way, like a cancerous tumor, into the body of the people, adding, "It is tearing trade, industry, artisanship, and even the land away from us." Those examples suffice to sketch out the extent of daily bias and hatred, although Catholic publications were surpassed in this regard by the younger wordsmiths of the National Party. One of them was the lawyer Miko Hołownia, who, in his 1934 book Walka o Wielka Polska, Battle for the New Poland, demanded that Jews in Poland be left with no choice but to emigrate. But first, they must be made bankrupt. Only then should they emigrate. We cannot let them go until they have been turned into a pack of beggars. We can't afford to be sentimental. In our striving for victory over an enemy like this, we can't shy away from any sacrifice or effort. We cannot take account of any rights to property, civil rights, or indeed life itself. We have to eradicate this tangle of Jews among us once and for all. After Germany invaded Poland, The German occupiers sent Kolbe and Hovorka to Auschwitz, where they were murdered on August 14, 1941 and March 10, 1942, respectively, because they were members of the Polish nationalist intelligentsia. Korczak was sent as a Jew to Treblinka, where he was killed on August 7, 1942. He had refused offers by Christian Poles to help him flee the Warsaw Ghetto because he felt it his duty to accompany to their deaths the orphans with whom he had been charged. In Auschwitz, Kolbe had taken the place of a Christian fellow inmate with children who was to be executed in an act of reprisal. The man Kolbe saved, Franciszek Gajowniczek, survived the ordeal, dying in 1995 at the age of 94. Humiliated, ignorant Hungarians. The peace treaty signed on June 4, 1920, in the Grand Trianon Palace in Versailles, left behind a Hungary that was little more than a rump state, stripped of 2/3 of its territory, and almost 60% of its population. The territories taken away consisted of places with non-Hungarian and mixed populations, and areas settled by Hungarians where they were now in the majority. Hungary was forced to cede large stretches of land to the newly formed states of Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, as well as to a newly enlarged Romania, while Burgenland was given to Austria. Of the 10 million inhabitants in these territories, some 3.3 million considered themselves Magyars in terms of language, heritage, and culture. Thus, it was not without reason that most Hungarians considered themselves to be one of the biggest losers in the aftermath of the First World War. After the collapse of Béla Kun's short-lived Socialist Hungarian Republic of Councils in 1919, nationalists defamed Hungarian Jews collectively as traitors and Bolsheviks. Counter-revolutionaries killed some 5,000 people, 3,000 of them Jews. Yet political, social, and religious differences notwithstanding, almost all Hungarians could unite behind the slogan Nem Nem Soha, no, no, never, to the terms of peace dictated to the country at Trianon. In his memoirs, writer Ephraim Kishon, who was born in Budapest in 1924 as Ferenc Hoffmann, described how Hungarians felt between the world wars. He recalled as a student wistfully singing songs about reuniting Hungary. "Oh, my sweet Transylvania, we're prepared to die for you." In 1942, he even finished his course of study at the Budapest Trade School with a test on the topic "The Heroic Resistance of Hungary, the Bulwark of Christianity and European Culture Against the Bolshevik Hordes." Nationalistic and anti-communist thinking in Hungary paved the way in the 1930s for an alliance with Nazi Germany. Berlin achieved for Budapest what it had only aspired to: a major revision of the Paris peace treaties. Between 1938 and 1941, Hitler helped Hungary gain significant stretches of territory to the detriment of Romania, Yugoslavia, and Slovakia, the state Hitler himself allowed to be created on March 24, 1939. With Italy's help, the German Führer enlarged Hungary from 93,000 to 172,000 square kilometers, and increased the population from 9 to 15 million people. Beginning in 1941, Hungarian troops fought side by side with their German allies against the Soviet Union. Jewish Hungarians were forbidden to bear arms, but were deployed to build settlements or clear mines. Some 42,000 of these Jewish construction soldiers died. In mid-July 1941, Hungary deported 15,000 foreigners, that is, Jews declared to be Polish, Slovakian, or stateless. They were murdered by German police battalions in Kamianets-Podilsky, in what is now Ukraine, in late August of that year. As Switzerland's Neue Zürcher Zeitung reported on March 21, 1944, 2 days after the Wehrmacht invaded Hungary, Hungarians determined to destroy the Trianon peace agreement had permanently trapped the country in a web of German war policies. It was only at that point, late in the Second World War, that Germany needed to apply moderate pressure to ensure the continued cooperation of conservative nationalist forces in Hungary. Up until then, Hungary had remained a caste-oriented reactionary state, dominated by paternalistic large landowners and marred by grotesque social inequalities. Yet although communists had been kept down since the bloody suppression of the Hungarian Republic of Councils, and important parliamentary rights had been curtailed, Hungary still had a variety of newspapers and political parties. They ranged from moderate social democrats to the oppositional liberal democratic independent smallholders, from the agrarian workers and civic party to the nationalist parties and the right-wing revolutionary and occasionally banned Arrow Cross party. The conservative Renewal Party gained importance in the 1930s and increasingly influenced the political climate, despite being internally divided. Hungary's often rotating governments were essentially a club for national liberal and conservative bigwigs who regularly quarreled among themselves and then came back together in new constellations. Hungary was a special case, wrote historian Andreas Hillgruber in 1959, in an era shaped by clashes between democratic, fascist, and communist ideas. The personification of this special case was Miklos Horthy de Nagy Banya, the monarchist former admiral of the Austro-Hungarian Navy who served as the regent of Hungary from 1920 to October 15, 1944. Horthy, who preferred to be addressed as Your Excellency, decided over questions of war and peace, and had the right to convene and dismiss the parliament and to send legislation back for further consultations twice before being required to sign it into law. In contrast to Hitler's Germany, Hungary was far freer and far less socially equitable. The old European emphasis on tradition by Hungary's thin upper class prevented an alliance of the lower classes, parvenu intelligentsia, and former elites of the sort Hitler so successfully forged. Nonetheless, in the May 1939 elections, the fascist Arrow Cross Party, which, while related to the National Socialists, was more radical due to Hungary's pre-modern character, won 29 parliamentary mandates, more than 1/6 of all seats available. In Budapest, it received over 1/3 of the vote, an impressive result considering that Hungary's electoral system favored the rich. Arrow Cross supporters fought for a national workers' state and the liberation of man, soil, work, and the ethnically native people, while agitating against the yoke of the Jewish Marxist plutocracy. They aimed to simultaneously overcome feudalism and capitalism and to emancipate workers, denigrated as smelly proletarians, making them equal members of a worker-friendly nation. The Arrow Cross Party represented a threat to the feudal order still running things in Hungary and gave a prominent voice to the lower classes, which had been kept indentured, ignorant, and poor. A significant number of adherents of the Hungarian communists who were banned found a new home in this explicitly anti-Semitic party. Its membership, platform, and influence explained three aspects of Hungarian society, then and later: the general social welfare benefits from anti-Semitic measures, the ease with which Arrow Cross supporters became reliable pillars in the new populist communist regime after 1945, and the socially integrative, stubborn refusal after the Second World War to talk about the Holocaust. Magyar-style anti-Semitic equality. In 1920, Jews represented barely 6% of the Hungarian population, but 51% of lawyers, 39% of engineers and chemists, 34% of journalists, and around 50% of doctors. This was no great surprise, since between 1910 and 1930, the percentage of Jews over the age of 20 who had graduated from a university-track high school rose from 18.2 to 22.1%, while it declined among Gentiles from 4.3 to 4.1%. Jewish students also finished their university studies more quickly and got better marks. The prohibition on Jewish lawyers practicing in Hungary was only lifted in 1867. 30 years later, according to one estimate, the sons of small-time Jewish merchants and artisans made up 30 to 50% of the educated new middle class in modernizing Hungary. These people had relatively high earnings and ensured that their own children were also well educated. Soon after the suppression of the Republic of Councils, the new Hungarian government introduced matriculation limits on Jewish university students. The corresponding law came into force on September 26, 1920. It was passed by an overwhelming majority of the parliament and signed by Prime Minister Pál Teleki and Horthy. In the run-up to this legislative act, nationalist students had demonstrated in favor of it, and because the law initially applied only to new students, the demonstrations continued. The end result was that, to ensure ethnic transparency, true Magyar students were given a say in policy. From that point on, they sent delegates to matriculation commissions who acted like equality commissioners, making sure that the number of Jewish students did not exceed what were seen as fair quotas. In 1922, Alejos Kovács, a statistician and anti-Semite, calculated that Jews controlled 20 to 25% of the national income and assets in Hungary instead of the proportional 5.9% that was their due. This terrifying disproportionality, he insisted, needed to be corrected. But who would benefit? As historian Péter Tibor Nagy has demonstrated statistically, the interests of the Hungarian population as a whole were not, as is often claimed, made a priority. Nagy writes, rather, the restrictions on the numbers of Jewish students prioritized the interests of 210,000 middle-class Christian families over those of 60,000 similarly situated Jewish ones. Christians were afraid of competition from a Jewish minority that seemed able to rise up socially with the greatest of ease. The 1920 law bore the wordy, ostensibly harmless title Regulation on Matriculation to the Universities, Technical University, and Economic Faculty in Budapest and the Legal Academies. Its significant paragraphs don't mention Jews specifically. The law merely stipulates that the proportion of matriculates who reside in the country and belong to individual races and nationalities are ideally to reach the proportions of the religions and nationalities concerned, and at least 9/10 of same. The word race was not used for the sake of ethnic discrimination. Some individual local acts of bias notwithstanding, Hungarian Jews who had converted to Christianity were still allowed to study without any restrictions. The law used the word so as not to distinguish between the Christian confessions. The intention was to deny practicing Jews access to middle-class educational opportunities and careers. This aim was supported by measures taken by the city administration of Budapest, a city in which every fifth resident was Jewish. In 1920-21, 160 Jewish teachers were fired, a significant number of Jewish deans demoted to teachers, and Jewish professors were transferred from the trade academies to less prestigious people's schools. Both the League of Nations and Jewish organizations in Britain and France considered the matriculation restrictions a violation of the guarantees of minority rights in the Trianon Treaty. In response to their protests, the Hungarian government claimed that it was trying to reduce the intellectual proletariat and ensure the patriotic loyalty of future civil servants and the proportional equality of opportunity between various nationalities. Before the restrictions, the government said the proportion of Jewish students had reached an intolerable average of 34%. At the University of Pécs, it was 45.2%. By late 1921, the proportion of Jewish students had been brought down to an average of 11.3%, a two-thirds reduction. And by the 1935-36 fall semester, that figure had fallen to 8%. As a consequence, thousands of Hungarian Jews who wanted to study at university in the 1920s and 1930s did so at Austrian, Italian, Czech, French, and until 1933, German universities. In line with its basic aim, the Hungarian matriculation law improved Gentiles' chances in the job market. By 1928, Jews represented around 19% of the well-educated people with jobs, but 30% of the well-educated unemployed, the intellectual proletariat. In Budapest, the latter number was 38%. After an initial phase of shock, and in response to international pressure, universities became more lax in enforcing the quotas, so that before 1940, the prescribed proportion of 6% Jewish students was never attained. The national liberal Hungarian Prime Minister István Bethlen, who served from 1921 to 1931, declared ex post facto that he had always wanted to revoke the numerous clausus matriculation limits, but only when the social situation in Hungary had been consolidated. Conversely, Hungarian anti-Semite István Barta, the author of a German-language book on the Jewish question, complained that the smoldering racial protection movement had been condemned to impotence by the successful tactics of the Jewish communities. Jewish leaders undertook a series of discreet interventions, and in 1928 the restrictions were in fact officially eased. In October 1932, the out-and-out anti-Semite Gyula Gumbush took over the government. The new prime minister came from the lower middle classes, had worked his way up to captain in the military, and had founded the Party for Racial Protection in 1924. Back then, the party had adopted illiberal slogans and demanded that matriculation restrictions be extended to include baptized former Jews. In 1925, he co-organized the International Congress of Anti-Semites in Budapest. As early as January 1921, in the newspaper Század, Wakening Call, Gumbush had formulated ideas that would find a broad echo in 1938. I consider it necessary for the Hungarian government to contact the headquarters of the Zionists to arrange for the resettlement of hundreds of thousands of excess Jews with Hungarian citizenship. The fate of this people, which is dispersed throughout the world, must be decided in a way that guarantees the serenity of the other peoples. In a brochure written in German, Gumbush proclaimed Jews should only be allowed to assert themselves in any given area in relation to their numbers. Despite these views, in his 4 years in power, Gumbush didn't make existing anti-Jewish legislation more severe. On the contrary, probably at the urging of Horthy, he declared upon taking office that he had rethought his ideas on the Jewish question, and would henceforth consider those Jews who feel that they belong to the Hungarian national community as much my brothers as my Hungarian brothers. For historian Randolph Brahman, Gumbush's change of heart was purely tactical, while contemporary Hungarian anti-Semites saw the power of Jewish money at work, to which the Prime Minister had been forced to yield. Whatever the truth may have been, until Gumbush's early death in October 1936, Hungarian government policy quietly discriminated against Jews. Between the academic years 1932 to 33 and 1936 to 37, the proportion of Jewish university students dwindled from 12.5 to 7.4%. Meanwhile, Gumbush filled upper-level administrative, military, and governmental positions with people from diverse social backgrounds, lessening the influence of conservative elites and favoring what was sometimes known as Young Hungary. The entry of the latter into state institutions was bad news for Jews. Among the newly promoted parvenus was Arrow Cross leader Ferenc Szálasi. His father was a career military man who had never risen higher than junior officer, while his son made it all the way up to the rank of major in the Hungarian General Staff. Gumbush's successor as prime minister, Kálmán Darányi, radicalized the government's anti-Jewish policies in a telling double move. On March 5, 1938, he banned the Arrow Cross Party, while adopting on the same day part of its platform as official state policy. He didn't announce the reorientation in front of Parliament, but rather in a partisan speech to the workers in the industrial city of Ur. Our government platform is dedicated to serving the welfare, health, and culture of the lower classes, and I see this platform as embodying the idea of racial protection and national unity, Darany told his listeners. Jewry has succeeded in establishing itself in disproportionately large numbers in those areas of work in which it is easier to earn money. The basic condition for the legal and systematic regulation of the Jewish question is that we create a socially equitable situation. Anti-Jewish discrimination as an act of social equity. Darany, his followers, and most of his listeners understood social equity to mean that Jews would no longer have the right to freely choose what they did for work, and that their proportion in certain job sectors would be limited to 20%. The government introduced corresponding legislation 1 month later, on April 8, 1939. It was called the Law on More Effective Protection of Social and Economic Equity. 18 years after the law limiting Jewish matriculations, and despite Hungary's social and economic stagnation, parliamentary deputies still felt they had to help ambitious Magyar University graduates find suitably comfortable positions, to the detriment of Jews. This interpretation of the situation is supported by the debates carried out in the upper and lower chambers of the Hungarian parliament. Tibor Eckhart, the chairman of the Independent Smallholders Party, justified his vote with the following argument. Some time ago, before the draft of the Jewish legislation was distributed, I emphasized that the fundamental question was the proper distribution of income and wealth. Another deputy, inspired by the heat of class conflict, insisted that the street sweepers are all Christians and the people sitting in the automobiles are all Jews. Matyas Matolcsi rejected the draft legislation in the name of the National Peasants' Party as being far too mild. He demanded that the Jews be pushed back to 5% and that key industries be nationalized, and there be targeted, comprehensive social welfare reform policies, namely a radical land reform as a supplement to the Jewish law, which only solves the problems of cities. In the upper chamber of Parliament, the deputy Zoltán Bíró insisted that the law was directed not only against Jewish capital, but also against the Jewish proletariat that had emigrated from Eastern Europe and that sucked the money from and exploited the native populace in eastern Hungary. Bíró's colleagues, Viktor Karolyi and János Teleski, found the law compellingly appropriate for the end of preserving the social peace. After considering the legislation, parliamentary deputies voted it into law on May 29, 1938, by a large majority. Justice Minister Ödön Mikec portrayed it as an act of social equity. With Jews representing only 6% of the Hungarian populace, many people found the 20% quota overly generous. But for those it affected, whether they were practicing or would-be doctors, lawyers or engineers, or worked in the press, film, or theater, the limits were painful. The damage was all the greater because parliamentarians had also come up with clauses designed to additionally hem in the unjust overrepresentation of Jews. For example, alongside the 20% quota, media companies weren't allowed to pay more than 20% of their total wages to Jews. In companies with more than 10 employees, the 20% limit on Jews was calculated using only people working in intellectually influential areas. At a newspaper, for instance, only journalists and editors counted, not bookkeepers, secretaries, porters, and typesetters. That further restricted the number of Jews in leading jobs. The anti-Jewish law of May 1938 was followed before the end of the year by another law directed at the exaggerated influence of Jewry on the intellectual leadership of the country. It came into force on May 5, 1939, and aimed to provide a new foundation for the beautiful edifice of hard-working Christian Hungary. That was how the newly appointed Prime Minister Béla Imrédi had put it on February 3rd. But Imrédi was a luckless figure. The anti-Semitism he helped promote turned around to bite him in the form of his Jewish great-grandmother. When this part of his ancestry was revealed, he was forced to resign after only a few weeks in office. Nonetheless, he remained politically active. In 1942, he demanded a solution to the Jewish question to be coupled with land reform and better social benefits for workers. In 1944, Imreti was an enthusiastic helper of the German occupiers. 2 years later, a popular tribunal in Budapest sentenced him to death, and he was immediately executed. With the second Jewish law, the quota of Jews in the professions listed before was reduced from 20 to 12%, and the reduction also applied to wages. Leading positions such as editor-in-chief, departmental head, and publisher had to be given to people of the Christian faith. From that moment on, Jews were no longer accepted as civil servants or state employees. Jewish judges and prosecutors were forced to retire within 6 months. Teachers and notaries were given a deadline of 2 years. For all institutions of higher education and secondary schools, strict matriculation limits of 6% were put in place. Because Jewish students already exceeded that limit, educational authorities reduced the percentage of newly matriculating Jewish students to a mere 1.4% for the 1939-40 fall semester. Thus, what had been a limit now nearly amounted to an outright ban. The 6% limit also applied to the awarding of commercial and trade licenses and public contracts given to Jewish-owned companies. To evade foreign complaints in April 1939, Hungary quit the League of Nations. A newly established government office with 600 employees supervised the law's implementation. German diplomats nicknamed it the Jew Commissariat. Employers were required to report twice yearly how many Jews they employed in intellectual jobs, and they were told how many Jews they would have to fire in the coming 6 months. The law also stripped most Jews of their right to vote just before the 1939 parliamentary and local elections. Since Jews had tended to vote for liberal parties, the measure favored conservatives and right-wing radicals. Moreover, the Hungarian Interior Minister was granted the authority to denaturalize all Jews who had gained Hungarian citizenship after July 1, 1914. The most ominous paragraph in the law came at the end. It empowered the government to encourage the emigration of Jews and issue decrees concerning their right to take their assets with them, for which normally laws would be required. These paragraphs in a democratically passed law enabled the government to summarily confiscate the assets of 725,000 Jews in 1944 and abet their emigration, in many cases to Auschwitz. Hungary's third Jewish law came into force in August 1941 and defined, for the first time in the country's legal system, the term half-Jew. Following the lead of the 1935 Nuremberg laws in Germany, children of mixed Jewish-Christian marriages were considered Jewish if they belonged to the Jewish cultural community. In the parliamentary debates about the law, deputies pursued two aims: refining Hungary's policies of segregation in order to, as Imreti put it, encourage the future exodus of Jews, and give the state a way to confiscate land without compensation from half-Jews. Amid these heated discussions, Béla Varga of the Smallholders Party argued for half of all Hungary's Jews to be forcibly resettled. He was not alone. As the former Prime Minister Bethlen summarized, there was no speaker in Parliament who suggested a solution other than the Jews being forced to emigrate to a Jewish national state. At the same time, the state launched a campaign to create a sort of commerce that was unmistakably permeated by the Christian spirit. This entailed support programs for ambitious young Christians, including scholarships to attend trade schools, cheap lines of credit to set up businesses, and evening continuing education classes on everything from bookkeeping, customs law, and rail and ship tariffs to shop window decoration and the use of advertisements. And encouraged by the help they had begun to receive in school, young Christians did indeed seek to take the chances that the Jewish law opened up for them. By mid-1941, Budapest city officials had stripped Jewish market sellers of their stalls. 4,500 grain dealers throughout the country had lost their concessions, and the situation was similar in all agricultural sectors. Drawing attention to these measures, Presidential Regent Horthy proclaimed, "We have implemented an interest in economic life and a proclivity for the free trades in our children and our young people. I trust that our gifted race, which is capable of anything, can achieve everything." Hardly had Hungary regained northern Transylvania from Romania after the Second Vienna Award on August 30th, 1940, than the Hungarian government stripped Jews there of their rights, revoking trade licenses and issuing edicts about where they were allowed to run businesses and where not. Jews were also branded collaborators and profiteers of 20 years of Romanian rule, which had now been overcome. The tone of these initiatives is neatly conveyed by an article in the Magyar Nép, Hungarian People newspaper, on May 9, 1942, about the forced withdrawal of Jewish merchants from the city of Kolozsvár, Cluj. Until now the Gruns and Cohens have lorded over the main square. Romanian parvenus, the upper class of the Romanian occupiers, were the shop's best customers. Elegant ladies from Romania proper came here to purchase silk and exquisite English fabric, fur coats, jewelry, snakeskin shoes. In short, the finest and most fashionable things from anywhere and everywhere. While masses of Hungarians suffered want and privation, they weighed silk and gold. Until 1945, agriculture in scantily industrialized Hungary was based on the feudal estate economy. Tiny landowners, serfs, farm maids, and seasonally employed day laborers. Poverty and sluggish industrialization led some 1.4 million of these people to emigrate to the U.S. between 1900 and 1914. In 1937, the authors of a League of Nations report noted the extreme poverty of rural Hungarians compared with others in Europe. They kept themselves alive, the report stated, with bread and paprika and bread, and on a good day maybe a little bacon. Estate owners still enjoyed the right to mete out corporal punishment and to approve or disapprove of marriages, determining how Hungary's rural poor lived at the time. According to the 1930 census, some 2.3 million people existed in these conditions, almost a third of the entire Hungarian population. Against the backdrop of this notorious misery, both chambers of the Hungarian parliament repeatedly debated the issue of land reform, but the politically powerful aristocracy always succeeded in blocking any action. In 1938, a number of leading politicians jointly arrived at an idea of how to break the impasse by enlisting Jewish land for the purposes of land reform. There are no precise statistics on how much land Jews possessed, but around 10% of all agricultural and forest lands were probably owned or leased by Jews. That expropriation was the subject of paragraphs 15 and 16 of the Second Jewish Law of 1939, which mandated the exclusion of Jews from any possession of rural property, a move intended to give new momentum to land reform and strengthen Magyar farmers. Hungarian land reform followed the maxim, peace to peasant huts and palaces, war upon the Jews, as is evident from Prime Minister Pál Teleki's justification of it on February 22, 1939. No government can be in doubt that property and land should make their way into Hungarian hands, safe hands, and not the hands of those who aren't connected with the land by any family tradition. Teleki's successor, Miklós Aly, also stressed to Parliament on March 19, 1942, his determination to appropriate Jewish property without exception. After being interrupted by frenetic applause, he continued, On the basis of the racial protection law, I will enforce our claims upon this property. I will also appropriate all forests that are in Jewish hands. We can put the confiscated forest land to good use for our future resettlement policies." This act of expropriation included not just land, but everything on it, including livestock. Calais was not just a puppet carrying out the will of the Nazi regime. He was trying to maneuver Hungary out of its perilous alliance with the Third Reich. He considered his anti-Semitic policies as proof of his independent way of acting, and claimed to be following venerable social welfare state goals. To qualify for acquiring and working the newly expropriated land, candidates had to be below a certain income level, have at least 3 children, or be an officially registered hero or victim of war. Such was the demand for Jewish land that on September 6, 1942, the Hungarian parliament extended the expropriation of forests and fields to property owned by those defined the year before as half-Jews. A body called the Land and Soil Credit Institute was charged with distributing the stolen real estate and buildings. In 1943, it announced that it had achieved an excellent balance, thanks chiefly to compulsorily relinquished Jewish property. In 1944, the German-language journal devoted to the Hungarian economy, Ungarische Volkswert, offered fulsome praise. This leading altruistic agrarian institute was able to develop an extraordinarily productive effectiveness. The body had succeeded in taking away more than 300,000 hectares of land from Jewish owners. But the demands for productivity didn't stop there. Unsurprisingly, in October 1942, Calais directed the public's covetous gaze to new sources of wealth and announced that he was levying a special war contribution upon Jews. This was merely a euphemism for another act of expropriation. And that wasn't the end of his attempts to provide for the Magyar population. Among our social problems is that of housing, which is also organized in antisocial ways that particularly benefit the Jews. I am not yet in a position to describe precisely how we will proceed, but I intend to solve the housing question in this fashion. Calais had already sketched out Hungary's happy future, free of Jews, in a public speech the preceding April. This question can only be solved by creating a tabula rasa. Jewry must be removed, deprived of the right to property and the use of Hungarian soil. He concluded his address with the words, "There is no other solution than the resettlement of 800,000 Jews out of Hungary." At that point, there were minutes of thunderous applause throughout the monumental event hall, a newspaper reported. Another source quoted Calais as saying that the formal de-Jewification of economic life was insufficient and that it was more crucial to eradicate the Jewish spirit. Calais said that he knew that Jews would have to be excluded in stages, sooner rather than later, from the concerns of Hungarian life, and that there could be no other final solution than the resettlement of the 800,000-strong heads of Hungarian Jewry. In Berlin, the Nazi leadership viewed such speeches with satisfaction. Step by step, the solution of the Jewish question in Hungary is making progress. But as a number of documents show, not everyone was satisfied by the level of progress. On April 16, 1943, Horthy told Hitler that he, Horthy, had done everything that could be done ethically against the Jews, but there was no way to murder or otherwise kill them. Like Horthy, the advocates of Hungary's Jewish policy between 1920 and 1943 rarely contemplated the idea of mass murder. They formulated positive goals intended to create a peaceful, homogeneous, and strong nationalist state. Nonetheless, when the Wehrmacht occupied Hungary in March 1944, Germans were immediately able to exploit a nationalist climate that had been spreading since 1920. Increasingly draconian anti-Jewish legislation encouraged the general public's greedy willingness to help itself to the many things deported Jews left behind. The main thing was that the Jews disappeared. It was to achieve this end that civil servants and police officers from the Hungarian Interior Ministry closely cooperated with the commando led by Adolf Eichmann. Years of debates about Jewish laws and the legislation itself had accustomed Hungarian society to legal forms of exclusion. The prohibitions on Jews studying at university and practicing the trades of their choice, followed by the partial expropriation of their property, allowed genteel Hungarians, in the words of post-war politician István Bibo, to create an extraordinarily advantageous situation without any personal exertion, thanks to the state. The anti-Jewish measures had the appearance of social reform that allowed the majority to get behind them. In reality, however, the anti-Semitic policies propped up the old, long-decayed social order. Hungarian Jews were subjected to increasingly targeted threats to their physical security and ultimately deported. Playing a decisive social, if not political, role in this process were the large number of active anti-Semites who cultivated small-minded resentments, and the many people who enriched themselves with what Jews left behind in the second half of the Second World War. They justified their actions by asking, hadn't the Jews always been impertinent and demanding? Hadn't their own selfish interests been first and foremost on their minds? Such were the observations Bibo recorded in a 1948 essay on the Jewish question in Hungary. The heading of the final section reads, "Our Responsibility for What Happened." 6. Expulsion and Eradication. Evian. Where to with the Jews? Upon the initiative of U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, international representatives came together for a conference on refugees from July 6 to 15, 1938, in the French spa town of Evian-les-Bains. The event was organized by American and British diplomats for the express purpose of discussing how the roughly 500,000 Jews left in Germany and Austria could emigrate from the Third Reich. The auspices weren't good. In the run-up to the conference, many of the 32 countries that participated took steps to hinder or block the mass arrival of Jews fleeing Austria after its annexation by Nazi Germany. German authorities were driving people across its borders and onto migrant ships without any money. Before 1938, the year when the Nazi leadership radicalized its policy of expelling Jews from Germany, they had been leaving the country at a steady rate. Of the 500,000 Jews who then lived in Germany, 135,000 had yielded to rising pressure by fleeing or illegally emigrating. 30,000 went to other Western European countries, 15,000 to North America, 21,000 to South America, 4,000 to South Africa, and 2,000 to the rest of the world. In addition, some 20,000 Jews returned to countries in Eastern Europe, mostly Poland, from where they had originally come. The measures decided upon in Evian have been subjected to more than enough moral evaluation, and it is not my intention to criticize the individual nations and their initiatives. Ultimately, Roosevelt's rational and humane intentions were flouted by the machinations of Hitler's Germany. But it is worth investigating how the concerns and special wishes that preceded, accompanied, and followed the conference reflected the situation and prospects of the approximately 4 million Eastern and Central European Jews outside the Third Reich and the Soviet Union. Top officials in the British Foreign Office, who were charged with preparing the conference, feared it might encourage other countries to follow Germany and Austria's lead and try to get rid of their own Jewish populations. No matter how little or how much was achieved in Evian, a May 1938 briefing for British Foreign Minister Lord Halifax made clear that the question of the Jews in Central Europe will be raised sooner or later and can only be resolved comprehensively and perhaps radically. organizers were afraid that a crackdown on Jews by Poland, Romania, and Hungary would unleash a movement of population, possibly involving several million people. When the U.S. formally invited Romanians to take part, the Romanian Foreign Minister, Nicolae Petrescu-Comnen, reacted with delight, telling the U.S. ambassador that he hoped the Jewish resettlement initiative would be extended to his country. One of the final acts of the Goga-Kuza government was to give an interview with the Nazi Völkischer Beobachter newspaper on February 9, 1938, in which Kuza detailed his vision for a strategic alliance with Hitler's Germany. "We have to force the Western democracies to choose between opening up new territories for Jewish immigration or accepting a violent solution to the conflict. It is difficult for us to constrain the people from carrying out pogroms, and those in Paris and London should be made to know that we won't always be able to do this. A decision must be taken quickly." In a more moderate tone, but ultimately pursuing the same goal, the next Romanian government drew up a memorandum that it presented to London on December 5, 1938. A Jewish state, it demanded, must be established in cooperation with Jewish organizations and be supported by a decisive action on the part of the Western powers to quickly and thoroughly solve the Jewish question. On September 20, 1938, there was a remarkably cordial discussion between Polish Ambassador Józef Lipski and Adolf Hitler, in which a jovial Führer suggested that the Jewish problem could be solved by emigration to the British colonies based on an agreement with Poland, Hungary, and possibly Romania. Polish Foreign Minister Józef Beck recorded Lipski's answer. "On this score, I told Hitler that we would erect a magnificent monument to him in Warsaw if he brought about such a solution." At that juncture, Warsaw had good relations with Nazi Germany, because as part of the imminent annexation of the Sudetenland, Hitler intended to toss Poland a territorial scrap, the Czech border town and transportation hub Český Těšín, and the surrounding territory of Olsza. It was this prospective pillage and destruction of the Czechoslovak state that led Winston Churchill to describe Poland as having a hyena appetite. Things would soon turn frosty again between Berlin and Warsaw as Hitler prepared for war against Poland. By this time, Beck visited London on April 5th and 6th, 1939. Germany had deported 17,000 Polish Jews living in Germany back to their homeland, staged the night of the Broken Glass pogrom, destroyed the state of Czechoslovakia, forced Lithuania to cede the city of Memel, Klaipėda, and given Hungary much of Slovakia. In a communique on Beck's visit, the British government announced that it would sign a solidarity pact with Poland. Although it was hardly a priority, Whitehall publicly endorsed Beck's suggestion that all international efforts to resolve the Jewish problem should also include the Jews of Poland. At the behest of Bucharest, Beck drew attention to a similar problem in Romania, to which the British side declared that it recognized the difficulties at hand and was willing, at any time, to consider suggested solutions with the Polish and Romanian governments. U.S. diplomats had rejected similar ideas, at Britain's request, in the immediate wake of the Night of Broken Glass. But Poland's ambassador in Washington, Jerzy Potocki, quickly intervened. He considered it unjust that the U.S. directed its attention solely to refugees of Germany who were being terribly persecuted, while ignoring Poland's 3.5 million Jews. "The Polish government wants to get rid of them," Potocki said, "but they're not being mistreated." The following day he met with the chief of the State Department's Western European Division and threatened that if Poland weren't treated the same as Germany on the question of Jewish emigration, it could come to numerous outbreaks of anti-Semitic violence. London diplomats, trying to engineer a minimal consensus and only too aware of Poland, Romania, and Hungary's hardline attitudes, tried to keep those countries away from the Evian Conference. No mean feat. Appeals to members of the British Commonwealth and British colonies to play a constructive role fell on deaf ears, and some even refused to respond. Initially, only Australia agreed to send a delegate to Evian and declared itself willing to accept 500 Jewish refugees a year. New Zealand, Canada, and South Africa declined to participate. My own feeling is that nothing will help solving an international problem by bringing it to other nations, Canadian Prime Minister William Mackenzie Lyon King asserted. We must be careful not to try to play the role of a dog in the manger with our wide-open spaces and our small population. He added, we would have riots if we agreed to a policy that admitted large numbers of Jews. South Africa let it be known that it already had enough Jews and, with a general election approaching, would not do anything to facilitate further immigration. During the conference itself, Australian Trade Minister Thomas W. White articulated what was probably running through many of the delegates' heads. It will no doubt be appreciated also that as we have no real racial problem, we are not desirous of importing one. Afterward, while discussing the duties that could potentially result for the United Kingdom from the final conference resolution, Home Secretary Samuel Hoare protested that although he would do his best, there was a good deal of feeling growing up in this country against the admission of Jews to British colonies. Orderly Jewish emigration presupposed that German authorities would cooperate, but realistic British diplomats realized that Nazi Germany was pursuing two contradictory aims: to deport Jews once they had been rendered penniless, and to use them as hostages to force concessions from the Western democracies. On April 26, 1938, Hermann Goering decreed that all non-Aryans would have to register their assets with tax authorities. The Foreign Office in London had no doubt that this requirement was intended to help the Germans gain control of Jewish wealth, even if the people being expropriated remained in the country. Those in power in Berlin, it was understood, intended to have Jews suffer, starve, and die, and that humanitarian objections would therefore be useless. Adding to the immediate difficulties in helping Europe's Jews was the general global political situation. Beginning in 1936, there were repeated uprisings in British-run Palestine against Jewish emigration. To head off further unrest, London gave in and throttled back the number of Jews moving to the Middle East. Some 300,000 Jews had settled in Palestine since 1920, including around 40,000 who came from Germany as of 1933. Spain was engaged in a civil war that was being stoked by Germany, Italy, and the Soviet Union, which presented a danger for British military and commercial ships passing through the Strait of Gibraltar. Italy possessed colonies in Eritrea and Somalia, and as of 1935 was expanding into Ethiopia. In 1937, Mussolini began an attempt to conquer Libya, while Japanese troops landed in China. All these conflicts relegated the Jewish question to secondary importance in London and Paris. In order to secure the Suez Canal, which was so important strategically and economically, Britain had to reach a tenable understanding with Arab states and the Muslim world. Their loyalty was purchased with money and a refusal to allow the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. The British military and many British colonial authorities viewed geopolitical interests as more important than any considerations derived from the persecution of Jews in Germany, Austria, or elsewhere. At the time, several 100,000 Jews lived in the British Empire, compared with 80 million Muslims. The conference, a beginning without an end. Leading U.S. diplomats saw the unpredictable nations of Europe as a topsy-turvy world and were left shaking their heads at the Spanish Civil War, the quarrels over national minorities, and the European proclivity toward authoritarianism. Typical American sentiments at the time were, the European pot is boiling again, the crises are succeeding one another with exhilarating tempo, and Stalin stands to profit by other people fighting, but not by fighting himself. There were concerned American reports about the pitiful state of the French Air Force and the gap between the British and German aircraft industries. Conversely, British leaders pressured their American partners to build huge warships. From Cologne, American General Counsel Alfred W. Cleforth reported that ordinary people were fully behind Hitler since he gave them food, jobs, and national pride. German workers were happy to labor 58 to 60 hours a week, Cleforth wrote, saying he had never seen the like of it in any other country. Those who were especially productive were given berths on cruises to Norway or the Canary Islands. Nonetheless, Roosevelt told advisers that it was time to tackle the Jewish problem in Napoleonic fashion. As his main advisor on refugee issues, James G. MacDonald, made clear in a preliminary meeting in London, Roosevelt envisioned a large-scale settlement plan paid for in part by state and in part by private funds and goods. The U.S. President's determination to act was fueled by his contempt for the hesitant, ineffective dilly-dallying of the League of Nations, and once he began to think in grand terms, he approved of extending the agenda at Evian to include Central Europe. He was also prepared to treat the anti-Semitic wishes and plans of the Polish, Romanian, Lithuanian, and Hungarian governments as legitimate. Roosevelt's loose talk on this score horrified London and Paris, which successfully shot down his ideas. But grand presidential aspirations notwithstanding, the suggestion MacDonald made to his British colleagues was pragmatic and immediate. The United States was prepared to accept 27,000 Jewish refugees a year. That was the upper limit on the number of immigrants from Germany as a whole, and it was now to be reserved exclusively for German and Austrian Jews. That number could even be expanded slightly if returnees to Germany were taken into account. MacDonald expected the states and colonies in the Commonwealth to offer similar quotas. He had no hopes of help from France, which he thought would use the conference to get rid of its own refugees. The subject of the costs of limited emigration was studiously avoided. Publicly, American and British negotiators demanded that German Jews be allowed to take some of their assets with them, but privately and realistically, they acknowledged that the Nazi government intended to plunder their wealth and keep them as a class of helots. On March 19, 1938, Roosevelt announced that the conference would be held. A week later, Hitler answered with a speech broadcast live on radio and printed in the Völkischer Beobachter. I can only hope and expect that the other world, which has such deep sympathy with these criminals, the Jews, will at least be generous enough to convert this sympathy into practical aid. For our part, we are ready to place all these criminals at the disposal of these countries, if need be by putting them on luxury ocean liners. From that point on, in characteristically bad faith, the Nazi regime tried both to disrupt and use the conference for its own ends. In the weeks that followed, it herded hundreds of destitute Jews across land borders and the Danube River into Czechoslovakia and Hungary. A bit later, on the express command of SS and Reich Security Office leader Reinhard Heydrich in Vienna, 4,000 young Jewish men were arrested and severely mistreated. Half of them were taken to the Dachau concentration camp. Terrorizing Jews in this way was designed to outrage world opinion. It was a staged humanitarian catastrophe, thanks to which word of the humiliation, torture, imprisonment, and murder of Jews would get out, and Jewish organizations would be forced to put pressure on their respective national governments. Jewish defense associations in foreign states, the Nazis hoped, would then transfer large sums of hard currency to free the Jews who were being so badly mistreated. During the Night of Broken Glass pogrom on November 9th and 10th, 1938, and the subsequent unusually brutal internment of 25,000 Jewish men in the concentration camps, Hitler used the same strategy of increasing the pressure on Jews to emigrate. On November 24th, the SS newspaper Das Schwarze Korps wrote that if Jews didn't disappear immediately, they would be eradicated like criminals. The Nazi government, which had run up massive debts and was not considered creditworthy even within Germany itself, had a vested interest in continuing its unconstrained confiscation of Jewish assets. In 1938, Jewish wealth was estimated at 8 billion Reichsmarks, a considerable sum considering that Reich tax authorities only took in 17 billion Reichsmarks from taxes, duties, and levies that year. With this in mind, on the second day of the Evian Conference, the German Foreign Ministry issued the following orders to its embassies in countries affected by the refugee question. The question of whether Germany can ease its stance on the transference of capital in Jewish hands is to be answered in the negative, since, especially after the war, a transfer of capital accumulated by Jews would be intolerable for Germany. In other words, by this point, Germany had already decided to retain all the assets of the Jews. Embassies were also told to insist that the Jewish question was a domestic German problem, exempt from all discussions. Hungary didn't send a delegation to Evian. Romania, Poland, and Greece were represented by observers, and Italy boycotted the conference. The event could not be held in Geneva, the home of the League of Nations, because Switzerland didn't want to further strain its already precarious relationship with Germany, so the neighboring French city was chosen as a substitute. Bern's own delegation didn't consist of any diplomats, but rather immigration police head Heinrich Rothmund. The Geneva newspaper Journal des Nations didn't mince words about the event, running a headline on its opening day that read, "Voilà une conférence qui est morte avant qu'elle soit née." Behold a conference that is dead before it's even been born. The conference began on July 8, 1938, with some sobering words from its chairman, Myron C. Taylor, who spoke of large-scale forced migration and the need for quick and effective results and long-term comprehensive solutions. How these were to be achieved remained unclear. British representatives had been ordered to avoid using the word Palestine and to keep as much distance as possible from the many representatives of Jewish organizations who had traveled to Evian. It was equally taboo for American delegates to discuss the possibility of financial assistance from the states represented at the conference to fund emigration. French and British negotiators insisted that their U.S. colleagues, whom they considered naive, not even suggest that aid could be offered to refugees from Poland, Romania, and other Central European countries. That, the European diplomats asserted, would immediately make the governments in question increase pressure on their own minorities to emigrate, creating an inestimable problem for Western destination countries. In their official statements, delegates recited statistics about how many refugees their countries had already accepted, suggesting that they had reached their limits. The German-language Jewish newspaper Jüdische Rundschau reported with obvious disappointment the representatives of these countries probably had no choice but to speak like this, and anyone who expected anything different was probably, as the conference joke had it, reading Evian from back to front, naively. Non-Jewish newspapers were often more frank about the anti-Jewish bias the conference had to try to overcome. On July 11th, the Gazette de Lausanne pointed out that many people believed Jews possessed a far too powerful position for such a small minority, and that this was the cause of the resistance to them, which in many places has become a general attack. The middle-class Catholic paper La Libre Belgique asked just ahead of the conference on July 7th, "Was it not said before the First World War that 1/10 of all the gold in the world belonged to Jews?" By contrast, on July 14th, a similar French newspaper, La Croix, suggests the need to heed Jewish cries for help. "We must not become complicit in a solution to the Jewish question that entails the erasure, the complete destruction of an entire people." As is to be expected from a conference of this sort, the delegates in Evian agreed to the minimum, including the formation of the Intergovernmental Committee on Refugees, which had a modicum of authority to negotiate whatever it could between the Third Reich and Jewish organizations. As far as the assets of those forced to emigrate went, the delegates could hardly have been expected to achieve much in the way of future concessions from Germany. But internally, they spoke of forcing it to allow refugees to take 15 to 20% of their wealth with them. The question of transferring wealth was a serious problem. By increasingly terrorizing Jews, the Nazi regime wanted to force Western nations to quit boycotting German products and services in return for minor humanitarian concessions. Germany suffered from a lack of hard currency, and its ability to import raw materials and goods for its armament program was limited. Because the regime had racked up such enormous debts, the Reichsmark was no longer accepted on foreign markets. For that reason, Jews who had legally emigrated from Germany had to leave behind any jewelry, gemstones, artworks, gold, currency, and foreign securities they possessed. Jews who remained in Germany and Austria were required, in the summer of 1938, with the greatest haste, Göring, to sell their valuables to the Reichsbank, for which they received next to worthless government bonds. Humanitarians who tried to buy Jews' freedom with currency sent to Germany or in return for bolstering German exports faced the moral dilemma of helping build up Hitler's war machine, as Joseph Tenenbaum put it on August 17, 1938, in a letter of alarm to the founding president of the World Jewish Congress, Rabbi Stephen Weiss. Weiss sought advice from his mentor, Louis Brandeis, who agreed with Tenenbaum and also warned that financial arrangements with Hitler would be a fateful mistake for both Jews and the entire world. 3 years later, in his introductory remarks at the Wannsee Conference, Heydrich spoke of how important it had been to protect Germany's currency reserves, adding that Jewish organizations abroad had provided $9.5 million. Those who held power in Germany tried any way they could to acquire currency for armaments, including taking everything Jews owned and expelling them penniless across the country's borders. On December 6, 1938, 4 weeks after the Night of Broken Glass, during the first negotiations with the Intergovernmental Committee created at Evian, Göring gave a speech on the Jewish question to Nazi Gauleiter, local leaders, and other high officials. With an eye toward the pogrom, Göring praised the positive side of the latest activities, that the emigration question has become acute and other peoples now see that Jews can no longer live in Germany. Financially, Göring said that, as he had told representatives of Jewish organizations, Germany neither could nor wanted to use its currency to help Jews leave the country. There was only one way, I told them, namely that your racial comrades take out loans in hard currency with the help of those governments that support you, America and England being the two that primarily spring to mind. Göring demanded an end to foreign anti-German boycotts, as well as very extensive contributions, crowing, "How I use this money is my business." He was referring to money for buying raw materials desperately needed by German arms factories. The demand for orderly forced migration, formulated in the final resolution in Evian, had a pragmatic, humanitarian side, for which the U.S. argued more or less alone. If America accepted some 30,000 Jewish refugees from Germany, that would represent only 0.2% of the country's total population. If Britain's global empire, with its 600 million people, did the same, the percent of refugees compared with the total population would be far smaller. And if all the other nations at Evian would pledge to accept a similar quota, just enough smaller not to cause major domestic political disputes, then 100,000 Jews from Germany and Austria could easily be accommodated. Within 5 years, a short period for major international projects, all of 500,000 people, on whose behalf the conference had been called, could be taken care of. The American government's goal was to steer the chaotic forced emigration of German Jews into orderly channels and to ensure it happened in regulated fashion. Despite all the difficulties, the tenacious American diplomats succeeded in getting conference participants to agree to a framework for further talks, and the U.S. kept its promise. In 1939, the United States accepted 43,500, and in 1940, 37,000 endangered European Jews. The American plan and conference chairman Taylor presumed that the German side would return to reason. But Hitler's regime was bent on war, trampling upon all attempts at diplomacy. From the German perspective, talks were only good for keeping adversaries in the dark for a few additional months. Germany was thus solely responsible for the failure of Evian. With hindsight, we know that a preventative war against Germany would have been the preferable alternative. But how could politicians at the time, democratically elected and bound to defend constitutions and act according to the voters' will, have answered for and pushed through such a course of action? War, ethnopolitics, and the Holocaust. At the start of the Second World War, the German regime combined the propagandistic and predatory intentions of its Jewish policy and its overarching aims to ethnically disentangle many millions of people and conquer additional German living space in Europe. Hitler's speech of October 6, 1939, set the general direction. He announced the transfer of numerous German ethnic groups, in particular those who fell under Stalin's power after the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of August 24th and the German-Soviet Frontier Treaty of September 28, 1939. When 200,000 Southern Tyroleans were included, Hitler was talking about a total of 500,000 people. In passing, he mentioned that the southeast of Europe was also filled with unsustainable splinters of the German people. He was referring to the 2 million people of German extraction who were citizens of Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, Slovakia, and Bulgaria. Hitler euphemistically described his plans as a forward-looking ordering of European life, making the start of a general feeling of European security thanks to remade ethnographic relations. He understood this to mean, among other things, the resettlement of nationalities, combined with a correction of national borders, so as to create better lines of separation between individual peoples, not just in East Central Europe, but in almost all southern and southeastern European states. In line with his duplicitous promises of peace, he claimed that the measures he proposed would be sufficient to remove at least a part of the causes of conflict in Europe. Jews were one of these alleged causes of conflict, one that especially preoccupied the regimes of Eastern and Southeastern Europe, and that Germany constantly stoked. In this context, Hitler said, there had to be an attempt to order and regulate the Jewish problem. That was how he described mass deportations. Hitler concealed his true intentions behind semi-moderate words, and from day one presented a sanitized picture of Germany's barbaric occupation of Poland. But one particular personnel decision gave outside observers a good idea of how and to what end the European resettlements directed from Berlin would proceed. On October 7, 1939, the day after his programmatic speech, Hitler named none other than Heinrich Himmler to execute the ethnic sweeping out of corridors, as the initiative was known among Nazis. In preparation for his task, the head of the SS and the German police gave himself a third grandiose title, Reich Kommissar for the Consolidation of German Nationhood. From that point on, expulsion and resettlement projects would be tightly connected with acts of terror against Jews in the countries dominated by Germany. To structure his new task, Himmler created 2 new offices, both headed by Heydrich, who also controlled the Gestapo, the security police, and the security service. The first, the Central Immigration Office, was responsible for resettling Germans living abroad in the Third Reich. The second, the Central Office for Migrants, UWZ, took care of the mass expulsions and ghettoization of undesirables. The offices were supposed to work in tandem, importing and expelling hundreds of thousands of people. They were staffed with experienced SS functionaries, among them Adolf Eichmann, who up to the autumn of 1939 had been in charge of Jewish emigration in Vienna, Berlin, and Prague. He now returned full-time to Berlin to head the newly created Department of Emigration and Evacuation Matters, known as the IVD-4, later IVB-4. His employees in branch offices, for example in Posen or Łódź, were part of the UWZ. From his headquarters in Berlin, Eichmann presided over the deportation first of Poles, then Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, and Jews. The drive toward homogeneity covered the Germans outside Germany as well. In line with a treaty the Nazi leadership had signed with Italy in the fall of 1939, German-speaking southern Tyroleans were to be resettled. They faced the choice of either returning to the Reich or being forced to Italianize. Only a small group who chose to remain resisted either alternative. In a pamphlet addressed to fellow countrymen and distributed in the region in late 1939, they wrote, "You have been given the freedom to choose between your homeland, Tyrol, and Galicia. You are to live in huts from which Polish occupants have been driven, and to work on farms from which the owner and their wives and children have been driven. Plopped down in the midst of hostile people, surrounded by Slovaks, Czechs, and Polacks, with Russian Bolshevists very nearby, you are to be deployed in the national struggle against Poland. You will be despised and hated as intruders by these people, and ultimately driven from the country, since the wheel of fortune constantly turns, and in the not-too-distant future these people will demand that the houses and fields taken from them be returned. You, in turn, will be left with nothing, and will be forced to wander. But where to? No one knows, least of all those people who are trying today to lure you from your homeland with unconscionable propaganda." Despite the evidence available to anyone who bothered to read the newspapers, Germany's ethno-political plans didn't elicit any negative response. Ever since the Greek-Turkish Resettlement Treaty of 1923, the pioneers of compulsory resettlement had been gaining followers. The tone Hitler had taken in his October 6th speech fit in with an already accepted political school of thought. Before the Second World War, Italy concluded a minor resettlement treaty with Yugoslavia and prepared the one that concerned southern Tyroleans. Thanks to similar agreements, Yugoslavia, Romania, and Bulgaria had been returning members of their Muslim minorities to Turkey for years. The Munich Agreement of September 29, 1938, also included a passage about such repatriations. The agreement forced Czechoslovakia to cede Sudetenland, with its predominantly German population, to the Third Reich. The agreement had been signed by Hitler, Mussolini, and the prime ministers of Britain and France. Point 7 allowed for the exchange of minorities who, after the dramatic shifting of borders, found themselves living in the wrong country. This clause was never invoked because Germany occupied the rest of Czechoslovakia a few months later. Nonetheless, circles within the British government once again considered an exchange of populations as a way of pacifying the situation between Germany and Poland. On August 18, 1939, just 2 weeks before the start of the Second World War, the British Foreign Office asked its consul in Katowice whether he thought population transfers could end the conflict. No, he answered. The population was much too mixed. Nevertheless, a few days later, the British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson, met with the Polish ambassador to Germany and proposed an exchange of populations to the German Foreign Ministry. Henderson considered it the only way to end conflicts between minorities, and found the situation on the German-Polish border far simpler than that in Tyrol. On August 27th, Henderson reported by cable to London that Hitler had told him he was determined to end the Macedonian conditions on his eastern border. Henderson said he agreed, remarking that the nationality idea being so strong today, the exchange of populations was a very useful solution. But Hitler had lied throughout his conversation, claiming, for instance, that Germany was determined never again to enter into hostilities with Russia. As morally ambivalent as the British search for compromises with the Third Reich may have been, like the American efforts at Evian, blame for the failure of democracy falls squarely on Hitler, who was determined to take Germany to war. 5 days after his talk with Henderson, Nazi Germany attacked Poland. The country would be divided, becoming the victim of ethnic policies that were, from the very start, connected with Germany's homicidal deeds. In November 1939, The man who ran the German general governorate of occupied central Poland, Hans Frank, announced, "The winter will be a hard one. If there's no bread for Poles, they shouldn't complain. No kid gloves for the Jews. The more who die, the better." Germany's southeastern European allies. Like Hungary, Austria, and Germany, Bulgaria was one of the losers of the First World War and had been forced to accept territorial losses. While Romania was among the victors in 1918, in 1940 it became the victim of Hungarian, Bulgarian, and Soviet redrawing of borders. Slovakia and Croatia only came into existence because of Germany's policies of violence. The common thread among these allies of Nazi Germany was they all had large national minorities that they wanted to get rid of, be it via organized exchanges of populations or expulsion into hostile neighboring states. The dream of Greater Bulgaria, free of foreigners. Until the Second World War, Bulgaria's 50,000 Jews had mostly lived inconspicuously among the general population of 6 million. Bulgaria had resettled people in exchange with Greece and had concluded a treaty with Turkey governing the number of Muslims, of whom there were several 100,000, to be repatriated. In 1940, Bulgaria reached agreement with Romania over the division of the contested Dobruja region and an attendant resettlement program. In response to German influence, but without any compulsion, the Bulgarian government made anti-Semitism an official state policy in 1940, bringing a law for the protection of the nation before Parliament. Deputies debated this legislation in 2 separate sessions and ultimately passed it. On January 23, 1941, the final law, signed by Tsar Boris III, came into effect. In one blow, Bulgaria's Jews lost nearly all their rights. They were forbidden from marrying Christians, were subject to forced labor instead of military service, needed police permission to change their place of residence, had no right to vote, were required to register their assets, were prohibited from buying property, and were admitted in only limited numbers to certain professions. After Germany defeated Greece and Yugoslavia in April 1941, Bulgaria received the territorial gifts it had been promised by Berlin: Yugoslavian Macedonia, so-called Vardar Macedonia, Yugoslav territory around the city of Pirot, Greek Western Thrace, and parts of Greek Eastern Macedonia, Kavala Macedonia. Bulgarian troops marched into these places on April 21st. Bulgarian Prime Minister Bogdan Filov, a classical philologist and archaeologist who had been educated in the German city of Freiburg, sent Hitler a telegram expressing his deepest gratitude for the German army's liberation of Macedonia and Thrace. In order to ease the financial burden of administering all this new territory, the Bulgarian government confiscated a quarter of Bulgarian Jews' declared assets in the summer of 1941. In May 1942, it expropriated 4,612 large and small-scale Jewish businesses. On top of that, Jews were forced to build rail track and roads and were made to wear special armbands. The government also issued decrees nationalizing Greek property in the Macedonian and Thracian areas it had acquired. By March 1942, it had seized 1,761 Greek businesses, including textile factories and shipyards, as well as the remaining assets of Serbs who had been driven elsewhere. These assets were auctioned off to Bulgarians. The regime in Sofia wanted to Bulgarianize the re-won territories quickly. As troops were still marching in, the government said the main task would be to cleanse them of the foreign population, including Greek and Serbian colonists, Jews, Turks, Gypsies, and Armenians. Montenegrins and Dalmatians were also targeted by the government plans. For starters, the Bulgarian government expelled the Greek and Serbian colonists, who had immigrated to the regions between 1913 and 1919, or who'd been settled there strategically by their countries of origin for the sake of ethnic predominance. A government edict read, "The Serbian colonists must be forced to return to Serbia," while Greeks represented a bigger problem since they had originally been resettled from Asia Minor. Nonetheless, the Bulgarian state ordered, "The race principle applies not only to all Jews but to the Greeks and all other non-Aryans." As a result, 26,450 Serbs were hounded from the Macedonian region of Skopje back to Serbia, and at least 30,000 Greeks from Thrace to Greece. The citizenship law passed by the Bulgarian parliament in June 1941 for the re-liberated territories stripped all non-Bulgarian residents of their civil rights. They were required to pay supplementary taxes and were marked for resettlement. Before 1943, this fate befell some 100,000 Serbs and an equal number of Greeks. 25,000 other Greeks were forced to move into the interior of Bulgaria. German officials, especially military ones, pressured the Bulgarians to slow down or cease the expulsions, since they threatened the prospect for a peaceful German occupation of Serbia and Greece and increased the number of partisans. Germany was also keen not to place a burden on its relations with neutral Turkey, which explains the Bulgarian government's decision not to drive Muslims there. Sofia declared, "In consideration of the demands for an ethnically pure state, it is obvious the final solution of the Turkish question can only be the resettlement of Turks in Turkey on the basis of a bilateral treaty. But such a final solution is a question for the future. At the present time, it cannot be realized." The situation was different with Jews. For them, Bulgaria's German allies offered a solution that seemed to have no negative side effects. On February 22, 1943, Bulgarian Jewish Commissar Alexander Belev and Eichmann's envoy Theodor Danaker reached an agreement, previously endorsed by the Bulgarian government, that more than 11,000 Jews would be transported from the new provinces of Thrace and Macedonia to the Eastern German territories. In fact, they were taken 1 month later to Treblinka, where they were murdered. The Bulgarian government was responsible for rounding up these condemned people, locking them into train carriages, and bringing them to the port of Lom on the Danube River. Bulgarian settlers moved into the residences vacated by the Jews as part of an initiative to permanently Bulgarianize this territory. A short time later, the envoy of the Commissariat on Jewish Affairs in Macedonia and Bitola, Georgi D. Jambazov, reported selling off the contents of the houses of almost 800 deported families. With the departure of the Jews, on the basis of Edict No. 8655 on the liquidation of belongings of people of Jewish origin who have been taken abroad, the sales of what they left behind began. The quickest and most practical method turned out to be sales on site. As historian Jens Hoppe has shown, Bulgaria's treatment of Jews must be located in the wider framework of its overall policy toward minorities, which focused on the homogenization of the population through compulsory assimilation, expulsions, for example, of Greeks in the occupied territories, and even murder, for example, of Jews in the occupied territories. But they drew a line at handing over Jews in the core of the country who lived in the capital of Sofia. Germany's consul and its police attaché in Sofia were less than impressed. Indignant, they reported back to Berlin that because of shortcomings in worldview and on racial policy, the Bulgarian government didn't see the Jewish problem as needing a solution. The measures they enacted in the annexed territories were only aimed at mostly materialistic interests, which consisted of assigning reliable Bulgarians to the property of deported Jews and thereby pacifying their demands. After the deportations of the 11,000 Jews from the annexed territories, the members of the Bulgarian Commissariat of Jewish Affairs began handing over Jews from Bulgaria proper to the Germans. Yet in 1943, after protests from the country's intellectual and religious elites, the government in Sofia refused to deliver up Jews who resided in the Bulgarian capital. The reasons were pragmatic. In the winter of 1942-43, the Wehrmacht had been defeated in the Battle of Stalingrad, and German troops were heading toward capitulation in northern Africa as well. That caused a political change in the heart of Sofia, where government officials began to worry that further deportations of Jews could harm Bulgaria's post-war standing should Germany not prevail. It was this calculation that enabled the increasingly successful Allied campaigns against Hitler's Germany to save the lives of 50,000 Jews in central Bulgaria. The governments of Romania and Slovakia, who were also allied with Germany, were guided by a similar expediency. Ethnic policies in Hungary. Hungarian regent Miklós Horthy had long supported policies of ethnic violence, which he promoted as an instrument of ensuring peace, and he congratulated Hitler for his agenda-setting speech on October 6, 1939. "Your intention to resettle the German minority in their ancestral homeland solves a multitude of questions and prevents tensions. This excellent idea should be applied to other minorities." Horthy was thinking of the Germans, Romanians, Slovaks, Ukrainians, Serbs, Ruthenians, and Jews in his own country. He himself had already been a long-time adherent of radical resettlement programs. In 1934, he had told his Polish colleague Józef Piłsudski what he hoped would happen should their mutual enemy, the Soviet Union, collapse. In order to create peace and satisfaction for all time, the populations of various areas and nationalities could be exchanged. With the help of Germany and Italy, Hungary reacquired northern Transylvania from Romania in 1941 and Vojvodina, Bačka, and Prekmurje from Yugoslavia. But these annexations all brought with them not just expatriate Magyars, as was desired, but also several million people of undesirable nationalities into the Empire of the Holy Crown of Hungary. As a result, the number of Jews in Hungary increased from 400,000 to 725,000 from November 1938 to April 1941. The shifting of borders also meant that 220,000 Romanians left northern Transylvania for Romania, which increased the pressure to find them jobs and places to live. Many Romanians chose to stay in Hungary, even though they were considered a foreign irritant. In 1943, when Horthy complained at a meeting with Hitler about the past incitement of unrest among 700,000 German Hungarians by Nazi leaders, the protocol shows the two leaders quickly reaching agreement. The Führer interjected that under the circumstances the best solution would be to simply remove the Germans from Hungary. Horthy agreed strongly with this suggestion and drew attention to the recent exchange of Serbians and Hungarians. Germany, he said, needed a larger population, while Hungary required additional living space for its own people. So Horthy said he would welcome it if the Germans would be removed from Hungary. On a much smaller scale during the war, Hungary arranged mutual resettlement with Croatia, Bosnia, and Serbia. Long before Horthy's meeting with Hitler, Hungarian representatives had repeatedly raised the topic of resettling Jews with their German partners. In late 1940, then Prime Minister Pál Teleki told Hitler that the Jews will have to be removed from Europe as part of a peace agreement. In early 1942, Major General Józef Heslényi made German Ambassador Karl August Clodius an offer to deport some 100,000 stateless Jews across the Dniester River. In July, the Hungarian military attaché in Berlin, Sándor Homlok, reiterated the offer, phasing it as a request. Eichmann refused. Such a partial action, he said, would require an unjustifiable effort without coming closer to a solution of the Jewish question in Hungary. In an off-the-record conversation with the editor-in-chief of the Hungarian newspaper Pester Lloyd, Domás Stolyai, Hungary's ambassador in Berlin, advocated deporting 300,000 Jews to Russia, later correcting that number down to 100,000 in response to a question from the journalist. The journalist insisted on knowing what the consequences would be for the deportees, whereupon Stolyai eventually admitted they would die. On October 6, 1942, Baron László Vai, a leading official in the Hungarian Foreign Ministry, who was under the direct command of Prime Minister Kalai, received Eichmann's henchman Dieter Viszlencziny in Budapest and informed him that Hungary was prepared to resettle 100,000 Jews from Carpathian Ukraine and northern Transylvania to Germany. The second phase, Vai added, would have to include the flatlands, the Great Hungarian Plain, and finally the capital, Budapest. On November 25, 1942, the General Secretary of the Transylvanian Party, Béla Teleki, suggested in Parliament that Orthodox Jews living in what was again Hungarian Transylvania be resettled. Some 150 pure Magyars would find new homes there at the same time. These proposals foreshadowed the order in which Jews would be deported from Hungary in 1944, with the Yiddish-speaking Orthodox being the first to be taken away. These people lived primarily in nationally disputed regions like Carpathian Ukraine and northern Transylvania. The Hungarian government wanted to get rid of them in order to settle the new parts of the country, especially the cities, with Magyars, and to offer them better career chances and a better life at the cost of those who had been deported. This is precisely what Hitler had advised Horthy to do when the two met in Salzburg on April 16, 1943. The protocol of that meeting has Hitler saying that Hungary, like Slovakia, could house Jews in concentration camps. Hitler laid out the advantages of such a course of action. It would open many opportunities to the children of the country by freeing up positions occupied by Jews and allow the children of people to build resumes previously closed off to them by Jews. The idea of enabling Christian Hungarians to better their social lot at the expense of Jews had dominated public discussions in Hungary since the matriculation limits law of 1920, and it had only gained momentum since 1938. The gas chambers of Auschwitz were not part of what Hungarian politicians and ordinary Christians envisioned, but stripping Jews of their wealth and deporting them to destinations unknown certainly was. For that reason, it is not enough to speak of Hungarian collaboration with Nazi Germany. There was a congruence of interests. While Germans and Hungarians may have had differing wishes and intentions, the result was the deportation of 423,000 Hungarian Jews with Hungarian permission to Auschwitz. 370,000 were murdered there or in other camps. Hungarian officials stripped Jews of everything they owned, auctioning off their movable property to ordinary citizens and filling state coffers with the proceeds. They confiscated savings, insurance policies, and securities, and nationalized real estate and businesses to be sold off later. All this proceeded without any great friction and in close cooperation with German occupiers. In the months preceding Germany's conditional surrender on May 8th and 9th, 1945, there was a parallel development in Hungary that spoke volumes about the continuities in the European politics of ethnicity. In March of that year, eastern Hungary had already been conquered by the Red Army. There, on March 15th, in the provisional capital Debrecen, the Hungarian General Béla Miklós signed a decree ordering the confiscation of assets belonging to German Hungarians. Only the year before, on July 21st, he had visited Hitler in his Wolf's Lair retreat in the wake of a failed assassination attempt and assured the Führer of Hungary's loyalty, listening without interruption to his lengthy digressions about the murder of Jews. Along with Miklós, the March 15th decree was signed by Agriculture Minister Imre Nagy, who would become the leader and principal martyr of the anti-Stalinist uprising in Hungary in 1956. The decree bore the title Eradication of Large-Scale Property Ownership. It was also directed against aristocrats, but paragraphs 4 and 5 specifically targeted the 200,000 Hungarian citizens of German origin who were members of the minority organization Popular League of Germans in Hungary, or who had readopted their German-sounding family names. Thus, in the spring of 1945, Hungarians used the same methods they had employed against Jews to impoverish German Hungarians in the east of the country. The final destination of these people wasn't Auschwitz, but the goals of the policy were familiar: ethnic homogenization, the need to accommodate Hungarians from North Transylvania, which was now again part of Romania, land reform, and the imperative of filling state coffers. At the same time, Hungarians in the west of the country, which was still under Wehrmacht control, were continuing to expropriate Jews. Soon, however, they would also change sides and confiscate the property of German Hungarians too. Hungary's first post-war civilian government was headed by the liberal democratic politician Zoltán Tildy, who became prime minister and then president. In 1948, the Communists forced him to resign. In 1956, he became a minister of the rebel government. All the way back in 1938, his party, the Western-oriented Liberal Democratic Smallholders Party, which had been represented in the Hungarian parliament until 1944, had voted for the first Hungarian law sanctioning material discrimination against Jewish Hungarians. Their justification for doing so was to bring about the correct distribution of income and wealth. The policy of ethnic cleansing extended across various Hungarian governments and forms of state. What President Regent Horthy had so fervently wished for in May 1944, the start of the deportations of Jews, became a reality between then and 1950. After the war, every foreign race, be it the Jew, the Romanian, the Serbian, or the German, will have to leave the country, since the Hungarians want to and must become the lords of this country. After the Germans had been driven out, and following several transfers of populations with neighboring countries, Hungary became more ethnically pure than ever before. Ethnic policy in Romania. The resettlement of the German minorities from Estonia, Latvia, and eastern Poland in the winter of 1939-40 affected around 200,000 people. They came from Soviet-annexed areas of Eastern Central Europe and were forced to leave their homes after the secret treaties concluded by the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany in September 1939. The resettlement of most of the Romanian Germans happened for different reasons and was part of the ethnic, national, and economic reordering Germany wanted to carry out in southeastern Europe. On June 28, 1940, the Soviet Union completed its annexation, sanctioned by Germany, of the Romanian provinces of northern Bukovina and Bessarabia, Moldova. On August 30, 1940, Romania lost northern Transylvania to Hungary, and 1 week later, southern Dobruja to Bulgaria. To satisfy its allies Hungary and Bulgaria and its treaty partner, the Soviet Union, the German government had severely infringed upon Romania's interests 3 times in succession. Nonetheless, Germany needed Romania for its oil reserves and grain exports, both of which were vital to the wartime economy. So Hitler promised to resettle Romanian Germans to Germany from those places where Romania's territorial losses had created a large number of migrants and refugees from what were now Hungarian, Bulgarian, and Soviet areas. Within a short time, the government had brought back to the Reich not just Germans from the Soviet areas, but all those from the still Romanian southern Bukovina and North Dobruja as well. All in all, 215,000 people. Almost all of them were to be resettled in occupied Poland, and their presence meant that Poles and Jews would be treated even more harshly. In Bucharest, Sabin Manuila, a population researcher, led the ranks of the pragmatically oriented scientists in his field. In 1932, he established a study in which he suggested creating a state agency to initiate an exchange of populations with Yugoslavia, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Bulgaria, and Greece as a way of solving the problems of minorities in Romania. From 1937 to 1947, he headed the Central Institute for Statistics, enjoyed direct access to those in power, and emphatically pleaded for the compulsory transfer of populations. In the summer of 1940, he founded an initiative to this end, using the same wording and justification that Hitler had in his October 6, 1939 speech. Like the Führer, Manuila claimed that the transplantation of millions of people would end frictions that at present cause continual tension between states. In April 1941, he gushed about his great fortune in being able to help shape an epoch in which Romania's population programs would be permanently solved. In June and July 1941, together with the Wehrmacht, 12 Romanian divisions invaded the Soviet Union and retook Bessarabia and North Bukovina. That October, on the back of these victories, Manuila developed plans for a comprehensive and compulsory forced exchange of populations. He had been encouraged to do so by Romanian head of state Marshal Ion Antonescu in a personal conversation about political population projects on August 15th. Antonescu had ordered the demographer to come up with a survey of the population and property in Bessarabia and Bukovina. Manuila's data referred to Greater Romania in its 1939 borders, which included not just Bessarabia and Bukovina, but also northern Transylvania, now under Hungarian control. Romania hoped that most of this region would be returned, believing in Hitler and Goering's disingenuous assurance that they were willing, after victory was achieved in Eastern Europe, to review the conflict between Germany's two allies with a friendly eye toward Romania, and to compensate Hungary with territory elsewhere. Manuila suggested ceding several highly urbanized areas on the margins of Transylvania and Banat to Hungary, and then carrying out a radical exchange of populations. Politically, the time has come, he said, to create a thoroughly homogeneous Romania. In an attempt to unite all patriotic sentiments, he envisioned deporting all minorities with centrifugal leanings across the border. Later, the future Romanian state territory could be filled with pure-blooded Romanians from neighboring countries, and the external border of what he called Romanian Romania, the eternal Romania, could be drawn so that the political and ethnic lines would completely correspond once and for all. According to his plan, the first step was to exchange large numbers of Serbs for a significantly smaller group of Romanians. Similar exchanges were to take place with Hungary, Bulgaria, and the German protectorates of Poland, Ukraine, and Russia. After this stage, some 820,000 Siebenberg Saxons and Banat Swabians would remain in Romania, but in Manuila's eyes, there was no reason not to repatriate those Saxons and Swabians in a significantly larger future Germany. Meanwhile, the Turkish government, as had been stipulated by treaty in 1936, would transfer 200,000 Tatars and Turks in phases to Anatolia. Between January 1, 1931 and July 1, 1938, 52,000 ethnic Turkish and Muslim immigrants had already left Romanian Dobruja for Turkey. The 1936 Resettlement Treaty, which took effect on April 1, 1937, envisioned that a further 35,000 families would leave Romania within the following 5 years, thereby freeing up to 100,000 hectares of land for Christian Romanian farmers. After Manuila had made all his calculations and worked out a schedule, he turned to the topic of the 760,000 Jews in Greater Romania. They and the Roma, for whom he had no figures, were the subjects on the final, very brief point in his program. Step number 7, he wrote cryptically. The Jewish and Gypsy questions are to be resolved in conjunction with the exchange of populations as a one-sided exchange. All told, Manuela's ideas would have seen 5.4 million non-Romanians disappear from Romania, which amounted to 28% of the population, plus an unknown number of Roma. In return, 1.6 million expatriate Romanians were to be pulled in. Unlike for steps 1 through 6, Manuela didn't name any geographical destination for those to be resettled in step 7. What did he mean by one-sided exchange? While he and other bureaucrats adjusted the details of their ethno-political master plan in the late summer of 1941, the one-sided exchange of Jews was already underway in the form of deportation, ghettoization, and murder, even before steps 1 through 6 had begun in earnest. The reasons Manuela gave for deporting Jews into oblivion were not racial or religious, but materialistic. According to his statistics, the majority of Jews lived from trade, industry, and self-employed professions, and this fact assures them a much higher standard of living than the middle classes of the country. The demographer was eager to break their economic predominance. With their stores and banks, Jews ruled over the high streets, while numerically far greater Romanians led wretched lives. They live in side streets, are scattered through the fields, and are public officials, servants, and the like. In January 1941, Hitler had intimated to his Romanian allies that war with the Soviet Union was coming. Against this backdrop, on February 7th, Antonescu told his cabinet of ministers what he intended for Romania's Jews. Initially, they would be put in ghettos, and then, when the time was ripe, deported to territories allocated to them on the international level. That was also the main thrust of Germany's Jewish policy in the months before the invasion of the Soviet Union. Upon victory in the East, the Jews would be deported to the most inhospitable parts of the Soviet Union. This, too, was what Manuela meant by one-sided exchange. On June 22, 1941, German and Romanian troops started waging war on the Soviet Union. That day, Antonescu explained to the leader of the Farmers' Party of Romania, Iuliu Maniu, that the country's grave structural problems could be solved in their full breadth and complexity as soon as the Jews had disappeared. Expropriating them would enable Romanian businesses and farmers to get the lines of credit they needed to modernize. Jewish personnel would be replaced, thus decreasing unemployment. All these things would be of direct use to Romanians and lead to reforms in the vital interest of our people. 2 weeks later, on July 3rd, Antonescu's deputy, Mihai Antonescu, told officers stationed in reconquered Bessarabia and North Bucovina that they were participating in a historical moment that had put the ethnic cleansing of the country on the agenda. First, Jews would be put in labor camps and then subjected, like other foreign elements, to forced emigration. When he addressed the Romanian cabinet 5 days later, he expanded his ideas to southern Bucovina in Romania proper. The entire Jewish population must disappear from the villages and immediately turn over their profits. Let's take this felicitous opportunity to get our hands on further agricultural properties, which we can then reallocate without running into problems with the owners, as we did in 1940. The latter remarks referred to Soviet authorities' distribution of agriculturally useful land in the summer of 1940 to better politically integrate the rural poor during the year in which Bucovina and Bessarabia had been Soviet annexed. A compromise needed to be found between the old and new landowners. Now the Romanian government figured that it could maintain psychological, social, and economic harmony in the country by using Jewish real estate, businesses, stocks of goods, inventories, and personal possessions. Antonescu answered the question of what would happen to the people thus dispossessed in that same meeting with utter clarity. Even if some of you traditionalists don't understand me, I am for the compulsory resettlement of all Jews away from Bessarabia and Bukovina. Likewise, I am for the compulsory resettlement of all Ukrainian elements that no longer have any business being here. Never in our history has there been a better opportunity for us, comprehensively, radically, and in freedom, to get rid of our ethnic shackles once and for all, and to nationally cleanse and renew our people. He issued the following call to the military officers and police leaders who had been invited to the meeting. Be pitiless. Sweet-sounding, blurry, philosophical, humanitarian chatter has no place here. Now or never, the Romanian nation had to be cleansed of all filth. Antonescu exhorted them. If necessary, use your machine guns. From the very beginning, pay as little attention as possible to formalities. This was his way of attacking a race that he claimed was striving for mastery everywhere. At this juncture, the 300,000 Jews in Romanian-occupied territories were probably foremost on his mind, and not Jews living in Romania proper. This homicidal speech was no doubt delivered in the name of the Prime Minister, who a few days before the onset of war had issued his own orders to the gendarmerie to kill village Jews on the spot in any newly conquered territories. During the first year of war, the Romanian police and army murdered between 150,000 and 180,000 Jews of all ages, mainly in reconquered areas and Transnistria. Many Jews from South Bukovina and the border town of Iași, in the east of Romania proper, also fell victim to the genocide. On June 29, 1941, it was the scene of a pogrom that cost 13,000 Jews their lives. Goebbels considered Romania's bloodthirsty rigor a model for other countries. On August 19, 1943, the German propaganda minister noted in his diary, "Where the Jewish question is concerned, it is clear today, in any case, that a man like Antonescu has acted more radically than we have done thus far." 2 days later in Bucharest, a Romanian cavalry officer recounted over breakfast that dozens, hundreds, thousands of Jews had been shot on both sides of the Dniester River. Although but a simple lieutenant, the man said, he had been allowed to kill as many Jews as he wanted, on orders or on his own initiative. The chauffeur who had brought him to Iași, the man added, had himself killed 4 Jews. All told, Romanian soldiers and police murdered at least 250,000 Jews between 1941 and 1944. On September 5, 1941, while large numbers of Jews were being murdered, Ion Antonescu issued instructions to his cabinet concerning future population policies in Bukovina and Bessarabia. The complete clearing out, curățirea totală, of Jews and others who have seeped into our midst, namely Ukrainians, Greeks, Gagauzes, all must be evacuated, one column after another. On February 26, 1942, he told his cabinet that he intended to remove all the foreigners from annexed Transnistria. Of the 2.3 million inhabitants of the region, only 8.3% spoke Romanian. There was already a government agency in place for resettlement projects. In September 1940, Romania had created a precursor to what was later the Office for Romanianization, Colonization, and Inventorization, in order to organize a small-scale exchange of populations agreed upon the previous month with Bulgaria. 110,000 Romanians had been forced to leave South Dobruja, and about half as many Bulgarians North Dobruja. After North Transylvania was once again made part of Hungary, around 200,000 Romanian-speaking refugees arrived back in Romania. More followed when the Soviet Union annexed Bessarabia. In this situation, the Romanian government enacted even more stringent anti-Semitic measures and laws. Germany's Frankfurter Zeitung reported retrospectively in 1943, one by one, measures were enacted to target Jews' economic position. On October 5, 1940, the state was declared the legal owner and beneficiary of all Jewish land. Confiscated assets were primarily allocated to refugees from ceded territories. In March the following year, urban property followed. As part of its demographic strategy, Romania settled new arrivals in those places where Jewish property had been expropriated and where the Reich Commissar for the Consolidation of German Nationhood had evacuated 80,000 people of German origin from the Romanian heartland. In a short report about the settlement work, a subordinate of Manuela's later explained to an audience of German specialists, the material element consisted of what were 260,000 hectares of fields, which, thanks to the resettlement of Germans and expropriation of Jews, passed into state hands. On December 4, 1941, the Cabinet Secretary Titus Dragoș took over the Office for Romanianization, Colonization, and Inventorization. Before that, he had served as a General Secretary in the Finance Ministry, where he was responsible for the Directorate for Refugees and Settlers, which expropriated Jews and placed Romanians in new homes. By May 1942, Ion Antonescu had ordered his Interior Minister to work with Dragoș to come up with a plan to evacuate all non-Romanians from South Bessarabia and to colonize the territory with Romanian elements. On November 6, 1942, Antonescu demanded that the theoretical, preliminary work for this transfer of populations be accelerated, and that all of Bessarabia, Bukovina, and especially Transnistria be included. In the end, not much came of Dragoș's efforts. In late 1942, the resettlement plans were dramatically cut back and put off until some indefinite point in the future. As was the case with Bulgaria, the Romanian government's course was changed not by any moral epiphany, but by the military triumphs of the anti-Hitler coalition, especially the heavy defeats inflicted on German and Romanian troops on the Eastern Front in the winter of 1942-43. From this point on, the Romanian government moderated its use of terror and rebuffed requests from Berlin to deliver up to 300,000 Jews from the Romanian heartland. What's more, Jewish refugees from Poland and Hungary to Romania were also kept safe from German clutches. Deportation from Slovakia. Mass murder in Croatia. Having been created as an independent state in 1939 by Nazi Germany, Slovakia remained dependent on Berlin's favor, and the German regime constantly interfered in Slovakian domestic affairs. But there were limits to the Slovaks' willingness to accept German advice. Like Bulgaria and Hungary, Slovakia initially handed over Jews to Germany, but then unilaterally ended the deportations. Moreover, like Romania, Slovakia also offered Hungarian Jews protection in the summer of 1944. In 1940, there were only 89,000 Slovakian Jews out of a population of 2.7 million. But in the spring of 1942, Slovakia's rulers decided, of their own accord, to send 60,000 of them to German work camps. At the end of the year, after the deportations had taken place, a temporary, then a permanent moratorium was put in place. According to historian Tatiana Tonsmeyer, the government in Bratislava ended its cooperation with the Third Reich for two reasons. Respected representatives of the Catholic Church, a number of bishops, together with Vatican diplomat Giuseppe Burzio, intervened on behalf of Slovakia's Jews, and Germany's lack of success in the war caused a change in popular opinion. While Slovakia's remaining 29,000 Jews were expropriated, they were otherwise largely left alone until the Wehrmacht occupied Slovakia for several weeks in late 1944. Tonsmeyer cites the same motivations as in the other countries for the rapid denaturalization and expropriation of Slovakian Jews in 1940 and the urgent desire to deport this now penniless minority. Like elsewhere in southeastern Europe, she writes, hostility toward Jews in Slovakia served as a common denominator in a society that had no idea how to deal with its modernization problems and the anxiety they engendered. Aryanization was carried out by Slovakia in the form of social welfare policies that took from the wealthy Jews and gave to the impoverished Slovaks. The synagogues in Bratislava survived the Second World War undamaged. The Orthodox one was torn down in 1961. In April 1941, the Wehrmacht entered Belgrade. 6 months earlier, the Yugoslav government, which had previously not been anti-Semitic, instituted broad matriculation limits regulating how many people of Jewish extraction could study at universities and other institutions of higher education. A few days before the law took effect, Jews were summarily expelled from educational institutions throughout Yugoslavia. Just as the Nazi government had split Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939, in 1941, with some help from Italy, it demolished the state of Yugoslavia. A much diminished Serbia was governed by the military working with a regime of collaborators, and Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, and Hungary annexed significant stretches of Serbian territory. Croatia, on the other hand, was formed as a nominally independent vassal state and enlarged with parts of Slavonia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. It was ruled by the fascist Ustasha organization. Closely following German models, the Ustasha passed a series of Jewish laws in its first weeks in power. 6 months on, it had the main synagogue in Zagreb demolished. Of a total population of 6.6 million, Croatia contained 3.3 million Catholic Croats, 1.9 million Serbs, and 800,000 Muslim Bosnians, as well as German, Hungarian, Czech, Slovak, and Italian minorities, 40,000 Jews, and 25,000 Roma. On its own initiative, the Ustasha began a campaign of mass murder, in which, according to historian Alexander Korp, the motif of ethnic cleansing emerged with terrible clarity. More than 310,000 Serbs, some 26,000 Jews, and around 20,000 Roma fell victim to the genocide. By 1944, Croatian militias had displaced 240,000 surviving Serbs, who escaped with their lives but were rendered penniless. With the permission of the government in Zagreb, henchmen of Eichmann also deported an additional 6,650 Jews to German extermination camps. As Korp has shown, the Croatian mass murderers were by no means German marionettes, but rather people who acted self-confidently and in their own interests. They pursued goals that were clearly differentiated from those of the National Socialists and tried to exterminate Jews and Roma to further their own large-scale political repopulation project. Valuables, whether they were left behind by Jews or Serbs, were redistributed by the state in the interest of economic renewal. The stolen assets of minorities were set aside to strengthen the Croatian middle classes, writes Korp. Historian Filip Ter adds that fields taken from Serbian farmers were used for modern forms of agriculture. In many villages, Croatians terrorized their neighbors of other nationalities with extreme brutality in the name of improving the social standard and economic conditions of the community. Political loyalties and long-term ingrained racist thinking played little or no role in all this. In Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, Croatia, and Slovakia, all German allies, homicidal policies toward Jews were part of more broadly conceived projects of ethnic cleansing. They were also understood by social elites as a crucial element of forming the nation. They continued the practices of displacement, compulsory resettlement, and murder that had been common since the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. The 1923 Lausanne Convention, that had temporarily put a halt to the mass killings and refugee tragedies, proved to have a hateful legacy insofar as it legitimized the exchange of populations and ethnic homogenization. In 1941, the Croatian regime elevated this treaty to its guiding leitmotif for the ethnic demixing of the Balkans. That phrase also signified mass murder, as was shown in early 1943, when German Special Envoy Edmund Wiesenmeyer tried to exert a moderating influence on Ante Pavelić, the Croatian dictator, who answered, "The extermination and displacement of the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire made the later job of building up Turkey much easier." With war having desensitized people to mass violence, the German government provided to many southeastern countries an example of how to deal with Jews, by deporting them with an eye toward their murder. Whether in Zagreb, Bratislava, Bucharest, Budapest, or Sofia, elites and others increasingly began to believe that the war offered a unique chance to realize long-held plans for racial, ethno-political action. Ion Antonescu was typical of many leaders when he said in the fall of 1941, "This is wartime, and a good time to settle the Jewish problem once and for all." The enemy solves the Jewish question. Germany's allies, Romania and Croatia, were directly involved in genocide against Jews. Under pressure from Jew advisors, from German embassies, Bulgaria and Slovakia allowed parts of their Jewish populations to be transported to the death camps. The same is more or less true of Hungary, which spent more time as an ally of Germany than a nation occupied by it. Circumstances were different in France, Norway, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and the Czech territory, which was known under Nazism as the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, where Germany installed comparatively mild occupation regimes intended to encourage cooperation. State leaders in those countries differed as to how willingly they supported the German policy of deporting and exterminating Jews. No appreciation for the Jewish question in Belgium. There were two notable exceptions to the voluntary participation in the Holocaust. The case of Denmark is well known. Thanks to its proximity to neutral Sweden, the ethical fiber of its royal family, the scarcity of German occupiers, and the efforts of a German diplomat determined to help, all 7,500 Jews in Denmark were saved in 1943. The situation in Belgium was different. This small, thickly settled part of Western Europe was governed by a German military administration, which relied on a council of state secretaries, Comité des Secrétaires Généraux, to organize the civilian aspects of Belgian life, while the elected government waited in London exile. Because Belgium was so close to the British Isles, the Wehrmacht deployed a great many soldiers in the country. By the end of the occupation, German forces had succeeded in deporting around half of Belgium's 56,000 Jews, but Germans had to apprehend most of the victims themselves. In contrast to their French colleagues, Belgian bankers, notaries, and judges, who had access to information about accounts and property and commercial registers, refused to become complicit in the expropriation of persecuted people, although there were isolated instances of Belgian police assisting German occupiers, especially in Antwerp, in the Flemish part of the country. Historian Isa Meinen has detailed the significant differences between Belgium, where both government officials and the civilian population refused to cooperate, and France and the Netherlands. The head of the German military administration, the lawyer and honorary SS General Egert Rieder, repeatedly had to report with regret back to Berlin that, unlike in France, the military administration in Belgium had to force political measures to be taken against Jews or carry them out itself. He complained that the Belgian had no appreciation for the justice of the Jewish measures, or, as he telegraphed Himmler, appreciation for the Jewish question not very widespread here. In May 1942, the military administration in Belgium ordered that all Jews wear Stars of David visibly on their clothing. Rieder wanted local communities to procure and distribute the yellow patches. But 1 week later, the conservative Catholic mayor of Brussels, Jules Coste, categorically refused. In the name of all the 19 mayors in the greater Brussels metropolitan area, he wrote to the head of the local commander's office, "It is not our place to debate with you whether the measures you have taken against Jews are appropriate, yet it is our duty to inform you that you cannot demand that we participate in them. Many Jews are Belgian citizens, and moreover we cannot commit ourselves to enforcing an edict that so obviously runs contrary to the dignity of human beings, whoever they may be." In Belgium, some 20% of deported Jews were apprehended with the help of local governmental offices or individuals. French police captured a far larger percentage of deportees on their own accord, and in the Netherlands, too, German occupiers found willing helpers, particularly within the state bureaucracy. During the first half of 1941, officials at the Dutch Population Registry drew up a central registry of Jews and Jewish half-breeds. Their German superiors praised them as loyal and even very diligent. The registry contained the names, addresses, and personal details of 160,820 people. Dutch government agencies also issued special Jewish identity cards featuring passport photos, fingerprints, and copies for residency offices. Dutch officials stamped the cards of full Jews with an uppercase J, of half Jews with BI, and quarter Jews with BII. The B stood for bastard. On September 24th, the superior SS and police leader responsible for the Netherlands, Hans Rauter, sent a telegram to Himmler. "The new units of the Dutch police are performing well on the Jewish question and are arresting hundreds of Jews day and night." The extent of deportations to the death camps then was not solely determined by edicts from Berlin, but was affected by the degree of state collaboration or resistance and by societal participation or refusal, as these figures show. More than 75% of Jews in the Netherlands were sent to death camps, 50% in Norway, out of 2,000, 45% in Belgium, 34% in Luxembourg, 25% in France, and only 2% in Denmark. The danger of being a foreign Jew in France. In the course of armistice negotiations in July 1940, after France's defeat by Germany, the two sides agreed upon how the country was to be administered. The French government, which continued to exist and was already led by Marshal Philippe Pétain, was responsible for the non-occupied southern part of France and enjoyed remarkable autonomy until late 1942. It also controlled the French administration in the occupied zone. For 2 years, the comparatively mild form of occupation there led many French officials, particularly in financial administration and the police, to act in the interests of the German occupiers. The German military commander and the German ambassador to France both resided in Paris, while the leaders of the French government were based in the southern spa town of Vichy. They no longer described their nation as the French Republic, but rather as the French state. Coming from the nationalist right, many had advocated authoritarian forms of rule for quite some time, and had admired Mussolini's success in Italy. Some even thought positively of Hitler. The Vichy government stripped Jews of their rights, both in conjunction with the occupational authority and of its own accord. On July 2, 1941, it ordered the registration, and on July 22, the expropriation of all Jews. 6 months later, French officials had more or less confiscated everything Jews owned. 1 year earlier, on July 17, 1940, only a short time after it had been established, The Vichy government ordered that only those who could prove their fathers were French would be allowed to work for the state. Laws passed on August 16th and September 10th extended that restriction to the medical and legal professions. While the laws technically applied to anyone whose father was born abroad, they were only ever enforced against Jews. If we recall the vociferous protests by the corresponding professional organizations in the 1930s against allowing large numbers of Jews to practice law and medicine, then the rulers of the État français were fulfilling demands that had been made long before the war in the République française, ones which, from the perspective of the protesters, had never been adequately addressed. Furthermore, on July 20, 1940, the Vichy regime created a commission to review and, in some cases, reverse the 650,000 naturalizations that had taken place since 1927. This body harked back to the Commission des Triages in Alsace-Lorraine in 1919 and 1920. The focus was on the tens of thousands of Jewish émigrés who had become French, and by 1943, thousands of them had been stripped of their citizenship. This meant that the Vichy regime could legally hand them over to the German occupiers to be sent to Auschwitz. Historian Michael Meyer has uncovered a telling detail that illustrates how far the Vichy regime was complicit in the Holocaust. On February 10, 1942, after the Justice Ministry and the Commissariat on Jewish Affairs had given their blessing, Pétain signed a law concerning the adoption of new names. It prohibited Jews from changing their names and established a commission to review all cases in which typically Jewish names had been changed since October 24, 1870. 2 years earlier, on October 4, 1940, a law had been passed allowing all foreign Jews to be detained without justification in camps. The Vichy government estimated that around 20,000 foreign Jews were living in France. A few months later, the same number of Jews were incarcerated. The law was intended to create a general acceptance for their deportation, with German assistance. To that end, the Vichy government's Commissioner General for Jewish Questions, Xavier Vallat, declared in early 1942, in normal times, the first partial solution consists of deporting all foreign-born Jews back to their countries of origin. But in times of war that wasn't possible, Vallat went on, since the countries in question had chosen to follow the path of anti-Jewish policies. It was thus up to the German occupiers to suggest to the Vichy government a solution commensurate with the unusual times. On July 2nd, as the Reich Main Security Office was about to commence deportations, Germany's ambassador in Paris, Otto Abetz, told his superiors in Berlin that, in his view, the French had no concerns about the transport of 40,000 Jews from France to the Auschwitz camp. Nevertheless, he advised that mass apprehensions be carried out in such a way that would increase the anti-Semitic sentiment that has been growing recently. As in Germany, the strengthening of anti-Semitic views in France can largely be put down to the immigration of foreign Jews in past years. Therefore, it would be psychologically effective for the broad masses of the French people if the evacuation measures first affected those foreign Jews. That is precisely what happened. With considerable help from French officials and police, German occupiers were able to send 76,000 Jews from France to the death camps. More than 50,000 of them had never been or were no longer French citizens. Only a few survived. Just as was later the case in Hungary, French government agencies saw it as their duty to detain Jews, hold them in camps, and accompany and secure the transports as far as the French-German border. The cooperation worked extraordinarily well, as long as most of those being deported were foreign Jews. Nevertheless, 225,000 of the approximately 300,000 Jews living in France at the time were saved. That was a high percentage compared with other countries conquered or subjugated by Germany. Many honorable French people, including Catholic clergy, nuns, and monks, as well as communists, ordinary people, and individual officials, offered those under threat protection from their German and French prosecutors. As Germany's military situation worsened after the Battle of Stalingrad, the cooperativeness of French civil servants and the Vichy regime declined. But hostility toward Jews and simple envy still were deadly threats, as two examples illustrate. Albert Drach, a Jewish Viennese attorney who spoke with a pronounced German accent, survived the war in France thanks to forged identity papers. He later described an experience he had in the fall of 1943 in an overcrowded bus in the Maritime Alps near the Italian border. There he was verbally abused by a couple of very young people in the typical fashion of the country as a ridiculous métèque, foreign intruder. Suddenly a German police officer stopped the bus and checked the passengers. The door of our vehicle was opened from the outside, Drach related later. "Is everything okay?" asked a fat Prussian wearing gloves. "No," screamed the teenagers in the back. "There's a Jew here." The Prussian must have thought this was a joke. He grinned and shut the bus door, giving the signal for it to continue on. "Stop! Stop!" yelled the young men. But the bus drove on. The young men kept on with their loudish behavior. In loud voices they informed their fellow passengers that in their communities and elsewhere there were still Jews who should be apprehended and handed over. The other story comes from the world-renowned mathematician Benoit B. Mandelbrot, who was born in Warsaw in 1924 and came from a Jewish Lithuanian family. In 1936 he emigrated with his parents and brother to Paris, and in 1940 they fled to southern France. Zina Morange, a friend of the family and a physician who had also come from Poland, was deported to Auschwitz because a colleague who simply wanted to get rid of the competition turned her in. Morange survived. The Mandelbrots remained undiscovered for two reasons. We were fortunate that we didn't represent competition to anyone and didn't look like foreigners. My parents' systematic efforts at assimilation paid dividends. My brother and I sounded almost like native French boys, and we looked like them too. As was true with the populations, particularly elites, of other European states, most French people kept silent for decades about anti-Semitic collaboration with their German occupiers. After the Germans had been forced out of France in the fall of 1944, several interest groups immediately formed among those French people who had, innocently, they claimed, profited from what Jews had been forced to leave behind. The members of these associations demonstrated, chanted France for the French, and did everything in their power not to restore to the Jews who returned their rightful businesses, companies, homes, and other belongings. In his 1995 novel Quoi de neuf sur la guerre, What's the Latest from the War?, Robert Baubert describes how difficult it was for the small numbers of returnees to get their apartments and houses back. Although they had injunctions in their hands and were accompanied by officers of the court and police, they were usually forced to retreat, business undone, in the face of organized bands of people who had alarmed the occupants. All the files from the German occupation, and especially those of the French Expropriation Authority and Finance Ministry, remained classified for half a century after the Second World War. Only at that point were they gradually released to the public. As of 2016, this process was still not complete. Citizens of Luxembourgish blood. Shortly before being invaded by the Wehrmacht, all those states that hadn't enacted anti-Semitic laws and other measures did so. As was the case in France, the main justification was the perception that too many Jews displaced from elsewhere had been allowed to immigrate legally or illegally. In the months before their respective German invasions, both Belgium and the Netherlands set up holding camps for such refugees. As in France, the moderate anti-Semitism in Luxembourg before the 1930s intensified with the arrival of many immigrants and refugees. Of the 3,144 Jews who lived in this tiny country in 1935, 870 were citizens. Fears that the country was getting too foreign inspired the idea of scrapping Luxembourg's liberal citizenship law, based on the French model, and instituting the German idea of citizenship through blood. On March 9, 1940, 2 months before German troops marched in, the Loi sur l'indigénat luxembourgeois was passed. Conservatives and socialists in Parliament voted for this legislation, according to which only those of Luxembourgish blood could be citizens of the country. This anti-Jewish law was inspired not by some sort of racist ideology, but by simple fear of Jewish competition. A 2015 study commissioned by the Luxembourg government found, documented in numerous police files and articles in the right-wing extremist, Catholic, and even liberal press, Jews were collectively accused of aiming to buy up whole segments of the Luxembourg economy. With cosmopolitan cleverness, it was alleged, they had also resorted to using hired proxies to achieve their ends. In May 1940, amid popular panic, the highest institution of civilian administration, the Commission Administrative, began cooperating with Luxembourg's German occupiers. Officials were invited, but not forced, to persecute Jews, but they often enthusiastically took up this offer. Germans and Greeks ghettoized Jews. In Salonika, the anti-Jewish measures enacted after the Wehrmacht's invasion on April 9, 1941, were applauded by a significant majority of the city's Greek residents. As a strategically important port, Salonika was put under German administration, together with the Greek hinterland. Meanwhile, Italian troops occupied the majority of Greece until Italy renounced its alliance with Germany in late summer 1943. Hardly had he arrived, then the head of the German military administration reinstated the forbidden right-wing extremist National Union of Greece, Ethniki Enosis Elados, which soon renamed itself the National Socialist Union of Greece, Elleniko Ethniko Socialistiko Koma. For their part, Germans commandeered only the houses of Jews in Salonika, not Greeks. In the months that followed, 48,000 refugees arrived from the parts of northern Greece annexed by Bulgaria. They too were accommodated in houses where Jews had lived. Greek officials pushed for this to happen, and the local press began referring to Jews as parasites. In the newspaper Nea Evropi, which supported Greek collaboration with Nazi Germany, the influential journalist Nikolaos Kamenos wrote a whole series of articles about the diabolical depravity and poisonous treachery with which Jews built their financial and racial empire on the corpse of Macedonian Greece. On July 11, 1942, Salonika's German occupiers ordered 800 Jewish men to assemble in the city's Platia Eleftheria, Liberty Square, where, watched by Greek police, they were humiliated all day in the scorching sun. In the end, they were forced to register for forced labor. This action took place after consultations with, some say at the behest of, the Greek head of the general governorate of the province of Macedonia, Vasilis Simonidis. Many Greek residents watched the repugnant spectacle, unmoved or scornful. In December 1942, the mayor of Salonika succeeded where his predecessor had failed in 1917 and forced Jews to sign over ownership of the large old cemetery to the municipal government. 35 hectares of inner-city real estate became available for construction. As early as August 4, 1930, and March 21, 1934, The Greek government had issued edicts on the basis of which the cemetery could be expropriated and destroyed, but its rightful owners had always prevented this from happening. Salonika city planners were first able to achieve their ends with German help. Today the land is the site of Aristotle University, which had been planned as far back as 1917, but was only constructed after the Second World War. The head of the German military administration, Max Merten, knew that the eradication of the cemetery would win points with the Christian Greek majority. In their eyes, writes historian Reina Mollo, the cemetery destruction represented a tabula rasa, enabling Salonika's further Hellenization, while for Jews it was a harbinger of the mass murder to come. With the visible destruction of the cemetery, the Christian majority was sending the Jewish community a clear message: your time is up. Indeed, no sooner had 500 city employees begun to dig up the cemetery's 500,000 graves than the first train rolled off to Auschwitz. The date was March 15, 1943. In the following 5 months, 43,850 Jews were taken from the city, along with a further 2,134 from the surrounding German-occupied areas. Greek police, local administrators, and the Macedonia prefecture did all they could to assist in the deportations. While the death trains were pulling out of the stations, Greek merchants snapped up the businesses of their deported former competition. Jacques Stromsa, a Jew born in 1913 in Salonika, who also grew up there, remembered that it served absolutely no purpose to ask Christian families for shelter. Aside from a few rare exceptions, they refused. In the spring of 1944, German occupiers began to go after Jews in those Greek cities that had been under Italian military administration until the previous September. On March 25th, the Jews of Patras were arrested by German soldiers and Greek police. Astro Albala had left his home as a precaution and, in hiding, was able to observe telling scenes. You could see people in the street taking everything they could carry from the homes of Jews. That same day, 1,850 Jews were detained in Ioannina and later deported. On May 27th, the local newspaper Epirottikos Kyrix ran an article with the headline, Jewish Property. It describes widespread thievery. More than 2 months ago, the Jews were removed from Ioannina. Since then, various committees have met, and this and that has been heard. The broadest variety of plans has been discussed, but as this has been going on, Jewish property has continued to dwindle. We don't know how long this uncertain situation will carry on, but one thing is sure. If things proceed the way they're going, soon there will be nothing left to distribute. One of the few Jews who escaped capture by the Germans was Yeshua Matzas. Like Albala, he joined the Greek partisans and didn't resurface until the end of the occupation. While Greeks celebrated their liberation in October 1944, he felt like an unwanted foreigner, despite having returned home. We had difficulty finding a place to stay in our own homes. People had quartered themselves everywhere, and they took offense when we even asked them if there was a room we could sleep in. Some of the goods looted from Jewish shops were still in a warehouse, but the leaders of the communist partisan organization ELAS only handed out 1% of them. They gave every Jew present in the city some clothes and household items worth 30 gold sovereigns, recalled Matzas. Communist functionaries spirited the vast majority of these stolen goods off to Albania as a reserve fund for the imminent Greek Civil War. A short time later, British soldiers reached Ioannina. In their weekly report, they noted that deported Jews' assets were distributed to Greeks under the direction of the governor of Epirus, Michalis Tsimbris. The Greeks who profited, speculated British troops, would probably not agree to return everything, and nothing was done to help Jews who had escaped deportation. In neighboring Preveza, portable Jewish belongings had been stored in warehouses, and a committee had been formed under the head official Aletras. It was an open secret, wrote the soldiers, that this committee was selling off things piece by piece and doing good business. On June 14, 1944, Germans transported 1,795 Jews from the island of Corfu to Auschwitz 5 days after they had been apprehended in a joint German-Greek action. Prefect Ioannis Kalmianos, Corfu Mayor Spiridonos Kolas, and Police Chief Pericles Dedopoulos jointly proclaimed, "As has also been the case in the rest of Greece, Jews have been rounded up and are waiting to be sent to do forced labor. This measure has been welcomed by Corfu's upstanding native population. It will benefit our beloved, wonderful island. From now on, trade will be in our hands. Now we will harvest the fruits of our labor ourselves. How the supply of food and the economic situation will turn to our advantage. The entirety of Jewish property belongs to the Greek state and therefore to us all. The prefecture will take it over and administer it." In the community council, Kolas declared, "Our great friends the Germans have cleansed our island of Jews." Straight talk from Italian and Spanish diplomats. Everyone concerned knew what would happen to the Jews taken from Salonika. After the first deportations on March 15, 1943, following a conversation between the Italian consul Guelfo Zamboni and Merton, Lucilio Merci, an Italian liaison officer and translator, noted, "After all, it is known that the Jews of Salonika are being sent to Poland. There, the physically fit among them are put to work, whereas the rest are eliminated. In the end, the physically fit will also be liquidated." In the wake of such reports, the Italian Foreign Ministry declared Jews living in Greece to be Italian citizens and transported them to the Italian occupation zone. Nearly 3 weeks later, on April 6th, Merci wrote, "The Germans have transported around 20,000 Jews from Salonika to Poland. During the deportations, which were carried out using cattle cars, groups of 2,400 were watched over and herded onto the trains by German and Greek police. The Greeks break into the houses emptied of the deportees and loot anything they can get their hands on," Merci wrote. During the Greek Orthodox Easter festival on April 5th, a large puppet wearing a yellow Star of David was strung up next to the White Tower, the city's main landmark. In Merci's interpretation, the Greeks had put it there to imply that the turn of the murderers of Jesus had come. Correspondence between Spanish diplomats also reveals how openly people in Salonika talked about the mass murder of the city's Jews. Late in the process, in June 1943, Federico Diaz de Sassi, the first secretary at the Spanish embassy in Berlin, brought up the fate of Spanish Jews living in Greece with the German Foreign Ministry. According to German notes taken, Sassi said he understood why Jews were being interned, but rejected their deportation with the argument that Madrid could never agree to Spanish citizens being liquidated in Polish camps. A short while later, Spain's ambassador to Berlin, Ginés Vidal, approached the Spanish foreign minister to inform him about the tragic and final consequences for Spanish Jews if they were shipped from Greece to Poland. At the same time, the junior embassy official Federico Olivan wrote to the General Director of Foreign Policy in the Spanish Foreign Ministry, José María Dosinaque, with the urgent message that inaction would automatically lead to the deaths of those deported. "This is the tragic reality," Olivan wrote, "before which we should not close our eyes." He warned that after the war, Spain could be held accountable if we wash our hands like Pontius Pilate, full in the knowledge of what happens next, and abandon these people to their sad fate. Under pressure from diplomats in Berlin, the Spanish government first tried to stall before slowly deciding that a surgical intervention was necessary. After a series of complicated detours, Madrid managed to rescue more than 500 Spanish Jews in Salonika from certain death. The actual hero of this rescue was a man who acted vigorously in the background, Sebastián Romero Radigales, Spanish consul in Salonika and Athens. Initially, he was accused of overreacting by his colleagues in Madrid. Undeterred, Radigales ignored orders to cooperate with German authorities. Unofficially, he sent a list with the names of all the endangered people to his colleagues in Spain's Berlin embassy and won over allies there. In 2014, the Yad Vashem Memorial posthumously honored Sebastián Romero Radigales as one of the righteous among nations. Poland and the Soviet Union, German terror and the murder of Jews. In Poland and the Soviet Union, Germany pursued a scorched earth policy involving daily arrests and executions and the systematic murder of religious leaders, lawyers, professors, Polish business leaders, and Soviet government workers. People were turned out of their homes, and hundreds of thousands of young men and women were arrested on market squares or in front of cinemas, and then taken to Germany to perform slave labor. In short, people in these places were subjected to despotic cruelty and constantly had to fear for their lives, which undermined their morality and basic humanity. Those hiding Jews in occupied Poland or the German-conquered part of the Soviet Union were risking their lives. Police official Bernhard Kaup reported how his SS police battalion de-Jewified the village of Samary together with 39 Ukrainian auxiliary officers on October 30th, 1942. All in all, 74 Jews were apprehended and executed. One Ukrainian family, a man, 2 women, and 3 children, who harbored a Jewess living together with the family, were also taken out and shot. In March 1942, the head of SS Einsatzgruppe C, Dr. Max Thomas, stationed in Kyiv, wrote, "Cooperation with Ukrainian officials and the Ukrainian militia is generally good, and, in terms of mood, the stringent measures taken against the Jews and the former party communists have had a positive effect." But Thomas also reported that his men had executed the mayor of Kremenchuk because he had sabotaged the orders he had been given by allowing the local leading cleric Protojerej Romansky to baptize Jews and give them Christian Russian first names, which were then attested by the notary and entered into the registry of residence. When documenting the behavior of the Polish, Ukrainian, Russian, and Belarusian populations during the war, we need to keep in mind the boundless terror to which people were subjected. Likewise, we should also remember those Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Russians who summoned the inner strength in an inhumane world created by Germans to shelter the persecuted. If they survived the war, they often thought it better not to inform their neighbors that they had helped Jews. A courtyard between the library and the learning center at Yad Vashem is called Family Plaza. A huge, raw iron sculpture there depicts the final steps taken by Nahum Fredovich with 3 small children, 2 of them his grandchildren. Their story unfolded in 1943 in the Jewish ghetto of Grodno. Genya and Aaron Zandman learned that a major action was scheduled for the ghetto and realized they would have to hide. They and another family faced the barbaric decision of leaving behind 3 defenseless, tiny children whose crying would have betrayed everyone hiding in the secret spaces of a vaulted synagogue basement. Genya Zandman's father, Nahum Fredovich, encouraged by his wife Tema, volunteered to stay behind with the children. He carried them in his arms to their deaths. Felix Sandman was the only one of the Fredovich's grandchildren to survive the Holocaust. A Catholic couple named Jan and Anna Puchalski hid him and 4 other fugitives from the ghetto in the vicinity of Grodno. The couple themselves were desperately poor, starving, and had 5 children of their own to provide for. The Puchalskis kept their heads even when the Germans raided their house, and held out until the summer of 1944, when the Red Army liberated them and the people they sheltered. Why did they do this? Why risk their own lives in this fashion? God gave you to us, Anna Puchalski told Felix Sandman. I will not allow you to be killed. If we die together, but you will survive, no question. You will stay here. Thousands of Europeans behaved in this way, including some Germans. Poles and Soviet people undoubtedly braved the greatest risk. In 1986, Anna Puchalski and their daughters Irena, married name Baginska, Kristina Maciejewska, and Sabina Kaszymirczyk were recognized as righteous among nations. Anti-Jewish hatred persists in war. In 1940, with help from the Catholic Church, the Polish government in exile quickly created a tight network of trusted agents and distributed a number of resistance pamphlets and flyers. Along with other sources, these publications yield insight into what Poles under German occupation thought about the Jewish question, which had been so hotly debated in pre-war Poland. On June 16, 1940, the Polish nationalist underground newspaper Walka Struggle published an article with the headline General Government, Paradisus Judiorum. It contended that the Jews are being clearly privileged by the anti-Semitic German racists, that they had no reason to complain about the occupation, and that they served as spies, helping Germans keep Poland under surveillance. In December of that year, the Jewish representative of the government in exile, Ignacy Schwarzbart, asked engineer Josef Podolski to fill him in on the situation of Polish Jews. Podolski had lived in Warsaw until the end of the previous September, before making his way to London. He reported, "A great number of Poles from the intelligentsia, from the bourgeoisie, and even the working classes have taken over Jews' positions in the economy. In this form, despite the Polish hatred for Nazism and the Germans as occupiers, one Polish political goal has been reached, the strengthening of the Polish bourgeoisie." All in all, as Podolski summed it up, the social strata concerned are tacitly satisfied with how things have turned out. He said he anticipated major conflicts should Jews demand their property back at some later point. Anti-Semitism, from which leftist parties, too, could never completely divorce themselves, would break out once again in even stronger form. Staggered, Schwarzbart recorded what Podolski had told him. His fears that, as far as Jews went, the Polish soul seems to have hardly changed at all, had been confirmed. On July 31, 1941, the farmers' newspaper Placówka, The Watch, wrote, "Today the Jews are weak and without influence, but when Poland is liberated, they will want to immediately tear down the ghetto walls and take back their factories and houses, which they only obtained via exploitation." Around the same time, the Church Report from Poland for the period June to mid-July 1942, which was distributed by the government in exile, characterized the general situation as follows. As far as the Jewish question is concerned, the Germans, alongside the great injustice they have done and continued to do to our country, have made a good start. They have shown us how to free the Polish populace from the Jewish plague and have pointed us down the path we should follow. Of course, less cruelly and brutally, but no less resolutely. It is undeniably a sign from Providence that the occupiers have taken it upon themselves to solve this burning question, since the Polish people are too soft and unsystematic and would never have decided upon the powerful steps necessary in this matter. In January 1942, at a time in which Germans were getting the first gas chambers up and running, the Catholic-oriented magazine Narod, People, announced, "We insist that the Jews not be given back the political rights and property they have lost. In addition, in the future, they must all leave the country." Narod was published by the Christian Democratic Workers' Party, which was part of the Polish government in exile and advocated a federation of Slavic states. For the future treatment of the extremely acute Jewish question, they demanded, "We must cleanse all of Central and Southern Europe of the Jewish element, which amounts to removing some 8 to 9 million Jews." There were opposing voices. One of them, in the likewise Catholic-oriented newspaper Pravda, indirectly illustrated how common it had become for Poles not only to profit from, but to participate in, the mass murder of Jews. On May 5, 1941, the paper wrote, "The immorality and barbarism that slaughter of Jews has caused among us has become an urgent issue. In many places, Kolno, Stawisky, Jagodne, Zhumov, Deblin, locals have taken place in the massacres. Everything must be done to combat this shameful scandal. The people must be made to understand that they are becoming the henchmen of Herod. They should be held up for condemnation in the underground press, and the executioners should be boycotted, threatened with severe legal punishment in the Free Polish Republic." On August 8, 1942, 2,000 of the roughly 4,000 Jews in the eastern Polish town of Szczebrzeszyn were to be rounded up and taken to the train station, where a train with 50 cars stood ready to make the short journey to the Belzec death camp. But the people condemned to death refused to obey orders to go to the local market hall. No one in the town believed these Jews were to be resettled in Ukraine. Many went into hiding. As the head physician at the town hospital, Zygmunt Klukowski, observed, German, Polish, and Jewish security officials, together with city employees, members of the Jewish Council, and Jewish ghetto police, combed the town in search of them. While the search went on, city workers cleaned out the apartments where the Jews had lived and had their household effects and clothing taken to storehouses near the Rathaus. On top of that, wrote Klukowski in his journal, a great many Poles, predominantly young men, eagerly helped search for the Jews. Klukowski managed to maintain a sense of humanity in the brutal conditions Germans had created. His diary entries depict how the terrorizing occupational authority made the community in general inhumane and how it exploited that condition. On February 23, 1941, he noted, as he had dozens of times about Polish colleagues, friends, and acquaintances from in and around Szczebrzeszyn, Notary Heinrich Rosinski died in the Dachau concentration camp. I have never in my life been in such a state of grief over the death of a friend. I cannot control myself. I cannot cover up my tears. On March 8th, a few days ago, another transport of evacuees arrived in Szczebrzeszyn, this time 200 persons. So far, no group has had as many sick. I admitted more than 20, mostly small children and very old people. 3 have already died. After sunset, hundreds of young people from Szczebrzeszyn would seek refuge in the forest so that they wouldn't be arrested in the German occupiers' nighttime raids and sent to Germany to do slave labor. We are living like hunted animals, Klukowski wrote. People are losing the energy to fight back. They are exhausted both physically and mentally. On June 9th, a day before Germany declared war on the Soviet Union, the hospital was told to prepare for large numbers of wounded. Orders were issued to herd all sick Jews into 2 special buildings on the outskirts of town. Klukowski could only watch as a Polish police officer named Tatuliński was a very active participant in this action. By April 1942, trains full of Jews, first with 20 and later with 50 cars, were heading for Belzec. It was widely rumored that when they arrived, some are killed with electricity, some with poison gases, and their bodies are burned. Now and again, one of the trains was forced to stop in Szczebrzeszyn station. A young woman gave away a gold ring in exchange for a glass of water for her dying child, Klukowski recounted. In Lublin, people witnessed small children being thrown through the windows of speeding trains. Many people are shot before reaching Belzec. On May 8, 1942, a real hell started in Szczebrzeszyn. Gestapo officers, brought in from Zamość, and local German police stormed the ghetto. Polish police assisted them. They shot people like ducks, killing them not only in the streets, but also in their own homes, men, women, and children, indiscriminately. German medical administrators strictly prohibited Polish doctors from treating injured Jews. Impassioned pleas to be allowed to help led to Gestapo troops storming the hospital and looking for Jews. The way some Poles behave is completely out of line, Klukowski wrote at the end of his diary entry. During the massacre, some even laughed. Some went sneaking into Jewish houses from the back door, searching for what could be stolen. Here is something different. The Gestapo ordered the Judenrat, Jewish Council, to pay 2,000 zloty and 3 pounds of coffee for the ammunition used to kill Jews. Those in charge of Szczebrzeszyn could commit murder on any scale, at will. They shot dead 20 elderly people at a construction site in broad daylight in the middle of the city. Their mass graves had already been dug a few days before. 6 more Jews were subsequently shot dead, and then a young woman who had been caught without a yellow star. The killing went on day in, day out. Around this time, the former teacher Leopold Ritko attempted to blackmail the widow of the dentist Natan Bronstein, who had been murdered. Ritko told her that if she didn't pay up, he would inform the authorities that she was a Jew, and she would be killed too. 3 weeks later, Ritko, known as a Gestapo informant, was found dead at home. The Polish underground army, Armia Krajowa, had struck. Gestapo troops immediately began to search for those who had taken vengeance. In the process, they shot a Mrs. Bick, Karol Turowski, and 9 other Polish men. A number of men were taken into custody and sent to the city of Bielgorod. What will happen to them, nobody knows, Klukowski noted. The daily terror hardened people's hearts. A bit earlier, Klukowski had written, "Now when people meet on the streets, the normal way of greeting is, who was arrested? How many Jews were killed last night? Who was robbed?" These events are so common that really no one seems to care. Slowly, you become accustomed to everything. The final, so-called German displacement of Jews, in reality a liquidation of the entire Jewish population, began on October 21, 1942. The remaining Jews in Szczebrzeszyn were rounded up. Some were dragged from their hiding places. Hand grenades were lobbed into basements, and more than 400 Jews were shot to death that day at the Jewish cemetery. The victims were largely elderly people, women and children. Young men hid out in the woods. There were posters throughout the city telling Poles that those who helped Jews would be executed, while those who betrayed them would be rewarded. This action involved not only German and blue-uniformed Polish police, but black-uniformed Polish security guards as well. Armed with sticks, they lashed out at defenseless people, herding them toward the cemetery. Polish men over the age of 15 were forced to dig mass graves. As the Jews were being taken away, a large number of onlookers congregated, laughing and even beating the Jews. Others searched homes for more victims. While the massacre was taking place, other Jews were locked in a waiting train. They included a group from the neighboring town of Zwierzyniec. Just as in Szczebrzeszyn, Jews were killed in several hundred Polish cities and towns. After 5 days of mass murder, Polish plunderers seized what Jews had left behind. At the conclusion of the first of these hellish days, a shaken Klukowski noted, "You cannot even imagine the barbarism of the Germans. I am completely broken and cannot find myself." The situation of Jews in Poland remained extremely dangerous, as we can see from an order issued by one of the leaders of the Warsaw Uprising, Brigade General Tadeusz Pełczyński, on August 4, 1944, while he was fighting the Germans. After the insurgents had liberated several hundred Jews from a Warsaw camp, he commanded, Make preparations for a provisional camp in which to accommodate all liberated Jews and other undesirable elements. Units will be issued orders so as to prevent possible abuse of Jews. On the one hand, Pełczyński considered Jews undesirables. On the other, he considered it his duty to protect them from his Catholic countrymen. Also unwanted in the Soviet Union. Beginning in 1943, as Soviet troops started liberating the German-annexed parts of their country, many Jewish soldiers in the Red Army returned home. They later told what they had experienced. Civilian Jewish survivors, too, bore witness to how they were rejected. In total, around 500,000 Jews served in the Red Army, of whom 200,000 fell in battle or were murdered in German captivity after being forced to drop their trousers and identified as Jews. On May 28, 1944, the soldier Boris Feivelis told Solomon Mikhails about Jews who had gone into hiding in Simferopol on the Crimean Peninsula. When they returned home after their liberation, they were greeted with open hostility. Former neighbors had plundered most of their property. Feivelis cited the example of what had happened to Dora and Rosa Eisenberg's families, who had miraculously survived when they went home. Their neighbors, including a policeman named Grigory Ivanov, had stolen everything they owned, right down to their milk cow. Feivelis complained to every Soviet institution he could think of in an effort to get the Eisenberg sisters and their half-starved children their cow back. But the authorities and courts of the autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic of Crimea refused to help. Instead, they protected thieves and informants. On July 22nd, the physician Israel Adesman wrote from Odessa to Ilya Ehrenburg, "After the German and Romanian cultural cannibals had been driven from Odessa, I could have halted the sun for joy. But in fact, I'm practically choking here in an atmosphere poisoned by anti-Semitic propaganda. Everyone I know who has returned from the ghetto to Odessa can confirm that the Russian-German plague has penetrated all of our Soviet institutions. Especially bizarre is the combination of anti-Semitism and an absence of Jews. Until recently, more than 200,000 Jews lived in Odessa. Today there are fewer than 200. Adesman had the impression that the few remaining Jews had resurfaced from the underworld to ruin the mood of the Russian majority by their sheer existence, since Russians now feared they would lose the apartments and furnishings they had stolen. That summer, Bluma Bronfin wrote a letter from the Ukrainian city of Chmelnik to her loved ones. "What can I tell you?" it began. "Riva, you ask where your sister Sura is. She's in the same place as my Mishunya, Biba, Isunya, and all our other relatives. They were killed on January 9, 1942. 6,000 Jews were murdered on this day." Bronfin was able to escape the Germans and flee to Romania. There she lived in indescribable conditions in a forced labor camp with 300 other Jews from Chmelnik. When she returned to the city, she was able to move back into her partially destroyed home, sharing it with a Russian woman who had purchased the house during the German occupation. Bronfin wrote, "Those who helped the Germans destroy us are still occupying their posts. The city administration isn't taking care of us in the slightest. Thus far, they haven't given us any work, while our enemies find jobs everywhere. They're irritated that we're still alive. So you see, dear Riva, how good we have it here. Forgive me for writing such confused stuff after all we've been through. I can't write or speak any more to tell you what it's like. My hands are trembling, and blood is running out of my eyes." 7. The Return of the Unwanted. With help from a resistance group, a Greek Jew named Frederick Kakis was able to go underground in early 1943, and after German troops withdrew, he returned by boat to Salonika in the late autumn of 1944. Hardly had he arrived, Then he ran into thousands of pro-communist demonstrators who were waving red flags and singing hymns to the legendary leader of the Bulgarian communist movement, Georgy Dimitrov. An old man reassured the former exile, "You see these people? In a little while, when the British troops will come and start distributing food, these same people will shout, 'Long live the King!'" And that's exactly what happened. Together with his mother, who had also been rescued from the Nazis, Kakis sought out the houses his grandparents had owned. "What we found was shocking and devastating," Kakis recalled. The buildings were missing shutters and roofing shingles, yet families were living in the buildings nonetheless. The Germans encouraged the local residents to take over any home belonging to Jews, he continued. When we identified ourselves as the owners, we were greeted with hostility, and we were told that this was now their home and they were going to stay there. "We were here first. You go away and find another place to stay." When the British historian Cecil Roth visited Salonika in 1946, he reported dejectedly, "Everywhere one could see traces of loot. I found a child in the street sitting on a synagogue chair carved with a Hebrew inscription. I was given a fragment of a Sefer Torah, which had been cut up as soles for a pair of shoes. I saw carts in the cemetery removing Hebrew tombstones on the instructions of the director of antiquities for the province for the repair of one of the local ancient churches." The memories of the Jewish victims who survived the Holocaust show how brusquely Gentiles showed them the door, not only in Salonika, but in Vienna, Vilnius, Oderberg, Czechoslovakia, and Eger, Hungary. Millions of Europeans had hoped that Jews would simply disappear, said nothing as people were deported, and profited from the things the deportees were forced to leave behind. As we have heard, the Gentile populations in the countries occupied by Germany had also been harmed and traumatized, and may have often not been fully in control of their actions. Nonetheless, everywhere Jews returned, they were rebuffed. The similarity of their stories illustrates a general truth. People were shocked when unexpected and unwanted Jews suddenly appeared on their doorsteps. Those who had taken possession of Jewish property believed that the former owners were dead. Indeed, they almost counted on it. The Germans had laid the groundwork for such thinking in the period when they dominated the European continent. By distributing the belongings and property of Jewish deportees among local Gentiles, the German masters made the latter complicit in their crimes, ensuring their silence and turning them into thieves and fencers of stolen goods. Hungarian archives still contain countless printed lists of articles, from clothing right on down to children's socks, transferred from Jewish to non-Jewish families in 1944, a year of extreme privation. Even the names of the individual families, both Jewish and Gentile, are recorded. Only very few people were able to extricate themselves from material complicity in the genocide of Jews, or to admit that they had treated the survivors unfairly. In the days of liberation in 1944 and 1945, most surviving Jews didn't know that they were usually the only members of their families to have avoided the worst. They traveled under trying circumstances to the places they considered home, knocking on the doors of houses where they used to live and expecting a warm, perhaps even tearful welcome from their former neighbors and friends. They assumed they would find shelter, clothing, memories, human warmth, and above all, information about what had happened to their parents, siblings, and children. But what they encountered were desperate, war-battered people trying to make their way in the ruins of a devastated Europe, among them many small-time profiteers who had managed to secure a small advantage amid general chaos and death. They had moved into the homes of those deported, taken over their businesses, and divided up all their belongings, from the linen cupboards to the kitchen spoons. Those who returned, whose psyches were damaged in the worst possible ways, were greeted with obduracy, transparent excuses, greed, and not infrequently, hatred. When they returned to their former homes, displaced Jews often quickly found out that they were, in fact, homeless. Vienna. Hard-hearted silence. When German soldiers entered the Austrian capital on March 12, 1938, 190,000 Jews lived there. Only about 2,000 of them survived in Vienna until April 30, 1945. Most thanks to the loyalty and courage of what Hitler called their Aryan wives. In the remaining months of 1945, some 3,000 survivors returned from the concentration camps. Exhausted and incapable of working, they first needed to undergo a process of healing before they were strong enough to be employed again. That was how the leaders of the Israelite cultural community of Vienna described the situation in their activity report for the years 1945 to 1948. The difficulties were many. Aerial bombardments that March and artillery fire in April had badly damaged many buildings belonging to the Jewish community, including its archive and registrar's office. In a Jewish cemetery, 2,250 gravestones and 53 mausoleums had been destroyed. No sooner had the guns fallen silent than Gentile Austrians began to style themselves as the first victims of the Nazi dictatorship, tacitly agreeing to keep mum about the past. In May 1947, the president of the Jewish cultural community, David Brill, wrote that "Our homes and all that belongs to us are still in the possessions of the thieves." Community leaders also failed to get the Austrian government to take an interest in the return of our brothers from the countries where they found asylum. That is, the Viennese Jews wanted to come back, despite everything, to their former home city. Nevertheless, in April 1946, the elected leadership to the First Provisional Community tried to initiate a new beginning. As the report told, they simply went about rebuilding a new Israelite cultural community on the ruins of the old. The first step was for the new board of directors to remove those functionaries who, as members of the Eichmann-controlled Council of Elders of the Jewish population, had cooperated all too willingly with the Gestapo and the SS. The heads of the new community desperately looked for replacements, but the reservoir from which one could draw was very small. Until 1938, Vienna's Jewish community had possessed and maintained dozens of schools, hospitals, old people's homes, libraries, orphanages, and food banks. Poor Jews had been given shelter. Jewish culture and rights had been preserved, and the community had a well-trained and experienced apparatus of 600 officials and employees at its disposal. On March 12, 1938, all these things were shattered. On that day, the overwhelming majority of Christian Austrians had voted to be annexed by the Third Reich, and many of them had celebrated the occasion with anti-Semitic acts of torment, such as making Jews scrub sidewalks with toothbrushes, and then dumping the dirty water over their heads afterward. Rubbing parties were what the Viennese called their civic-minded miniature pogroms. After the social groundwork had been laid, Adolf Eichmann and his minions began their own systematic anti-Semitic work. Piece by piece, they chipped away at the corpus of the Jewish community until nothing was left but a shell emptied of both people and property. In support of its formal dissolution in 1942, those in power cited an 1890 decree by Emperor Franz Joseph setting out the legal requirements of the Israelite religious community. In 1948, the reconstituted community's Presidium accurately described this legal act as follows. The law stipulated that a religious community could be dissolved if it is, for material reasons, unable to fulfill its duties. That was the case with the Israelite cultural community. During the Night of Broken Glass pogroms of November 1938, the vanguard of rioters, claiming to represent popular rage, demolished 94 Viennese synagogues and places of worship. A mere accident spared the central community temple on Seitenstättengasse from complete destruction. The outside walls remained intact, while the interior was, the very image of a heap of rubble. Amid the devastation and general need, Holocaust survivors succeeded in carrying out their first act of liberation. On April 12, 1946, the 100th anniversary of its establishment, they reconsecrated their temple. They inscribed in Hebrew the 4th verse of the 100th Psalm above its door. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. The city had no rabbi. A community supervisor named Isidor Oehler stepped in to conduct services. Vienna Mayor Theodor Körner attended the ceremony, which was broadcast by Austrian radio throughout Europe and the rest of the world. In the subsequent memorial ceremony for the founders of the synagogue, the participants unveiled a marble tablet also containing a Hebrew inscription, in memory of the men, women, and children who lost their lives in the fateful years 1938 to 1945. On the first day of Passover, the community opened a kosher kitchen. A mikveh followed in 1946. At the end of the first post-war year, 802 Viennese Jews who had emigrated to Shanghai in 1938 and 1939 were scheduled to return. The Migration Department of the cultural community was responsible for the extensive preparations. It worked together with a committee consisting of family members and friends of the Shanghai refugees. Together, they had to overcome the bureaucratic concerns of the Austrian Interior Ministry and the anti-Semitic inflected resistance of the Foreign Ministry. In the end, the director of the Migration Department, Michael Cohn, summarized the results of the campaign with low-key sarcasm. We were able to get the Austrian government to declare its willingness to allow Austrian citizens to enter the country. For its part, the Austrian government demanded subservience. Before they left China, the would-be returnees received a special form they had to sign in which they declared their loyalty to Austria. Only then did a member of the consulate from Vienna issue them travel visas. A mere 18 months after the demise of the Third Reich, Austrians, the majority of whom had welcomed Hitler's Germany and driven out and helped murder Austrian Jews, now demanded written declarations of loyalty from the very people they had humiliated, robbed, and ostracized. After those who remained determined to return to Austria had provided their signatures, they were put on board 2 American troop transport ships, and several weeks later they set foot on European soil in Marseille and Naples. From there, in the middle of winter, the repatriated Jews traveled in unheated cattle cars with minimal provisions to the border crossing at Tarvis, Austria. The trip took a week. Friends and relatives of the returnees anxiously awaited their arrival, heading to the border or spending days and nights in a state of constant readiness. By mid-February 1947, the wait was over. Mayor Körner went from cattle car to cattle car, greeting the returnees individually and telling them that every single person was needed to rebuild the terribly devastated city. The City Housing Authority, however, refused to provide these Austrians returning from Chinese exile with apartments, and told community representatives that the returnees could easily be accommodated in mass quarters. In June 1947, a further 208 Viennese Jews arrived, unannounced. They too had left Vienna in 1938 and 1939, heading for the Baltic territories or the Soviet Union. No sooner had the Third Reich, Romania, and Hungary launched their summer 1941 offensive against Russia than Soviet security forces arrested them as hostile aliens and transported them to the interior of the country, where they built a camp in Karaganda, Kazakhstan. There they dug coal and suffered through piercing cold in winter and pitiless heat in summer. Over the years, hundreds of thousands of people would disappear in Karaganda. Soviet criminals, alleged enemies of the state, communist functionaries, deported Poles, Sinti, and Roma, Romanians, dissidents, those suspected of all manner of transgressions, German POWs, and German, Polish, Baltic, Russian, and Austrian Jews. Alexander Solzhenitsyn described Karaganda as the biggest provincial capital in the Gulag archipelago. The Jewish prisoner Yosef Kushevich from Belarus, who had fled the Holocaust and joined the Red Army, was suddenly arrested one day in 1946 and sent to Karaganda. At first, he ended up in the camp train station. There, as he would later write, the deportees were divided up into various groups and sent on their way through seemingly endless corridors of barbed wire into the dismal, impenetrably laid-out world of the camp proper, which stretched on for dozens of kilometers. Viennese Jews were among the relatively privileged prisoners. They weren't systematically murdered. Many of them died of malnutrition, frostbite, typhoid fever, dysentery, malaria, and tuberculosis, but their chances of survival were far higher than if they had fallen into German hands. In 1940, Menachem Begin, later Israeli prime minister, was taken from Soviet-annexed Lithuania to Siberia because the Soviet secret police considered him an agent of British imperialism. Looking back many years later, Begin wrote, "Compared with the general colossal catastrophe, my unhappy fate was insignificant. During this catastrophe, the Soviet Union unexpectedly provided Jews with inestimable help. I will always remember that, and no Jew has the right to ever forget it." On May 9, 1945, when the Jews in Karaganda learned of Germany's capitulation, they fell into one another's arms, weeping with happiness in the belief they were now free. They were wrong. The Soviet political commissions tersely informed them that their forced labor as vanquished German citizens had only just begun. This is no day of joy for you. You will have to make up with your labor for what your people have done to the Russians. The prisoners' torment would go on for almost 2 years. In Vienna, the Karaganda Jews were sent to several very poor-quality homeless shelters, with 40 beds to a room. The Housing Authority was responsible for this. By the end of February 1948, it had only managed to find apartments for 17% of the 1,393 Jews who had returned to the Austrian capital. Those figures testify to the disregard in which the Jews were held. We need to recall that under Nazi leadership, the city administration had given 50,000 apartments owned or rented by Jews to Gentile Viennese from 1938 to 1942, thereby, as Hitler noted with satisfaction, solving the shortage of living space in the Austrian capital. After the war, the authority, which was headed by Social Democrats, didn't see anything wrong with allowing these people to continue living in the apartments. To its chagrin, the Jewish community was forced to acknowledge that the democratic political parties had refused to pass laws reversing the National Socialist Act of larceny. Historian Walter Greb first returned to his native city in 1956, 18 years after he was forced to flee Vienna as a 19-year-old. While he was there, he visited the building he grew up in. Out of what used to be 6 renters, only the Czech former superintendent was still living in the building, albeit on the 4th rather than the ground floor. Greb rang the bell, and the former superintendent's wife opened the door. "Jesus, Mr. Greb has returned," she exclaimed. After a few seconds, she invited him to come in, whereupon he took a seat in the living room and asked who used to live in the apartment. It was an architect named Theodor Gieskan. When he heard the name, Greb understood that all the furniture was the Gieskans. The wife explained that the Gieskan family had disappeared somehow, and that the Nazis had given them this lovely apartment and the furniture in it. Greb added, at that point a key turned in the door, and her husband, the former superintendent, stepped in. He immediately recognized the visitor and hissed to his wife, "Don't say a word." In 1947 and 1948, at the start of the Cold War, the Soviets released most of their Austrian prisoners of war. The few Jews who had survived in the Austrian capital or had returned there now got to see how the Viennese government office treated former Wehrmacht soldiers. Government officials began to adopt the strange position that the POWs were the returnees for whom everything had to be done and who could claim every sort of privilege, while our people were merely returning emigrants who had come back voluntarily, who shouldn't have done so, and who in any case had no claim to any special treatment, wrote Jewish community representatives. They were helping Nazis or their enablers, while our people were the victims of Nazism. That's something they chose to forget. By December 1947, the Israelite cultural community had twice as many members as it had 18 months previously. Just over 9,000 Jewish men, women, and children. Jewish religious life began to reawaken. In late April 1947, a requiem was held in the synagogue for Denmark's deceased King Christian X, who had helped save the lives of 5,000 Jews in his country in 1943. If you introduce the Yellow Star of David in Denmark, King Christian, alone among the European heads of state, said to his country's German occupiers, "I and the entire royal family will wear it too, with pride and dignity." On June 8th, the Vienna Synagogue held a memorial on the 43rd anniversary of the death of the father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl. On November 10th, survivors came together to mourn the victims of the Night of Broken Glass and collected money for the planting of an Austrian-style forest in Palestine. On December 6th, the large and enthusiastic congregation turned out in droves for a service expressing gratitude that the United Nations had agreed to the founding of an independent Jewish state in Palestine. Gone without a trace in Vilnius. Since the partition of Poland in 1795, Vilnius had been part of the Russian Empire. Between 1914 and 1921, everyday life there was characterized by war, revolution, and battles between nationalities and pogroms. These were followed by economic crises and quarrels about minorities. In Vilnius, as in many other places, social upheaval destroyed the traditional coexistence and rivalries of city inhabitants of various nationalities, Poles, Lithuanians, and Jews. In the First World War, German troops had occupied the city. When they withdrew, it was briefly controlled by the Poles and then the Soviets. In the war that commenced immediately afterward, the Poles emerged with the upper hand. In 1939, as part of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, Vilnius again fell to the Soviet Union, and in the summer of 1940 it became part of the Lithuanian Soviet Socialist Republic. In 1941, it was conquered by the Wehrmacht. In the summer of 1941, some 8,000 of Vilnius's 220,000 Lithuanian Jews were able to flee to the center of the Soviet Union. Of those unable to run away, more than 200,000 were murdered. 100 to 2,000 were able to go underground or survive as partisans in Lithuania. One of them was Zahana Zuckerman-Stromso. In the fall of 2009, Israeli journalist Kobi Ben-Simon asked her for her opinion on the Quentin Tarantino film *Inglourious Basterds*, in which, in an inversion of history, Jews torture, beat to death, burn alive, and scalp Nazis. Zuckerman-Stromso found the film graphically violent and really well done, adding, "It cheered me to watch Nazis begging for their lives and getting a bit of a taste of their own cruelty." Her own life had taken a very different course. As a teenager, she had survived the terror of the Vilnius ghetto and various camps. When Jews were forced on a death march, she begged in vain for her father's life, hid in a sewer canal, and was forced to listen to the tread of Nazi boots above her head, much as a Jewish family at the start of Tarantino's film does. "We were like rats," she recalled. "No one who hasn't been through the Holocaust can understand that, but that's the way it was." No sooner had she been liberated than she fled Europe as fast as she could. In Tel Aviv she started a new life and raised 2 children. In 2009, Zuckermann Stromso took delight in her 4 grandchildren. "They are my true revenge," she said. Of the 60,000 Jews who had lived in Vilnius in 1939 and had been part of the city's character, several hundred reappeared in the summer of 1944. The returnees celebrated religious services in the badly damaged but still functional main synagogue. In accordance with the rules of their faith, they buried their desecrated and torn Torah scrolls. That fall they opened a school and then a museum to exhibit the writings, pictures, and sculptures that the Jews of Vilnius, facing certain death, had buried or hidden behind walls so they would be preserved for posterity. Other initiatives were blocked by the local populace. The Institute for Jewish Research, YIVO, was prevented from being reestablished. Yiddish newspapers and radio programs were banned, and the Jewish choir prohibited from singing in public. By the summer of 1945, 4,000 Jews were once again living in the city. A short time later, the Soviet Lithuanian City Council ordered the provisionally restored synagogue torn down. The site was used as a parking lot until a kindergarten was built there in 1964. The Jewish school had to shut down in 1948. Historian Solomon Atomuk writes, on June 10, 1949, the Ministerial Council of the Lithuanian Socialist Soviet Republic ordered the Jewish Museum in Vilnius closed. Many of the objects exhibited were transferred to other Lithuanian institutions, but most Jewish books were taken to paper factories to be recycled. In 1950, Jewish institutions for children were shut. Local functionaries argued that no one needed anything Jewish, including Jewish culture, because Jewish was not a nationality. Jewishness, they said, was nothing. At the same time, they changed the name of all streets, recalling Vilnius's Jewish past. Gone from the map were Gaon Street, named after the greatest Jewish intellectual in the region, and Strashina Street, one of the city's main commercial arteries, which commemorated Talmud scholar, cosmopolitan, and philanthropist Matthias Strashin. In 1952, city leaders in nearby Paneri removed a memorial with a Yiddish inscription that remembered the 44,000 Jews who had been shot to death there. Whereas over the years Lithuania suppressed all evidence of murdered Jews, in 1960 a huge memorial was built in the city of Perchupi for 119 Christian Lithuanians killed in a German revenge massacre in June 1944. In the late Stalin era, Jews were systematically defamed as treacherous cosmopolitans. In a show trial of Jewish doctors in Moscow in 1952, 2 prominent Lithuanian physicians were summoned before the court. Stalin's death in March 1953 brought a swift end to the proceedings and spared the alleged murderers in white lab coats any further consequences. To get a better handle on the public mood concerning Jews, agents of the Lithuanian Secret Service evaluated private letters Gentile inhabitants of Vilnius sent abroad in this period. They recorded statements like these: Jewish barbers don't shave non-Jews as closely and try to poison them with cream. These Israelites want to strangle us. They have killed a number of excellent people. They're ripe for the gallows at the very least. Nothing good is to be expected from the Jews. The Germans didn't annihilate them for no reason. In this area, that was rational. A Jewish citizen of Vilnius named E.M. Pryzhatchenko wrote, I have no desire to go out into the streets. I imagine I will hear things like, they killed too few of them. Where will this end? It is a bitter blow for us Soviet Jews, responsible and loyal citizens of the Soviet Union, that we have to endure hostile looks just because we're Jews. In the final 20 years of Soviet rule, more and more Lithuanian Jews emigrated to Israel and other countries in the West. A considerable number of state functionaries and Gentile Lithuanians approved of this exodus. Jews are leaving their apartments. Now Lithuanians can move into them, one person was quoted as saying. Jews are giving up their jobs. That creates new opportunities for Lithuanians. Others were openly or secretly simply satisfied that Lithuania is becoming Jew-free. Rachel Margolis, who was born in 1920, came from an affluent doctor's family in Vilnius. In 1943, she fled the city ghetto and joined up with partisans. After the German occupiers were defeated, a Polish neighbor returned to Margolis some documents that her father, since murdered, had buried in his garden. Margolis found her student ID card and the addresses of people to whom her father had entrusted family possessions before the Vilnius ghetto was established in 1941. Although she expected the worst, the young woman contacted the putative caretakers of her family property. People had gotten used to regarding Jewish property as their own and often didn't want to give it back, she recalled. The Jew, hungry and homeless, was left standing there empty-handed. After all, he had no witnesses. One of the people Margolis went to see was an elderly woman who had been her father's nanny. Rachela immediately recognized some of her wealthy family's household effects, but was given the brush off. "I don't know you. No doctor ever left anything with me for safekeeping. Off with you." As a former partisan, Margolis was able to get help from the police, whereupon the old woman blamed her failing memory. Margolis took a few things to remember her murdered family by. After the end of German occupation, a Christian woman named Ona Simetr tried to help Jews recover their lost property, but met with little success in Vilnius. The people I asked were from various social classes. Some were educated and some not. Some were Lithuanians and some Poles, but they were all the same in one respect, she remembered. They would only surrender belongings taken from Jews under great pressure, or would categorically refuse my requests. I had to put up with a lot of abuse. The disregard of society at large was matched by that of the state. In October 1947, the World Jewish Congress in New York tried to prevent the destruction of the old Jewish cemetery in Vilnius, which dated back to the 15th century. Jewish representatives requested that the burial place be respected as a religious and historical site, as a Bet Olam, or House of Eternity. Their entreaties moved no one. Between 1948 and 1950, the city administration had the cemetery plowed over and used the gravestones as construction materials. The now empty site was used for a monument to socialist progress in the form of a sports arena with an indoor swimming pool and a broad thoroughfare called Olympic Street. Synagogues, still in existence, were categorically denied the status of listed buildings, whereas a large number of Catholic churches enjoyed such protection. The destruction of the old Jewish cemetery was welcomed by many of the city's Lithuanians and Poles. In 1924, while on a journey through what was then Poland, the German novelist Alfred Döblin had described the cemetery's terrible dereliction. Pieces of brick were scattered around, and Polish soldiers rode and marched through the hallowed ground, using it as a shortcut between barracks. Now and then they would demolish a grave or chop down a religiously significant tree. Soldiers were singing, and suddenly there was a bleating, Döblin wrote. Curious, he walked over a hump topped with broken headstones. From up there I could see a cow grazing below on the graves. Its dung was everywhere. The cemetery had been disused since 1830, but it had almost certainly not been deconsecrated in accordance with Jewish law. The new Jewish cemetery, designed in the modern style, occupied a large stretch of land on the Neris River. 70,000 people were buried in it by 1960. At that point, the city fathers, acting in tacit concert with higher authorities, also destroyed this final reminder of the Jewish past. They had the inscriptions sanded off the better quality headstones and used them in various construction projects. They also combined the deconsecrated grounds with a neighboring park and allowed an open-air stage to be built there. Vingis Park opened in 1965 and remains a popular venue to this day, hosting events such as traditional Lithuanian folk song festivals. The people of the city eradicated almost all traces of Jewish life that had survived the war. In 2014, Lithuania officially blamed the former Soviet authorities and began offering professional guided tours of Jewish Vilnius. Duplicity and guilt in Hungary. Of the 440,000 Hungarian Jews deported to Auschwitz, approximately 340,000 were murdered in the gas chambers in early summer 1944, and around 100,000 were forced into slave labor. In the final months of the Third Reich, more than 40,000 of the latter group were worked to death. In the fall and winter of 1944 and 1945, some 80,000 Hungarian Jews were made to go, mostly on foot, to Austria, where 20,000 of them died. After the end of the Second World War, 120,000 Hungarian Jews returned home, a large number compared to other countries. One of those who returned home was 22-year-old Lili Weiss, who later married and took her husband's name, Kertész. Like her father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, she grew up in the northern Hungarian city of Eger. She considered herself Hungarian until June 1944, when she and 1,620 other Jews were herded into a factory courtyard. That afternoon, Hungarian civil servants, accompanied by Hungarian police, appeared and demanded that we hand over any money, jewelry, and other valuables, although our baggage was searched anyway. The officials even confiscated people's wedding rings. The Jews were then physically searched and herded down the city's main road to the train station in the middle of the night. There were lights on in the houses, Lili remembered. Dance music was playing in people's apartments. From their windows, the people of Eger watched the big event, the Jews being taken away. A window was opened on the left, and a male, then a female voice bellowed out into the dark, stormy night, "You won't be coming back." I knew the people who lived in that apartment. I had visited them frequently, and they had always received me cordially. We didn't expect any apologies, but the fact that they treated us like this was deeply wounding. Once they arrived at Auschwitz, Weiss was separated from her father, mother, and sister. She was sent on to the Neuengamme concentration camp in Germany itself, ending up in Bremen. There she was forced to clear rubble left behind by air raids. Shortly before the end of the war, she was marched to Bergen-Belsen, where on April 15, 1945, a truck carrying loudspeakers broadcast the news of her salvation. "Here are soldiers of the British Army. You are now free. Tomorrow there will be food. The sick will be tended to. The healthy will be put in quarantine. You are free to go home. There's no need for panic. Everyone should stay in his place. Here are soldiers from the British Army. Bergen-Belsen is liberated." Lili survived a serious typhoid infection, but thousands of others in Bergen-Belsen died of the disease. In late September, she returned to her home country. In the courtyard of the great synagogue in Budapest, she learned that there had been no word from any of her family members. She then traveled to Eger, where she was given shelter by the Jewish relief organization Joint. The group had commandeered a stately villa, a former private sanatorium for sick women that had been run by Dr. Bela Kuhn. He and his entire family had been sent to the gas chambers at Auschwitz. In the days that followed, Weiss had a look around her native city. Her family home, located directly next to a bridge, had been destroyed by Soviet troops. In the ruins, she found some photographs. Joint didn't have sufficient funds to keep the 12 Jewish returnees sufficiently fed. Day in, day out, there were either beans or potatoes, but it was never enough. There was never any meat, eggs, or yogurt. Lili and the woman with whom she shared a room had no choice but to go to the vineyards and steal grapes. A watchman caught them, showering the two women with threats and abuse. They tried to explain their situation, telling him who they were. Without a word, the watchman dumped the grapes in Lili's basket on the ground and covered them with soil. Then he pointed to the other side of the vineyard. "The sweet grapes are over there." He left, but not before turning around and adding, "In the morning I'm the only watchman on duty." Before they were deported, the Weiss family had entrusted 2 trunks full of their better clothing for safekeeping to 2 of their Christian neighbors. Lily urgently needed shoes and things to wear, so she knocked on one of the neighbors' door. Standing in the doorway, the woman said that she had nothing she could give me because the Russians had stolen everything, Lily recalled. She gave me a hostile look and shut the door in my face. Lily repressed a sob, gathered herself, and went to the other neighbor. "Thank God you've returned," said this woman. Turning to her husband, she added, "Look at this, Yoska. The older Weiss girl is back. Come on in." The neighbor put out sponge cake and coffee and showed Lily a photo album of pictures of her daughter who had gotten married and now lived in Budapest. Finally, Lily asked about her family's things. "It's hard for me to talk about this," the neighbor said. "You don't know what we've been through. First, we were plundered by the Germans, then by the Russians. It broke my heart when they took away your things, too. I always liked your mother." Lily thanked the neighbor and left. Another woman had observed her coming and going and asked, "Did they say the Russians took everything away?" The Weisses weren't the only family to give their belongings to the neighbor for safekeeping. She boasted about her good fortune and how the Jews were never coming back, the other woman told Lily, advising her to return to the neighbor's house. "Go back, confront this thief," the woman exhorted. "I swear her daughter still wears Mrs. Weiss's fur coat. If she doesn't hand over the coat voluntarily, report her to the police." Disgusted by such cold-heartedness and hypocrisy, Lily set off back to her quarters. Along the way she saw a movie poster. An elegantly dressed couple also stopped and stood behind her, examining it. He: "Do you want to go to the cinema tonight?" She: "No, I'd rather stay home." He: "Fine." She: "Besides, the cinema is already full of Jews again. I just saw one at the bakery, too. They're everywhere. There are more of them than we got rid of." Back at the joint shelter, Lily was told that someone urgently wanted to speak with her. She didn't recognize the person's name, but she went to the address that had been left for her, where she found an older couple. They asked her to come into their apartment, even inviting her into the bedroom. There she saw wardrobes, a dressing table, beds, night tables, lamps, rugs, and a sofa, all of which had come from the Weisses' home. The only things missing were the family photos on the wall, Lily remembered. She burst into tears and fled to the kitchen. After sharing dinner, the couple traded embarrassed glances. Finally, the man began to speak. The neighbors came and said that the Jews' furniture was being handed out. The couple had seized the opportunity and gone to the Weisses' home, where a government finance official had told them they could take whatever they wanted. "We walked through the rooms with a guilty conscience and asked what would happen if the people who lived there returned," the man said. But the official told them, "No people lived here, just Jews. They won't be coming back." The couple acquired the complete furnishings of the bedroom at a discount price to be paid to the government. Lily Weiss took a decorative pillow her mother had cherished and was happy. She later said that she was cheered when she met people like the watchman and the couple who were open about the mistakes that had been made. "It was the first night in Eger that I got a good night's sleep," she recalled about encountering the older couple. A short time later, she learned that her entire family was dead. Her father, who was lame, had immediately been separated off to the left at Auschwitz, which meant the gas chambers. Her grandmother and aunts suffered the same fate. Lily's brother, Eula, had been in Budapest and thus not deported with the rest of the family. There in October 1944 he had been executed by Hungarian fascists. Lily's mother, Margaret, and her younger sister Judith had been transferred from Auschwitz to an explosive factory in Lichtenau in western Germany. But they fell ill due to the inhuman working conditions there and were sent back to Auschwitz the same month Eula was killed, where they too were gassed. Lily's fiancé, Yuri Minkuts, starved to death while being forced to labor for the Hungarian army sometime in the winter of 1944 and 1945. Because the Hungarian regime stopped assisting in the deportation of Jews in the summer of 1944, some 150,000 Hungarian Jews, mostly from Budapest, survived the war. A further 60,000 returned from German labor camps, and the same number came back from Austrian camps where they had been taken in the final months of the conflict. But an entire generation had been obliterated. 60,000 Jewish children had been deported to Auschwitz and murdered. In 1947, only 15,000 Jewish citizens lived in Hungary, the majority of them born after the war. In 1946, several pogroms took place in Hungary. In the eastern Hungarian community of Kemmadarás, a mob attacked the secretary of the local Communist Party because he was Jewish. He survived the attack, but 2 other Jews were murdered in the incident. Similar scenes played out in the northeastern Hungarian city of Miskolc. Here, too, people died. Leftist circles and others had called for an attack on robber capitalists and black market and wartime profiteers, all of whom shared one characteristic. They were Jewish survivors of the Holocaust. Like other political parties, the Hungarian Communist Party encouraged such views. In the past, we were under the yoke of Jewish capital. In the present, nothing has changed. This must not be. While the forms of propaganda and the strategies for justifying injustice may have varied, the ultimate aim was always to retain possession of stolen Jewish property. A popular joke at the time is all too telling. A Jew encounters a Christian who asks him how he's doing. "That's a stupid question," the Jew responds. "I was in a concentration camp. Now I have nothing but the clothes on your back." Fear and terror in Poland. In the immediate post-war period, an estimated 600 to 3,000 of the Jews who returned to Poland or emerged from hiding were murdered. The following is a typically tragic story. Hanya Pilar was imprisoned at Auschwitz and liberated in Lower Silesia in February 1945. After walking home on foot, she ran into a former fellow inmate named Mrs. Berger. She had survived Auschwitz together with her son and was also headed home to the community of Prejudice, which was located only 9 kilometers southwest of Auschwitz-Oswiecim. Pilar described what happened next. "It was a happy reunion. But sometime later I heard something terrible. Mrs. Berger was killed in her own home by her Polish neighbors. I've never gotten over this tragedy. In the end, after everything she suffered during the war, after losing her entire family except for that one son, she was murdered by Poles." What had happened? Brzeźcie, an industrial settlement with 3,500 inhabitants, established around a coal mine, maintained 2 flour mills, several farms, a distillery, and a small factory that manufactured medical supplies. Before 1939, a number of poor Jewish families lived there. 2 stood out. The Finders owned the distillery, and the Bergers engaged in wholesale and retail trade. Most of the farmers and miners were in debt to the Bergers, who had given them credit for purchases. When the Germans rolled through town in September 1939, they deported all the 138 Jews there and confiscated their property. Only Mrs. Berger and her son Moshe Munich survived. After they returned, the debtors feared they would be made to pay what they owed and that they would have to return everything they had stolen from the deportees. They murdered Mrs. Berger and her son out of greed. German soldiers and occupiers devastated Poland and parts of the Soviet Union in every conceivable way. The extent of the damage is documented in a report by an Anglo-American governmental commission in early 1946. It investigated the question of how many surviving European Jews could and wished to emigrate to Palestine. Commission members traveled to displaced persons camps, Palestine itself, and all countries affected by German-led mass murder that lay outside the Soviet Union. The report's authors were shaken by the survivors' indescribable suffering, adding, "It must also be understood that this happened in what were regarded as civilized communities." Words, the Commission found, could hardly do reality justice. In the cold print of a report, it is not possible accurately to portray our feelings with regard to the suffering deliberately inflicted by the Germans on those Jews who fell into their hands. The visit of our subcommittee to the ghetto in Warsaw has left on their minds an impression which will forever remain. Areas of that city on which formerly stood large buildings are now a mass of brick rubble, covering the bodies of numberless unknown Jews. Adjoining the ghetto there still stands an old barracks used as a place for killing Jews. Viewing this in the cold gray light of a February day, one could imagine the depths of human suffering there endured. In the courtyards of the barracks were pits containing human ash and human bones. The effect of that place on Jews who came searching, so often in vain, for any trace of their dear ones can be left to the imagination. The report also acknowledged the terrible psychological toll the Holocaust had taken upon those who lived through it. These Jewish survivors have not emerged from their ordeals unscathed, either physically or mentally. It is rare indeed to find a complete Jewish family. Those who return to their old homes find them destroyed or occupied by others, their businesses gone or else in other hands. They search for relatives, frequently undertaking long journeys on hearing a rumor that one has been seen in another part of the country or in another center. Such was the system of the Germans that it is difficult for them ever to establish the death of their dear ones. They are faced also with very great difficulties in seeking the restitution of their property. In Germany and in Poland, which was often described to us as the cemetery of European Jewry, a Jew may see in the face of any man he looks upon the murderer of his family. It is understandable that few find themselves able to face such conditions. Within 3.5 years, the Germans murdered 72% of the Jewish population in the places they ruled, almost always with the passive or active support of local administrations, police, political parties, and ordinary anti-Semitic citizens. Of the 352,559 Jews in Warsaw, only 6,000 survived. Of the 17,840 Jews in Kielce, a mere 243. After the end of the Nazi horror, 80,000 of the 3 million persecuted Jews in Poland reappeared. Only 5,000 of them, a little less than 8%, were children under the age of 14. By comparison, in 1939, 30% of the Jewish population was under that age. Moreover, nearly all the children of those who did survive grew up without grandparents. It is small wonder that in March 1947, the World Jewish Congress came to the conclusion that very large numbers of Jews had no desire to remain in Poland. Czechoslovakia. Out of Europe at all costs. Ruth Hupert was born in 1922 in Ostrava, Czechoslovakia, the capital of the region of Moravia. Her father, Fritz, left her mother, and Ruth and her sister Edith grew up in part with their grandmother and their uncle Hugo's family. Hugo and Fritz were in the meat business in the suburb of Privos, Oderfurt. Starting out with a butcher's shop, they opened a buffet restaurant, a small chain of stores, and finally a meat processing plant. Along the way, the family joined the upper middle class with all that entailed: a nanny, piano lessons, an automobile, private schooling, and ski vacations. In 1928, Ruth entered the Jewish People's School. There were 18 boys and 25 girls in her class, which was led by a teacher named Greta Gross. The language of instruction was German. Only a handful of subjects were taught in Czech. To ensure everything was done correctly, the regional school inspector, I. Dvorak, visited the school once a year. In 1928, his report noted, "Everything found satisfactory." As of the school year 1936-37, the school principal was required to write his annual chronicle in Czech. On March 14, 1939, German troops occupied Moravia and the following day Prague. That June, the Chronicle of the Jewish People's School stops abruptly. In his final entry, the principal noted, "Extraordinary circumstances have led to dramatic changes in the student body." Official statistics shed light on what he meant. The 187 pupils who began the school year in September 1938 were joined by 55 additional children in the first 4 months of German occupation. Obviously, they had transferred from public schools to the Jewish People's School. In the same period, 91 of the 242 pupils left the school prematurely. This means that within this time, 38% of the school's student body fled the region with their parents. Czechoslovakia's new German masters wasted no time in terrorizing Jews and confiscating everything they owned. In response, Fritz Huppert entrusted his most valuable possessions, his daughter's dowry and other family things, to his Czech apprentice, Gustav, while handing over less valuable property to the Gestapo. After that, the family procured false identity papers and went underground in the village of Pozorice in southern Moravia. By October 1939, Adolf Eichmann had already deported 1,290 Jews from the Ostrava area to the Nisko region of occupied Poland. The deportations, he noted, were primarily intended to gather experience in order to be able to evacuate larger masses. In the summer of 1942, the Hupperts' true identity was discovered, and they were arrested and deported. Ruth alone survived, despite being sent to Theresienstadt and Auschwitz and being forced to undergo the death march to Taucha near the German city of Leipzig. There she hid in the forest until she was liberated by American troops on April 18, 1945. In early 1938, the Jewish community of Ostrava had numbered 6,000 people. In the spring of 1945, there were only 2,954 Jews in the entire Moravia region. After trying to locate family members in Prague and then Pozorice, Ruth returned to Privos, proceeding directly to her Uncle Hugo's house. She found it deserted and plundered, later recalling, "The bare walls stared at me mockingly." She then started looking around for a room in the city, which was once again under Czech control. Ostrava's hotel owners had been good customers of her father's business and knew the family well, but all of them turned her away. "We are truly glad that you're back, Miss Huppert," she was told, "but we don't have a room for you because they're all occupied by the Russians." Finally, she found shelter with the now-aged midwife, Miss Rutino, who had helped deliver her and whom she approached after chancing to meet her on the street. The next morning she went to the headquarters of the Israelite cultural community. "The closer I got, the more I hesitated, because I suspected what I would find," she recalled. Ruth's worst fears were confirmed. There were no signs of any of her extended family. Afterward, she visited her father and uncle's former apprentice, Gustav. His family lived in a fine house, and they and the Hupperts had enjoyed good neighborly relations. I was given a very cool reception, and I could see the disappointment in the family's faces that I had returned, Ruth remembered. I was led into the living room, which contained all our furniture. There, amidst my family's belongings, they told me to my face that the Russians had taken everything. It was an easy excuse for all concerned. Ruth proceeded on to her grandmother's house. It was occupied by strangers. Dumbfounded and desperate, she left for Prague, where she married a man named Kurt Elias and witnessed the return of Jewish refugees from Poland who had snuck across the border without identity papers. The few survivors of the German death camps and execution squads had once again become the victims of persecution, afraid for their lives after the pogroms that had erupted in liberated Poland. On July 4, 1946, in the town of Kielce, 42 Jews were murdered by local anti-Semites. But that wasn't the only place where Jewish returnees were met with rejection and violence. As Ruth Elias later documented in her memoirs, when they inquired about their possessions, they were told bitterly, "It's a shame that you weren't gassed. Why did you, of all people, have to return?" Soon, Ruth recalled, tens of thousands of Jewish survivors had only one goal: Israel. They wanted to leave Europe, which had caused us so much misery. In Naples, Ruth and Kurt Elias, together with 2,000 other émigrés, boarded the much too small steamship Galila. In April 1949, they landed in Haifa. In 1939, 9,855,500 Jews lived in Europe. By 1945, that number was 3,833,000. In the parts of Europe under German control, some 1.4 million Jews survived the Holocaust. Jews were more likely to have escaped being murdered in those places where German rule was, for various reasons, disrupted or constrained by governmental, social, or military forces. They included the Soviet Union, France, Hungary, Romania, Belgium, Bulgaria, Italy, Denmark, and Slovakia. Between 1948 and 1951, 715,000 European Jews left for Israel, while 120,000 emigrated to North America. 6 years after the end of the Second World War, more than half of the Jews who had escaped the German machinery of murder and lived outside the Soviet Union voluntarily left Europe. Conclusion: Civilization and its breakdown. In 1808, at the dawn of the 19th century, the Jewish-German essayist Ludwig Berne advised future historical researchers that the motives for discriminating against and persecuting Jews vary with the times. Berne was responding to the social and psychological after-effects of upheavals and new prejudices that arose in his native city of Frankfurt am Main. For people at the time, the collapse of the Holy Roman Empire, the guilds, and the patrician system seemed like the end of the world. Within this context, Berne identified envy and greed as two increasingly strong motors of anti-Jewish resentment. He witnessed with his own eyes how the Jews of Frankfurt, liberated from the ghetto, elicited the jealousy of the crowd as aristocrats of the trading class. Berne added, "It is not the extent of their wealth for which they are envied. Jewish merchants are not the richest ones in the city. But it was impossible to observe, without irritation, the speed and confidence with which they earned their money. Hardly had a new epoch of economic life begun, then the enemies of Jews began using religion as a pretense for hatred." 6 years later, at the high point of the Industrial Revolution and the massive social realignments that were so painful for millions of people, secular anti-Semitism appeared as a force on the political stage. It directly addressed acute societal and economic problems, drawing from them its ultimately enormous destructive power. Before the nationalist movements in Europe achieved political predominance, their theorists standardized national languages, codified national myths, folk tales, and legends, and selectively wrote down the narrative of a history understood in nationalist terms. Nationalists, who were usually in the political opposition and also considered themselves committed Democrats, advocated compulsory education to combat widespread ignorance in the populace. They battled against the privileges of the aristocracy and the clergy. They supported the modern administrative state and demanded an independent judicial system, freedom of the press, free and secret elections, the creation of a robust national middle class, and better opportunities in life for everyday people. Europeans still enjoy their efforts today. National and social ascent. In the 19th century, nationalism blossomed as a romantic springtime of various peoples. In the 20th, its ascendance set the tone for wars and revolutions that devoured countless human lives. As lawmakers, European nationalists dedicated themselves to the social emancipation of their own native groups. They also tried to expand the geographical boundaries of their national soil, encouraging irredentist movements and violence against neighbors of other nationalities. The governments of newly founded states, or those that for nationalistic reasons had been either expanded or diminished, isolated themselves from one another. The reasons why are easily enumerated: mass impoverishment in the wake of the First World War, fear of revolution as of 1917 to 18, persistent brutality and fighting in disputed marginal areas, the end of legal emigration, and jingoism. Exacerbating the situation was the widespread suffering caused by the Great Depression, which many countries still hadn't overcome by the start of the Second World War. Wanting to help their people get back to their feet, the political leaders in the old, and in particular the new nations, supported restrictive tariffs and their domestic analogs, laws and decrees disadvantaging minorities, especially Jews. Such measures fit into broader social nationalist policies such as Romanianization, Lithuanianization, Magyarization, Hellenization, Polonization, Czechization, and relatively late, Aryanization. The idea of nationalism, a euphemism for expropriating what was owned by people branded as foreigners, harmonized well with the idea of the social welfare state. It bridged divisions between socialists and social democrats, especially when it negated the property rights of Jewish capitalists, Jewish bankers, and Jewish speculative investors. General battle cries like La France pour les Français or Polska dla Polaków were all too often specifically directed against Jews. More and more, concepts like the national economy connoted that the entire economy rightfully belonged to an ethnically defined people, and that interlopers had parasitically enriched themselves by claiming the best parts of it. The logical conclusion from all this was to turn away Jewish refugees and force foreign Jews to emigrate, if need be by governmental pressure and the enlistment of popular rage. In his 1970 Handbuch der Europäischen Geschichte, Handbook of European History, Theodor Schieder put together a multi-stage model to illustrate the transitions between ethnocratic resettlement and mass murder of minorities. For Nazi Germany's special population policy methods, he identified the following sequence: 1. Mandatory detention. 2. Pressure to emigrate. 3. Deportation. 4. Forced resettlement in occupied territories conquered by Germany. And 5. Physical destruction. Schieder had been complicit in Nazi policies. 40 years after he himself had drawn up plans for the resettlements of Poles and Jews, he acknowledged, self-critically it seems, that the mass murder of Jews had been preceded by this multi-phased preliminary stage. Anyone wanting to analyze the political processes that led to mass murder should not skip over these preliminary stages, whose success or failure was decisive for what came next. In Athens, Brussels, Denmark, and parts of Italy, German occupiers failed in their efforts to arrest Jews and confine them in ghettos and camps because they lacked local support. But where local populaces and security forces cooperated, as they did in most places, all that was needed was German energy, encouragement, and authorization for people to commit previously unimaginable crimes. Not everyone involved needed to participate in every stage. Modern division of labor was one of the defining characteristics of the Holocaust. That made it impossible for any one individual to see the entirety of what was happening, allowing people to look the other way. It diluted individual responsibility and lamed people's consciences, especially once the preliminary stages in Schieder's model had rendered Jews nearly invisible and isolated from everyday life. All too often, the jobs and belongings of those who were ghettoized, either locally or at some remove, were already being divvied up while they were still alive. From discrimination to de-Jewification. The spiritual fathers of the nationalist movements of Europe discovered anti-Semitism early on. Starting in the 1880s, in France it merged with powerful anti-republican conservative currents, although it also appealed to some in the socialist camp. The overlap reflected a mutual interest in the protection of traditional French artisans, merchants, lawyers, and doctors. In Salonika, there was a drive to Hellenize what had not been a Greek city, and the Jewish majority was resented for the perceived favoritism they enjoyed under the Greeks' Ottoman-Turkish archenemies. In Poland, leading proponents of nationalist democracy and the clergy propagated an anti-Jewish variant of economic protectionism and Catholic social teachings. Beginning in 1930, after a brief internationalist phase, a Russian-accented communism crystallized in the Soviet Union. Anti-Semitism, which had been suppressed for a good decade but never truly overcome, enjoyed a revival in socialist garb. With Jews having been allowed since 1917 to live anywhere in Russia, anti-Semitism took hold within segments of the population not previously susceptible to it. As was also true in non-socialist countries of Western Europe, not only did progress in education animate many millions of formerly uneducated citizens, it also stoked their hatred of Jews. In class conflicts between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, less mobile citizens rose up against the more inventive, talented, and successful in the name of justice and equality. It's no surprise, then, that the borders between socialist and nationalist collectivism remain permeable even today. Italy and Germany aren't the only places after 1918 where the two merged into one. Together, the parties that ruled on the European continent despised and attacked British liberalism. They worshipped the concept of the people and rejected individualism as a vestigial remnant of an epoch that had yet to be illuminated by the spirit of national solidarity. Anti-Jewish slogans were an easy way to motivate masses of people, and they sat easily with the goal of national and social betterment. Once governments began protecting majorities against Jewish minorities, years of further discrimination were sure to follow. Jews denied the right to study at university or to sell tobacco and alcohol, would soon be prohibited from practicing certain professions, and then stripped, in stages, of their civic rights. From that point, it wasn't a huge leap for people to begin considering more drastic solutions. Those who advanced such policies, for example, the Polish nationalist Democrat Roman Dmowski or the Greek Republican Eleftherios Venizelos, never envisioned mass shootings or gas chambers. But they did increasingly come to believe that their Jewish minorities should emigrate sometime in the foreseeable future. Between the two world wars, nearly all continental European countries pursued policies of isolationism and viewed neighboring states as enemies. In the same period, Jewish minorities began to feel the full weight of deliberate state and societal marginalization. Romanian, Polish, Hungarian, Greek, and even French politicians began to speak more openly about forcing Jews to leave, promising members of their respective national majorities jobs, small business opportunities, nicer places to live, successful medical and legal practices, and chances to become educated and have better futures. As of 1933, Germany served as a radical example of how a Jewish minority could be dissimilated and of how a mixture of naked violence and laws could be applied to undo all the advantages of Jewish emancipation within the space of weeks, months, or a few years. As early as April 1933, the Nazi regime was already hounding thousands of Jews from the public sector. In May 1935, Jews were barred from military service and the social respect it entailed, and that fall they were stripped of their rights as citizens. Together with anti-Jewish boycotts, dozens of laws and edicts discriminated against Jews to the benefit of the national majority, the much-vaunted German Volk. In 1938, the Third Reich, having incorporated Austria and other territories, assumed control of Jewish assets and drove tens of thousands of impoverished people out of the country. Along with great numbers of refugees and displaced persons, the German regime succeeded in exporting the Jewish question to much of the rest of Europe, encouraging anti-Semitism in France, Belgium, Yugoslavia, Norway, the Netherlands, and Switzerland. This was a conscious strategy, as is evident from a pamphlet titled The Jewish Question as a Factor in Foreign Policy in the Year 1938, which the German Foreign Ministry sent to its outposts abroad in 1939. One passage read, "The emigration of only around 100,000 Jews was sufficient to awaken foreign interest in, if not the understanding of many countries for, the Jewish peril. We are able to calculate that the Jewish question will become a problem for international politics if large masses of Jews from Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Romania are forced to move by increasing pressure applied by their host people." Democracy, revolution, and Jew hatred. The social rise of the European masses bolstered rather than lessened anti-Jewish resentment. As historian Ulrich Virva has shown in his comparison of pre-1914 German and Italian anti-Semitism, extremely limited voting rights in Italy basically ruled out the development of organized anti-Semitism. As of 1882, a mere 7% of the Italian populace enjoyed the franchise. This deficit, in terms of democracy, benefited the predominantly bourgeois, literate, and well-educated Jewish community, Virva writes. Anti-Semitic parties, whose political success in Germany was based to a large degree on the general right to vote for Reichstag deputies, would have had no chance in Italy. Since 1871, all German men enjoyed the equal right to vote by secret ballot in Reichstag elections, although in Prussia a three-tier system continued to exist until 1918. Virva characterizes the historical situation as paradoxical, but in fact it was a harbinger of the rapid spread of anti-Semitism under democratic conditions in the period between the wars. Conditions for the racial segregation and ultimately homicidal hatred of Jews are not unique to authoritarian, totalitarian, or dictatorial states. Parliaments and governments in democratically organized nation-states also saw nothing amiss in following ethno-collectivistic doctrines. All too often, they operated according to the principle identified by sociologist Ulrich Beck. Fundamental rights are nationally divisible. They can be accorded to everyone with the same nationality, the members of the folk, and denied to all other human beings. One piece of evidence supporting Virva's insight is the electoral reform introduced in 1896 in the Royal Austrian regions of Bohemia and Moravia. It gave all adult males, with only marginal limitations, the right to vote. In so doing, it helped put anti-Semitism on the agenda, as historian Michael Frankl has shown. Starting in the spring of 1896, he writes, all Czech political parties mobilized their ranks whenever there were imperial council elections. In this phase of heightened activity, with its numerous events and press propaganda, the influence of anti-Semitism became increasingly apparent. A group of radical young Czechs who called themselves Česká družina, Czech following, formulated an early, typically National Socialist platform. State controls upon stock exchanges and high finance, nationalization of major industries, moderate taxes on modest earners, state assistance for small business people and farmers, and anti-Semitism. Česká družina leaders considered their fight against Jews as not so much a national or racial as above all an economic and social struggle, and demanded that the Gentile population be legally protected against Jewry. The Česká družina never achieved any real significance, but its ideas did, as was evident at the conclusion of the election campaign in spring 1897. The Democratic Young Czech Party won Prague with a decidedly anti-Jewish platform. Anti-Semitism had existed before, but as Frankl put it, the elections lent it a new legitimacy and organizational form. By late November, early December, there was serious violence against Jews in Prague and other cities. Those who carried out the pogroms looted and burned Jewish businesses and smashed synagogue windows. But as was true everywhere in Western Europe at the time, murder remained the exception. The public unrest, which resulted from this well-intentioned voting rights reform, surprised the Austrian governorship. They declared martial law and threatened to shoot the rioters and strictly punish disturbers of peace. Within a few hours, the situation calmed down. According to Tomáš G. Masaryk, later the founding president of the Czechoslovakian Republic, there were many significant counter-currents in Czech Prague. Nonetheless, anti-Semitism remained an integral part of Czech nationalism. Frankl saw its general cause in the modernization of everyday life, and not in any persistence of medieval prejudice. Resistance to basic liberal concepts of society and the free market, personified by the mentally agile Jewish minority, Frankl wrote, was the central source of Czech anti-Semitism. In retrospect, the 1867 law on Jewish emancipation and the extremely progressive expansion of the franchise in 1896 encouraged a nationalistic anti-Semitism. In other words, two major liberal reforms of the Habsburg monarchy helped anti-Semitism take on a broadly effective, organized form. Young Czech politicians were among the most influential anti-Semites, as well as being of the greatest service to the cause of Bohemian self-rule. Anyone who thinks that modern anti-Semitism has nothing to do with aspects of political and economic progress will be unable to understand the ideology or plausibly describe its pandemic spread. In 1906, the reformists, if not democratic Russian Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin, wanted to ease the anti-Jewish laws in autocratic Russia, but was hindered by the opposition of ordinary people. When the journalist and Jewish activist Paul Natan asked for his help, he responded, "We can't do this because the Russian people don't want this sort of change, and we're afraid that if Jews are given fully equal rights, there will be new massacres." Just a year before, in fact, revolutionary rebellions against the feudal powers in Russian, Ukrainian, and Polish settled regions of the disintegrating Romanov Empire had all led to major pogroms. The social background of the people who attacked, robbed, and murdered Jews in 1905 led the literary critic and philosopher Mikhail O. Gershenzon to some gloomy conclusions. He warned against the fashionable faith in the masses of uneducated workers and farmers shared by many Jewish socialist intellectuals. In 1905, as though anticipating the mass murder of Jews committed in the name of liberation between 1917 and 1920 within the collapsing Tsarist Empire, Gershenzon wrote, "With regard to our situation, it is not only impossible to melt into the masses. On the contrary, we have more to fear from these masses than all the possible punishments of the state. We should praise and thank the government because ultimately only its bayonets and prisons stand between us and the rage of the people." Anti-Semitism reared its head in Hungary in 1920. Since their emancipation in 1867, Jews in Hungary had achieved significant economic positions and represented a major part of the bourgeoisie. While political groups before 1914 had claimed the Jews had usurped too many rights, after 1920 they had the chance, for the first time, to take political action in democratic conditions. At that point, such groups were able to privilege Magyars in the name of equity and to the detriment of successful Jews. Between 1920 and 1944, both houses in the Hungarian parliament passed many anti-Jewish laws by huge majorities. Those who voted against such legislation included deputies who considered certain laws not anti-Semitic enough. Historian Michael Schwartz sees in the widespread policies of ethnic violence in the 20th century the entanglement of ethnic and social conflicts. Schwartz points out that ethnic, social, political platforms had by 1920 already led to the genocide of Armenians and other cases of mass murder. Occasionally, scholars have asserted that the various ethnic displacements of populations in 20th century Europe had nothing to do with the persecution of the Jews. It would downplay the seriousness of the situation, argued one 2011 study, to treat the ideology, planning, and execution of National Socialist policies toward Jews as a case of ethnic cleansing. As we have heard over and over, however, this view is patently incorrect. The Holocaust was the most extreme example of the ethnic cleansing phenomenon. While the Shoah cannot be solely explained as a product of any European-wide ethnicity-based political tendencies, such tendencies played an obvious role in the prehistory of the Holocaust. The hope of easily enriching oneself and quickly rising up the social ladder was a general motivation for 20th century ethnic violence and a significant contributor to the discrimination, persecution, and murder of European Jews. The materialist distribution of wealth, Schwartz concurs, was a decisive factor in gaining broad social acceptance of an ethnic cleansing carried out primarily by elites for political reasons. It is perfectly legitimate to speak of a social revolution organized along ethnic lines to benefit ordinary people. Annexation of foreign territory did nothing to lessen the conflicts with minorities in Hungary and Germany, or in 1941 in Romania and Bulgaria. On the contrary, those conflicts only increased. In the end, it was a relatively small step for the planners of state-mandated resettlement policies to view war as the great opportunity to use severe methods to solve self-created problems. Annexed territories became practice fields to try out expropriation and murder in the name of Germanification, Magyarization, Romanianization, Croatification, or Bulgarianization. Jews were only one unwanted minority among many, but everywhere they were the first to be expropriated and removed. Jews as envied role models. In his short excursus, The Stranger, from 1908, sociologist Georg Simmel investigated a number of theoretical questions that are relevant here. Simmel wrote about foreigners in general, but also referred to the classical example of European Jews. For him, the stranger is a wanderer who encounters those fixed in one place, a free-floating cosmopolitan who meets those tied to a plot of land. But unlike wanderers who come today and go tomorrow, Simmel's stranger is a person who comes today and stays tomorrow. He is, so to speak, the potential wanderer. Although he has not moved on, he has not quite abandoned the freedom of coming and going. This stranger continues to view the native with distance, which makes him more independent. He is freer, practically and theoretically. He surveys conditions with less prejudice. His criteria for them are more general and more objective ideals. He is not tied down in his action by habit, piety, and precedent. The stranger is thus the fundamentally mobile person. In Simmel's description, strangers usually enter the lives of locals as traders and merchants. If the local economy is basically one of individual subsistence, merchants who occasionally offer products from faraway lands will not be an irritant. It is only with the advent of modernity that the stranger becomes a problem. The rapid division of labor and industrial production, which may involve cities, regions, states, and even continents, demands a swiftly expanding apparatus of intermediaries, transport companies, information connections, stock and commodities exchanges and brokers, lines of credit from banks, financial guarantees, and contracts. The stranger organizes this new realm of economic life. He is international and able to communicate with the entire world. He occupies many of the increasing numbers of new positions that require considerable intelligence, be they entrepreneurial, fixed employment, or freelance. The anti-Semitism that erupted so massively in Europe as of 1880 fits in well with this schema. As Zimmel says, trade can always absorb more people than primary production. It is, therefore, the sphere indicated for the stranger, who intrudes as a supernumerary, so to speak, into a group in which the economic positions are actually occupied. But trade entails unlimited combinations and opens up new possibilities for economic success. Intelligence always finds expansions and new territories, an achievement that is very difficult to attain for the original producer with his lesser mobility and his dependence upon a circle of customers that can be increased only slowly. In this period of general upheaval, the sedentary natives, who suddenly become the slow, relatively backward members of society, considered themselves unfairly disadvantaged. They reacted to the flexible strangers with a mixture of admiration and reserve, jealousy and animosity. It was precisely this incubator that yielded the anti-Semitic stereotypes we know so well. Jews were soon denigrated as rootless cosmopolitans, while the settled residents were elevated into preservers of popular tradition, whose forefathers had cultivated the homeland with their hands since time immemorial, defending it against outside interlopers. This task was purportedly passed on as a legacy to younger generations. In the Jewish century, Yuri Schleskein doesn't refer to Zimmel's model, but he does put forward a similar, if somewhat more nebulous, distinction between what he calls Mercurians and Apollonians. In Greco-Roman mythology, Mercury, Hermes, was the god of messengers, merchants, intermediaries, and border jumpers. Reducing Apollo to his little-known role in Cretan mythology, Schleskein depicts him as the god of shepherds and their flocks, holding a protective hand over the sedentary. We might object to Zimmel and Schleskein that most Eastern European Jews lived in poverty, eking out livings as small-time traders, door-to-door peddlers, self-employed tailors, cobblers, smiths, or plumbers. Many lived hand-to-mouth, and described themselves as possessing little more substance than air. Zimmel, however, focused exclusively on the bourgeois assimilated Jews of Germany, who assuredly were very different sorts of Jews. But in the present context, we are concerned primarily with the historical juncture at the opening of the 20th century, a period characterized by exceptional Jewish striving for social betterment. Zimmel only touched on this topic, but his contemporary and fellow sociologist Werner Sombart explored it in depth. Again and again, Sombart stressed the point that although Jews started out from conditions equal to or worse than those of Christians, in Berlin and wherever else they were accorded economic freedom, they succeeded in climbing the social ladder 3 to 4 times as quickly as Christians, who found themselves utterly overshadowed. Sombart found Jews in Germany, on average, so much cleverer and more energetic than we are that their exclusion from university teaching positions was justified. From the perspective of the economy, Sombart argued, it was lamentable that whenever there were 2 applicants, the stupider candidate, not the Jewish one, usually got the job. At the same time, he approved of protective restrictions because otherwise every single position as lecturer or professor would be occupied by Jews, baptized and not, which in the end makes no difference. This concluding remark illustrates the start of an anti-Semitism that went beyond religious confession. Like many people of his day, Sombart recognized that Jewish intellectual superiority, by no means stopped when Jews converted to Christianity. The same rationale led the prominent nationalist historian Heinrich von Treitschke in 1879 to write anti-Jewish polemics. His often cited essay Unsere Ansichten, Our Views, focuses on the economic ambitions of Jewish migrants, whom Treitschke pejoratively describes as a horde of ambitious, pants-peddling young punks whose children and grandchildren they want to someday rule over Germany's stock exchanges and newspapers. Treitschke excoriated the presumption and nimble-witted dexterity of the Jewish parvenu, arguing that such qualities offended the modest piety and old-fashioned familiar willingness to work of native Germans. This phenomenon was also evident in the other countries discussed in this book, whether the subject was the preponderance of Jews in the Lithuanian import-export trade or the high percentages of Jewish academy and university students, the number of Jewish tailors who established textile factories, or merchants who ran flourishing trading businesses, turned tiny bookshops into major publishing houses, organized the construction of railroads or telegraph connections, or developed banking and stock markets. In time, the envy of Jewish success turned into a hatred that was born of socioeconomic obstacles and the resentment and depraved retaliations they engendered. From mental to material differences. At the start of the 20th century, socialists and bourgeois discussed how to encourage upward social mobility among the lower classes. The goal was to open opportunities to the talented and capable. In 1920, German political scientist Paul Mombert concluded with satisfaction that this selection process was the subject of intense political and scientific attention, since ultimately it was in the national interest to find out how upward mobility proceeded, what the decisive factors were, and who could climb the social ladder. On the basis of empirical examples of Gentile families within Germany, mostly over 3 generations, Mombert identified a tendency to make transitions slowly. As a rule, the rise or fall from one class into another is completed by going through all the various levels of a specific social class before the next generation enters the next one. There was a constant up and down on the social ladder. In general, people sought to constantly better themselves, but setbacks were also common, and sometimes the bottom dropped out. At first, Gentiles were slow to strive for something better for themselves or their children, but with the demise of the old class system, the pace increased. By 1920, Mombert concluded striving was an integral part of what people today want. By the turn of the century at the latest, thanks not least to the broad educational activities of social democratic parties, class structures had become fluid. German novelist Theodor Fontane described this particularly well in his 1899 novel Der Stechlin. It features a Pastor Lorenzen, who can somewhat but not fully understand social democratic ideas. The main opposition of everything modern to what is old comes from people who no longer have to occupy the position in which they were born, Fontane has his pastor say. They now have the freedom to use their abilities in all directions and in every area. It used to be that people were an estate lord or a linen weaver for 300 years. Now every linen weaver can be the lord of an estate someday. His advice on how to get through the new social ups and downs halfway intact: prefer the old as far as you can, and go with the new as far as you must. The new conditions went hand in hand with a high degree of status anxiety. The desire of large numbers of people to educate and better themselves, which the state supported, was further encouraged during the First World War, in line with the saying, every soldier carried a marshal's baton in his knapsack. But millions came away disappointed. The general race for happiness created winners, losers, and people who achieved a lot but never made it to the top spots. That provoked hatred and envy for those in a recognizable group who were more successful. But why did the aversion to Jews in Poland, Lithuania, or Romania increase so steadily when the majority of them were so obviously impoverished and disadvantaged? One explanation was put forward by the Marxist Zionist Ber Barakov in 1917. Barakov described the social situation of the Jewish and Gentile segments of the population not as static, but rather, like Zombart, as a dynamic process. In Barakov's view, modern capitalism pushed aside the Jewish artisans predominant in Eastern Europe, people who cut cloth, made shoes, or built furniture in tiny workshops. Machinery is their greatest enemy, wrote Barakov. But Jews didn't react to this upheaval by attacking machinery or turning fatalistic. They adapted. Barakov described a forcing out of Jewish workers that happened not suddenly, but as part of a long-term process of social regrouping. The introduction of steam-powered looms in Łódź and Białystok brought with it Christian rather than Jewish labor, and Jewish weavers there all but disappeared. The transition from hand to machine work generally entailed the transition from Jewish to Christian work. Jews emigrated, moved to big cities, or took the initiative by founding new industries. Barakov saw mental reasons for the differences in behavior. A Jew will decide to strike off on his own with limited resources and poor prospects for success in a way that a Christian would never dare to. Jews began new businesses with little capital, while a Christian worker, even when he had a superior starting point, tended to remain another man's servant for his entire life. Barakov concluded that the human makeup of the Jewish working class is in constant flux, shifting far more swiftly than the Christian segment of the working class. With great determination, many Jews lifted themselves out of proletarian misery. They were succeeded in many jobs by other Jews who in turn emancipated themselves as quickly as possible from factory enslavement. Gentile socialists in Russian Poland observed the same pattern, but viewed it negatively. In 1912, they cast doubts upon the revolutionary commitment of their Jewish class comrades because the latter established themselves and became bourgeois more quickly than Christian workers. The socialists were suspicious of the speed with which Jews found ways and means of climbing the social ladder, and with which they left Gentile proletarians behind. Far removed from any Marxist interpretations, Josef Tenenbaum reached conclusions similar to Barakov's, and indirectly to those of the Polish socialists who repeatedly criticized Polish sluggishness. In his home city of Lviv, Tenenbaum observed, "The Jews mainly represent the urban middle class, a category of people that in an exquisitely rural region like Galicia, where racial hatred runs strong, is not well suited to alleviating the economically based conflict between town and country." Once large numbers of Galician peasants began moving to cities and encountering these sorts of Jews, the friction quickly increased. The farmer arrives as homo rudis, as an uncultivated dunderhead, and runs into an intelligent superior middle class with which he can hardly compete. Because the situation featured a clearly definable group of people who spoke and behaved differently and followed a different faith, Tenenbaum argued, the envy born of competition could take on much more acute form than in situations where the massive problems of social upheaval could not be projected onto a specific group. In a period of general urbanization, Jews were defamed as the ones blocking important avenues for earning a living in European cities. Tenenbaum particularly emphasized two socioeconomic factors: the increasingly hostile opposition between town and country that was unavoidable in the early stages of capitalist development, and the dashed hopes of the first generation of Christian proletariats who had little choice but to move to the city, where because of their lack of education and sophistication, they were condemned to fail. The result was an army of disappointed people who felt cheated of any chance to live happily. Moreover, many Poles' sense of national pride was wounded by the recognition that Jewish hard work and Jewish initiative had helped the country achieve a measure of prestige and economic might. It was from this tension, analyzed by Berne, Simmel, Zombart, Borokov, Tenenbaum, and Schleskin, that modern anti-Semitism derived its energy. 12 years before Simmel, Theodor Herzl had recognized the upward class movement of Austro-Hungarian Jews as a new source of enmity, and contrasted this entrepreneurial spirit with the stationary work done by many Gentiles. But the First World War socially activated those who survived it, often uprooting and forcing them to start anew and move forward. National majorities, encouraged and supported by their political representatives and governments, began to close the gap. War made genocide possible. Along with the growing anti-Semitism in so many nations of Europe, another central precondition was required for genocide to occur: the Second World War and its furious destructive force. Germany bears sole responsibility for the war, as it does not for anti-Semitism per se. The Wehrmacht's pitiless, homicidal campaigns in Eastern Europe, the main area of Jewish settlement, dragged tens of millions of people into a vortex of privation, terror, and death. It made civilians into profiteers of the victims, and often enough into victims themselves. The demise of normal political structures of governance and organization, an end internationally pursued by German occupiers, set the scene for plunder and murder. The war was what lowered people's inhibitions against committing acts of violence, fueled their fantasies about internal enemies and traitors, and encouraged their covetousness of other people's belongings. It was in part the conditions created by war that paralyzed the consciences of so many Christians, so that thinking in brutal friend-enemy dichotomies and jaded shoulder-shrugging indifference to others' suffering became the norm. In the spring of 1942, when Goebbels wrote of the extremely barbaric procedure needed to bring about a final solution to the Jewish question, he expressed gratitude for the necessary preconditions created by Germany. Thank God we have in war a whole series of possibilities that were off limits to us in peace. These we must use. With the exceptions of Denmark and parts of Belgium, German executioners were able to exploit specific anxieties to encourage violence against Jews in all the countries they occupied or dominated. They picked up on people's long-standing wish for an ethnically pure national state, or for the elimination of Jewish refugees or unwanted competition. The German overlords always tried to allow individual governments, national and local administrations, and certain segments of occupied populations to benefit from ghettoization and deportation of Jews. That helped them secure the assistance of local police units and administrators, as well as the support, or at least indifference of, those populations. More than anything, however, the war waged so brutally by Germany augmented an already existing greed for the property of foreigners. As a result, over and over, German occupiers pushed through the complete expropriation of Jews as a way to alleviate the misery they themselves had caused. The rewards of crime. Did anti-Jewish measures and acts of violence make it easier or harder for Germany to occupy other countries? After all, the German conquerors needed to maintain control over vast stretches of territory with relatively small forces of their own. In his comprehensive 2011 study of the genocide of Jews in Lithuania, historian Krzysztof Diekmann investigated this question. He concluded that the murder of Lithuanian Jews was used as a means of encouraging upward social mobility, and that it accelerated the social and economic reordering processes within a perennially poor society. The act of genocide was in keeping with the anti-Semitic nationalist policies of social emancipation for the Lithuanian people that had been in place since the late 19th century. Diekmann interprets the expropriation of Jewish property during the war as a policy of national racist redistribution of wealth in society. Lithuanians were able to enrich themselves by stealing everything, portable or not, left behind by people who had been imprisoned in ghettos and murdered. This was a major means of binding German occupiers and Lithuania's Gentile population. For Diekmann, the direct social and economic profit is the main explanation for the scant opposition to the murder of almost all of this small country's 220,000 Jews. He also concludes that the mass killing of Jews, carried out with the collective assistance of the native population, made the German occupation of Lithuania easier rather than more difficult. Collaboration isn't a fully adequate term for the interplay of native forces and occupiers. It is more accurate to speak of a coincidence of specific interests. Where Jews were concerned, this coincidence led to a level of popular and state cooperation that went far beyond the actions of individual traitorous quislings. Today, memorial plaques in French schools memorialized Jewish students who were murdered in German death camps. They usually contain a statement that the children who were deported were arrested avec la complicité active of French police in the Vichy regime and then handed over to Nazi barbarians. The Nazi regime wanted to solve the Jewish question in all German-occupied and Allied states, and combined that aim with the idea of transporting Jews outside those countries for work deployment. Germany's offer of help was accepted in many places. Indeed, it was viewed as a unique opportunity that had the additional advantage of allowing the political powers in the countries concerned to dilute their own responsibility or abdicate it entirely. Collaborators like French Premier Pierre Laval talked about work deployment and resettlement for so long that they eventually believed in these things themselves. And cooperation was made easier because occupation officers and representatives of the SS and German Foreign Ministry offered material incentives when they pressed for Jews in occupied and Allied countries to be deported. German occupiers were at pains to ensure that state coffers and national minorities in all these countries profited from the disappearance of an unwanted minority. On October 15, 1941, the local German commandant of Kryvyi Rih in Ukraine reported that the remaining Jews were being shot by police forces, which included the entire auxiliary police. The Ukrainian city administration had confiscated Jewish homes, keeping the furniture for themselves or selling it to needy locals. In the cities of Belarus, as historian Christian Gerlach has documented, German occupiers alleviated the housing shortage caused by their war in similar fashion. As a rule, German military and civilian administrators left the former homes of Jews for the local government. It was responsible for allocating them. The portable belongings of those who had been murdered were also used to benefit Belarusian and Polish people living in the area. Some were in such desperate need that they didn't think about the source of the goods they received, but others accepted the massacre and the homes they were given with indifference or even approval of their origins. In the middle of a cataclysmic war, the murder of millions of people allowed the government of the countries affected by it to reallocate more than 1 million places to live, mostly in cities. Against the wishes of the German occupation authorities in Belgrade, Hermann Goering decreed in early 1942 that Jewish assets were to be given to the Serbian state treasury to provide financial assistance for the Serbian state budget, which has been heavily burdened by the costs of occupation. Around the same time, the 100 million francs French Jews had been required to pay to German occupiers were distributed to French Gentiles whose property had been damaged by British air raids on Parisian rail facilities. The money was doled out by a specially formed Comité Ouvrier de Secours Immédiat. German occupiers acted in much the same way during their brief African campaign in French Tunisia. After the port city of Tunis had been exposed to heavy British bombardment in the summer and fall of 1942, security police and security service commandos organized immediate support for bombing victims, forcing Jews to pay a special levy of 50 million francs. As was the case in Paris, this stolen aid money was distributed by a special committee of locals to families who have suffered damage, especially Muslims. German occupiers offered similar immediate help to bombing victims in Budapest and Milan. In occupied Poland, they deported hundreds of thousands of Jews to ghettos to make room for Poles who had been displaced by Germans in an attempt to Germanize the annexed western Polish provinces. Businesses and workshops, furnishings and clothing were sold to Poles by local Polish officials and mayors, or handed out for free to displaced Poles who had lost everything. In Salonika, Himmler's security service intervened energetically in the summer of 1943 when the German military commandant tried to distribute the belongings of Jews deported to Auschwitz to members of the small local Bulgarian and Romanian language minorities. SS Hauptsturmführer Herbert Hesselbart countermanded this as being, without a doubt, politically and propagandistically unfavorable. The Greek government and local authorities, he said, had been promised that Jewish assets would be put at the exclusive disposal of the Greek state for the purpose of benefiting Greek citizens. German occupiers handed out rewards everywhere, although never without keeping a portion of the booty for themselves. Occupation authorities in various places confiscated bank accounts, securities, and life insurance policies. Local offices sold property, and insofar as they had not already been looted by neighbors, the contents of homes and workshops at bargain prices to natives. This participatory practice secured the passive support of millions of people in almost all the nations of Europe. In his diary, Hungarian writer Sándor Márai, born Henrik Grossmich in Košice in 1900, described the effects even under a mild occupation regime. In the winter of 1944-45, while fleeing the Red Army toward Budapest, he made a chance acquaintance. On the road, a man joined me. He had fled from Lajos. I sought to reassure him that he'd be able to return home soon. In an addled voice, he murmured, "I own 2 acres of Jew land. Do you think I'll get to keep it?" This was how small-time profiteers from murder and larceny spoke about their spoils. Average, otherwise perfectly respectable people from all social classes derived benefits, large and small, from others' misery. And they did not want to give up those benefits. In the final months of the war, Czech president in exile Edvard Beneš announced in London that repatriating Jews would bring difficulties for his government. Ranking members of the French resistance advised Charles de Gaulle in 1944 that he should not promise to bring deported Jews back to France, warning that it could damage his reputation. In 1947, the World Jewish Congress succeeded in getting the Polish government to extend the deadline for filing claims to assets by a year, to December 31, 1948. But only a few survivors were able to make such claims. In the French occupation zone of post-war Germany, the French military government refused to restitute Jewish property in line with the regulations in the American zone because it was felt that the rules went too far and could stir up fresh anti-Semitism. Goebbels, he who says A must say B. Throughout Europe, including, of course, Germany, Nazi leaders had made as many people as they could into profiteers of Jewish persecution. Those who had participated in robbery, no matter how minor, said nothing when Jews were taken away to destinations unknown. Some people were happy to see the deportations. Those who had taken over the job of a deported office worker, a business or apartment, or borne off winter clothing or furnishings, didn't, as a rule, protest against Nazi inhumanity. The only thing that interested such people was that the Jews were gone for good. The leaders of Nazi Germany counted on this effect. They knew only too well from their own experience of buying popular support by distributing the assets of German Jews that sharing such spoils shored up cooperation between occupiers, the people, and their political offices. It encouraged a bandit morality within a conspiratorial community from which it was very difficult to break free once people had taken the bait. According to the wishes of the German military commandant in Paris, revenues from the sale of Jewish businesses and real estate were to go to French state finances. Goering further ordered that the economic participation of French buyers should be prioritized. In this way, France was to be divorced from the Jewish world, as German ambassador Otto Abetz explained in Paris. He meant cutting the country's traditional ties to the Western democracies and binding it to Germany. Following Italy's example, in the winter of 1943-44, the Hungarian government tried to leave its ill-fated alliance with Nazi Germany. In response, the Wehrmacht subjected the country to a mild form of occupation on March 19, 1944. The Reich Commissioner for Hungary, Edmund Wiesenmeier, changed only some of Hungary's political leadership and offered to help the new government address its Jewish question. 6 weeks later, on the orders of the Hungarian Interior Ministry, not the German occupiers, Hungarian police had interred 300,000 Jews in ghettos for immediate deportation to Auschwitz. Goebbels watched what was happening from Berlin and felt a sense of triumph. The Hungarians, in any case, will no longer break out of the logic of the Jewish question. He wrote, "He who says A must say B, and now that the Hungarians have started with Jewish policy, they won't be able to apply the brakes. At a certain point, Jewish policy drives itself. That's now the case with Hungary." Hitler added that, as the Hungarian example again shows, the advantages of anti-Semitism are of a significance that shouldn't be underestimated. By involving the government in Budapest, and above all the head of state Miklos Horthy, as participants in mass murder, Hitler successfully bound Hungary to Germany so that its potential could be mobilized to a major extent for German interests. 3 years earlier, when the Reich Commissioner in Croatia, Edmund Gleiser-Horstenau, had an audience with the Führer on April 14, 1941, he reported that the new Ustasha government needed money because it wants to seek a solution to the Jewish question in Croatia as soon as possible. Hitler interjected, "We can send them some experienced experts." But he rejected the idea of deporting Jews who had emigrated to Croatia after 1914. The most money is with the other ones, he reasoned. Because the German conquerors shared their booty with the peoples they had subjugated, they lessened occupied peoples' willingness to resist, turning them into confidants and accessories. That helped the leadership persist in a ridiculously overambitious war, which they were ultimately able to extend to 5 years. Goebbels, Hitler, and their henchmen knew exactly what was meant by "he who says A must say B." They intentionally corrupted millions of people in the belief that at a certain point moral corrosion would become self-reinforcing. They made people callous and obedient. The results of this mass complicity are evident in the whispered comments Fenya Miksha, born Miksha Fleischmann, overheard in Budapest in the winter of 1944-45. 2 deaconesses were talking about the people kept in the city's ghetto. Miksha wrote, "One of them said, 'It's completely certain that the Arrow Cross intends to do something terrible to the ghetto.' The other answered, 'I feel sorry for these poor people. But maybe it's good the way it is. This way they won't be able to take revenge.'" Nazi allies and German-occupied states had considerable leeway in refusing requests from Berlin to deport their Jewish populations, as examples from Bulgaria, Romania, France, Slovakia, individual European cities like Athens, and pre-1944 Hungary show. In those places, the national politicians didn't deliver up all their Jews, and there was little the Nazi regime could do about it. The reasons were twofold. First, the assimilated Jews of Athens, Sofia, Paris, Budapest, Bratislava, and Bucharest usually enjoyed much better protection than their Yiddish-speaking traditional co-religionists. Second, the military successes of the anti-Hitler coalition made politicians who might have leaned toward complicity think twice. In most cases, it was the increasingly successful prosecution of the war against the Wehrmacht and not any moral qualms that saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of acutely threatened Jews. It was only on April 29, 1943, after the German military had suffered painful defeats in Stalingrad and North Africa, that the Commissioner of Jews in the German Foreign Ministry complained, "In all of the Balkan countries, the negative attitude toward anti-Jewish measures has recently increased." Good abets evil. Everything that happens has prior factors and developments, prehistories, that can be viewed as potential causes, although the plausibility of such connections decreases the greater the time elapsed between a factor and an event. Moreover, depending on the perspective of the observer, the number and significance of relevant prehistories is open to debate. But there are some general truths. Few people today would dispute that the Holocaust was caused by a multiplicity of factors, and what made it singular is also beyond debate. The pitiless thoroughness with which 6 million people, in a brief period and across an entire continent, were killed because of their ethnic origins. It is correct to point out that the interplay of causes was what made such an unprecedented crime possible. But evaluated on their own, none of these individual causes is unique. Each one of them fits into the continuum of German and European history. This is most evident in the case of modern anti-Semitism, but it also applies to the other phenomena we have repeatedly encountered in the preceding chapters: jingoistic nationalism, anti-liberalism, friend and foe dichotomies, discrimination against minorities, the expropriation of alleged enemies of the people, heightened social and economic competition, general striving for social and economic betterment, utopian dreams of homogeneous societies, and the legal and morally caustic effects of foreign and civil wars. These mutually influencing factors all encouraged increasing radicalism, and anti-Semites from various countries eagerly learned from their peers. The multiplicity of diverse prehistories leads to the question of how the individual elements combined, reacted to one another, and developed their explosive genocidal energy. When a tragedy occurs, a common reflex is to draw attention to chains of events. On their own, none of the individual events is causal. It's the combination, including factors that may appear entirely harmless, that produces a result. The catastrophe is analyzed, and those who come after try to minimize the risks of repeating history, either by eradicating isolated culprits or averting their unpredictable interplay. Instead of chains of causality, we could also speak of contingent events. The Latin root of the word tangere means to physically touch. Most scholars use the term as a synonym for possible or random. I understand the Holocaust to be a contingent event in the sense of a likely possibility, in the prehistory of which a variety of actors with various aims played a larger or smaller role. These protagonists sometimes interacted unconsciously or semi-consciously. In other respects, they behaved in the full knowledge of what they were doing, and why. Many couldn't suspect that their anti-Semitic rhetoric, incitement, and activities would help lead years or even decades later to Auschwitz. Even so, increasing numbers of Europeans between 1880 and 1939 came to wish that the Jews would disappear, and many of them did not shy from using violence. Others, perhaps most notably Theodor Herzl, recognized early on that persecution and bloodshed were a possibility and warned against it. Anyone who aims to learn about the Holocaust in the preventative sense must insist on differentiated investigations of the prehistories that were the basis of this barbarity. It won't do to reduce the diverse forms of complicity to formulaic entities, like the National Socialists, ethnic ideologues, and racist anti-Semites, or fascism, totalitarianism, and dictatorship, or even the dictator Hitler. Such labels serve the understandable longing to put maximum distance between ourselves and genocide, but they cover what we as human beings find so threatening in a layer of abstraction and explain nothing. Nor is it especially productive to trace modern anti-Semitism back to the centuries-old anti-Judaism of Christianity. Not even the anti-Semitic clerics of Poland referred back to this ideology. They, too, used contemporary economic and social arguments. Insofar as Gentiles in the first half of the 20th century pressed for Jews to be partially or completely stripped of their civil rights, or insisted they be shipped off to somewhere outside Europe, they were motivated by the same obsessive anxiety, the fear of a supposedly overwhelming power and the real intellectual and economic agility of a small, precisely delineable foreign group. Whether in Russia, Hungary, Poland, France, Greece, or Germany, everywhere the slow were pitted against the quick, the unimaginative against the lovers of ideas, the lazy against the industrious, the enviers against the envied. Under the pretense of equality and equity, the less educated tried to restrict the access of intellectually more nimble Jews to master apprenticeships, academies, universities, and certain professions. For fearful laggards, the civil service, in particular, was a realm that offered professional security, and thus was everywhere kept tightly closed to potential Jewish colleagues. With the end of the First World War, anti-Semitism became a political factor in most European countries. It primarily created a class-bridging sense of community, suffused with the national majority's envy and fear of failure. A secondary product of this lack of self-confidence was pompous claptrap about genuine Russians, Romanians, or Magyars, about the eternal values, the heroic grand deeds, and the historical sublimity of every so-called national people. One extreme example was the self-elevation of the humiliated German losers of the First World War into a master race. In this sense, there was something real to racial theory. It helped majority titular peoples compensate for feelings of inferiority. Members of national majorities didn't really feel contempt for Jews as subhumans, even if that notion became commonplace in Nazi Germany. On the contrary, to stay with the metaphor, they admired and fought against superhumans. For that reason, in the Jewish century, Yuri Shleizkin doesn't analyze racial anti-Semitism at all. For Shleizkin, Jews represented a successful minority in largely unsuccessful European nation-states. Jews' head start in terms of formal education and entrepreneurial spirit was already shrinking before the First World War and decreased notably thereafter. Everywhere, Christian majorities were beginning to catch up. Investment in schools and universities in both democracies and autocratic states was paying off. Urbanization, which put people in proximity to institutes of higher education and universities, also played a role. In this situation, young artisans, salesmen, entrepreneurs, civil servants, academics, and workers and peasants' ambitious sons sought to restrict opportunities for Jews or expel them from society entirely. The struggle for the rewards of modernity, which were always connected to performance, had begun in the 1880s and reached its zenith in the interbellum years. As the gap in education closed, the degree of friction between Jews and majority populations increased. A paradox? No, because only when those trying to bridge that gap had made a certain amount of progress did the elevated social status of those first out of the blocks appear attainable. Envy is born of social proximity, not of the distance between two cleanly separated groups whose material circumstances are different but fundamentally stable. That leads us to a vexing conclusion, which I would like to present as a final thought for discussion, if not as an ultimate truth. Evil arises not only from evil, but also from what is basically good. Well-intentioned educational policies and state-supported desires to lift the masses socially, both of which can be counted among 20th century Europe's great triumphs, served to increase hatred. The same is also true of the best political ideas and those most deserving of continuation: democracy, liberty, popular participation, self-determination, and social equality. Arthur Rupin, the sociologist and co-founder of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, was thinking of just such positive social developments when he asserted in 1930 that Jews are being confronted with rising Christian competition. The Christian majorities had learned from those they considered their enemies and woken up. The mentality displayed by Jews today, Rupin wrote, is the mentality of Gentiles tomorrow. The general drive for upward social mobility, which entailed so many fears and so much stress, insecurity, and possible disappointment for so many individuals, had stoked anti-Semitism since the 19th century. But it became especially strong in the politically, economically, and culturally turbulent 1920s and 30s. Seen from this vantage point, the greatest crime of the 20th century, the Holocaust, is connected to the greatest achievement of the same epoch, namely the social elevation of masses of people. Under the extreme pressure of the war, begun and led by Germany, what had moved civilization forward had also brought about its destruction. This concludes Europe Against the Jews by Götz Aly, narrated by Sean Renette. Copyright 2020 by Götz Aly. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Metropolitan Books, an imprint of Henry Holt & Company, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.